Three, two, one. All right, welcome to Mediocre Rumble Brothers. I'm Jordan, your host, and the team Corey, Edwin, and Udon. Today we have our monthly special on the classic Pokemon FireRed and LeafGreen series. We have just started up our new YouTube channel, so be sure to check us out on that. We have our special is going to be handled by Udon today. Let's go ahead and get started with that on our polls as what we have, which is what is your favorite Pokemon? To starter pack is going to be Bulbasaur, Charmander, Squirtle. We had Bulbasaur, Charmander, and Squirtle as all of our winners. Let's go ahead and do that.
Wait,
Wow.
they three-way tie?
It was a three-way tie. Yep.
Three-way tie? That's crazy. Well, I mean, I picked Squirtle because, I mean, that's who I use too. So, I mean, I always team water type when I start.
I guess the trifecta, it all comes around. Everyone has their favorites, even though Bulbasaur is superior, but everyone else is wrong.
Well, you know, the only time I ever used a grass starter was Torterra.
You know who that is.
Well,
You're gonna hate my opinion on Bulbasaur after this playthrough.
You weren't using him, right?
Yeah, no, I
That's
was.
all your fault. It was user error.
You picked Bulbasaur. I picked Squirtle. Jordan, who did you start off with?
I did Charmander. Sorry, I was drinking some water when you asked the question.
You can just stop and fucking swallow it and then answer the question.
Well, to be fair, it is super effective against Charmander.
Yes, just don't put the tail out.
Yeah. But to formally introduce, yes, we're doing our monthly game breakdown of Pokemon FireRed and LeafGreen. We originally wanted to try and do Red and Blue as the original US games that came out, because originally it was I believe it was Red and Green in Japan, and we got Red and Blue. But not everyone had easy access to be able to play that. Not to mention that unless even though most of us had cartridges, the batteries are dead, and getting them replaced is hard. So we decided to do the first remake of the first region of Pokemon, the Kanto region, in FireRed and LeafGreen. And splitting the task, me and Edwin played LeafGreen, and Corey and Jordan played FireRed. And of course, because there's 3 starters and 4 of us, we made sure everyone at least picked one of the starters. I picked Bulbasaur, Corey picked Squirtle, Jordan picked Charmander, and then Edwin was free to pick what he picked, and he picked Bulbasaur. Because
You
he's
guys
superior.
doubled up on grass type. LeafGreen.
Oh, because I never used Bulbasaur before in that game. It was either Charmander or Squirtle is what I usually chose. So
They're all
something
good.
new.
Yes, so they're all good. I'm gonna try. I'll try and give little tidbits of information of the changes that got changed from the original to this game, because I was trying to push the Red and Blue only because they're so glitchy messes of games that some shit just straight up didn't work. That a lot of stuff got fixed in this game, and a lot of quality of life changes were implemented in this game, despite it being all the way back in the original Game Boy Advance. And normally I take a lot of notes for these things, but I'm trying to not shut up, phone. I didn't take notes because of my inherent knowledge of all things Pokemon. Not only that, but I have scrounged up my incredibly damaged, torn, and waterlogged copy of the original guidebook for the game that I had spent the first day of this peeling apart. Good news, it's not crunchy anymore, but it was. But yeah, we got a good old-fashioned book there. I don't know if you can hear that. I'm flipping the pages in front of the microphone. Good old-fashioned guidebook to guide us through the experience here, or at least how the Prima official strategy guide says you should experience Pokemon FireRed and LeafGreen.
You can iron out all the pages.
But I think it's about to catch them on fire. The damage has been kept to a minimum, and the damage that has been sustained is damage that we can live with. Nothing important was damaged. It was mostly like item descriptions in the back of the book. But before we do that, I think I want to go around and just say everyone can say what their background is in Pokemon, simply because it's a very big series. And it'll give people context for whether, how much you may or may not have struggled with this, because I think I don't have confirmation from this, but I believe at least Corey and Jordan, you might have thought this was going to be easier than it was, and was part of the reason you might have chosen this as a monthly game after struggling for the last 2 a little bit. And that shows.
I did learn something from this. So
you learned a lot of things, it sounds like. I can't wait to get to you. But Apologies, I need to drink my gamer steps. Not sponsored.
One day.
Maybe.
Yeah.
So I guess we'll start with Jordan. Jordan, what's your background with Pokemon?
Hi, I'm Jordan.
All right, I didn't ask you your name. What's your fucking background with Pokemon?
Yeah, no, my background is very, very little. I've only played again as Pokemon Red and Blue. I actually did play Yellows and Gold. That's pretty as far as much as I got. I was into Entei and all that, but that's just pretty much as far as gone. I haven't gone anything past the generation after that. It's been basically all unknown for me. So yeah.
So, that being said, this was a learning experience for you, because even though this is the most modern game, the leaps and bounds that we've made in Pokemon since those original games to this one certainly was a little daunting. Yes or no?
Yes. Yes.
I remember I just had to sit there and teach you what natures were.
Yes, yeah. I was like, what the fuck is this? There was a lot more shit involved than I thought. I thought it was just literally that fucking fire beats leaf, and then water beats fire. It's like, no, they've got all these other emotion shit to them and all that stuff too. I was like, what?
Yeah, it's I don't think you ever want to look at what the mathematical equation is for what the chances are to catch a Pokemon with a Pokeball. It's kind of insane.
Wow.
So Corey, I think you have a bit more experience with Pokemon, but you're not like a super avid Pokemon fan, if I remember you saying that when we were doing this.
I have like the cards. Like I used to collect the base cards because I was there like at the very beginning of Pokemon, so naturally it hit me like a freight train. Like being 10 years old and getting into Pokemon. I had FireRed on Game Boy, and then I played like the Coliseum games and stuff on console because I didn't really play handheld games that often, so I kind of fell out of Pokemon for a long time. But then once they started bringing them over, I played, I think, Shield, and I played the Shining Pearl, and I played Scarlet. So I jumped from the very, very beginning to like the most recent Pokemon. But I've followed like somewhat of the anime. I like the clips and stuff. I mean, I like the world of it, but I prefer like I mostly just get the cards just to collect them, and I still do that today. I have a closet full of like box sets of like everything they've released for like the last 3 years.
So yeah, because I mean, I remember going over your house and I just see these piles of Pokemon cards everywhere. I was just like, "Is this your retirement plan? Is that what this is?"
It's my Scrooge McDuck vault.
Yeah, some Pokemon cards.
All these Radicus. And I play a lot. I played a lot of Pokemon Go, so that was another thing. But I'm sure a lot of people did. But like, I was in it like every day, constantly.
Yeah, and then finally, Edwin. I think next to you and me probably have the most experience playing Pokemon, since I believe you're with me in the fact that you've probably played every mainline iteration up to current day, right?
Yeah, I've never played Gen 1 or 2 except for Soul Silver. But like
so you've only played the remakes.
I've only played Gen 3 and onwards. That's it. But
okay.
I've played every single one up to like the current Scarlet and Violet.
Okay. Well, still, that's a lot, though.
Yeah, but it's like I was like the physical special split when I realized like, oh, that's in Gen 3 and not in the other two. I don't want to have to relearn how that works.
It's not as like complicated as you might think. If anything, it makes things simpler. All right, so we have a very wide, as it's been proving so far with our monthly games, we have a very wide like perspective on this. Everyone's coming from a different view on it, different experiences with it. So on to the game itself. Pokemon FireRed and LeafGreen, at least in North America, was released on September 7th, 2004, developed by Game Freak. This was the remake of the Pokemon Red and Blue, again, Red and Green technically, but and those games had a lot of problems with them. This game had a lot of remake quality of life changes, stuff like fixing soft locks, especially a lot of coding glitches and things like that. And the name of the game with Pokemon is like, and with other monthly games, we're just going to try and like hit on everyone's experiences, breaking down the game in little bits and pieces, not hitting every single Pokemon fight. We'll hit on every like gym battle and stuff like that because that's the important things. But basically, the gist of Pokemon, it's a creature collector. It's the one that really put creature collectors on the map. You go around, you capture all these different kinds of Pokemon with different kinds of types and stuff, and you battle them together. And the name of the game is make your Pokemon, make the opponent's Pokemon faint faster than yours does, and collect 8 gym badges and take on the Elite Four and win the game. It's very simple.
Digimon,
in
but
concept.
makes sense.
Yeah, well, yeah. Digimon doesn't have any kind of like organization. Digimon's a whole different fucking thing. That's just like a world. Doesn't have any rules.
Yeah. Just an eggplant that evolves into a tank.
All you gotta say is War Greymon is peak drip.
Yeah, he's pretty sick.
Anyway, so, and as I stated before, everyone had a different starter, technically. There's 3 and there's 4 of us. And each of us are playing on different copies of the game. So, when you start the game, it's just a simple little Professor Oak telling you about what the world of Pokemon is, kind of like a Spark Notes version of what I just told you. And then you get to name your character, and everyone can name their character. And in this one, again, already starting with the changes, because in the originals, you only had to play as a male character. In the remakes, you have a choice between a male and a female character. The male character's canon name being Red, the female's character canon name being Leaf. But you can name them whatever you want. It's the same concept as naming Cloud, whatever you want in Final Fantasy. After you name them, Professor Oak, as the meme goes, has horrible amnesia sometimes and forgets his own grandson's name. And you get to name your rival. And I thought it'd be, I'm glad someone did this, but I thought it'd be funny since me and Edwin were playing LeafGreen. I named my rival Edwin, and I believe Edwin named his Udon. But then we have Corey, who did what everyone did as a child. And what did you name your rival, Corey?
Yeah, my rival's name was Dipshit.
As everyone did as a kid before Nintendo started implementing filters so we couldn't have fun anymore.
Yeah.
Jordan, did you have fun with it? Did you name your...
Yep, I named mine Prick.
Yeah, there we go. So after
Team FireRed.
So after naming your rival something derogatory, which again is funny in concept because Professor Oak's like, yes, my grandson, his name was Dipshit. Very funny. Anyways, so you name him, and then you're shrunken down in this little animation and just kind of thrown into the world. And I kind of maybe again I'm going to be a little biased in this and try to understand from a new person's perspective, but again I play Pokemon Super a lot, so I just know things at the back of my head that I don't need explained to me. But it seems that with Pokemon, when I was thinking about it, playing it, Pokemon doesn't really like shove any tutorials in your face, very little. In fact, this game does it the most, and even then it's still like minimalist because you're just thrown into your house and you're not given any instructions to do anything. So the player's just going to end up like wandering around interacting with things. And you're in Pallet Town, which is a small little town made up of 2 houses and a laboratory. It's somehow like sucking 6 or 8 people live here. And the player will wander around, I believe talking to some of the NPCs around will give you little tutorials about how to use menu systems and stuff. But eventually you'll realize that the only place to like go is this little grass patch up to the north of the town. So eventually you're going to find your way there. And when you do so, Professor Oak catches up with you, saying, "Don't go out in the tall grass, Pokemon will attack you." And he's like, "Here, you need a Pokemon for your own protection. Follow me." And he takes you back to the Pokemon lab. And at the Pokemon lab, you meet Dipshit, or whatever your rival's name is, waiting for his own Pokemon. And like once again, Professor Oak's like, "Why did I invite you here? Whatever." He's like, "Go ahead, I'm going to give you a Pokemon. You can pick, Charmander, Squirrel, or Bulbasaur." And the choice here being that generally starter Pokemon in the games are like on the higher tier of Pokemon, like their stats they're not like overpowered, but they're like really good Pokemon. They all have 3 evolutions, and they're always based off of 3 types being grass, fire, and water. And again, everyone chose something different. So after you choose your Pokemon, in the older games, this is comparing, and I will try my absolute hardest to keep like bitching about modern day Pokemon to a minimum. But In these games back then, your rival picks the type that you are weak to. So if you pick Squirtle, he picks Bulbasaur. If you pick Charmander, he picks Squirtle. And if you pick Bulbasaur, he picks Charmander. In the newer games, it's the opposite. Typically, your rival will pick whatever you're strong against, which is just complete ass. So after choosing Pokemon, you'll try and walk out of the lab as there's nothing really else to do. And your rival will chase you down and force you into a Pokemon battle. And this is one of the very few times the game forces a tutorial upon you. So it forces you into a Pokemon battle. You're both level 5. You have 2 moves. Each one has 2 moves. One damages, one is like Growl, I think. I think like Squirtle has Tail Whip maybe. But playing with the moves, you learn that you have damaging moves and status inflicting moves, stuff that will like increase attack defense or lower attack defense, special, yada yada. Again, I won't try again. I'm not going to try and break this all down into Pokemon Academy 101. But the game will pause. Oak will tell you how to like press the button to attack your opponent and do damage to him. And you fight your first battle. And you can win or lose. It doesn't matter. In fact, there's a chance you might lose because of how critical hits work in this game, of just being complete random chance. So even if the rival does win, it doesn't matter. The game continues regardless. One thing that this game does that's different from all the other Pokemon games is that I think they might have tell you in this fight, but I know I discovered it by accident because I typically get bored sometimes waiting for stuff and I'll just click my left and right triggers. This game has this system where you click left or right on your triggers on your Game Boy or your GameCube or whatever, and it'll bring up a help menu no matter what you're doing, and it'll try and answer questions of how the game works. As far as I know, this is the only Pokemon game that does this, and you can pull it up literally at any time. In fact, it even has like a type matchup chart there, but it's just really awkward to use. But Pokemon's battle system basically hinges on type advantages and disadvantages, which you're also not really introduced to at this point because you're just trying to get the concept of damage just down in general. But so when I say your rival picks something that's strong against your Pokemon, fire is strong against grass is strong against water, and then water is strong against fire. And then there's a whole bunch of other plethora of types that'll lead this whole like spider web of type matchups all over the place. Which is what makes Pokemon interesting. And again, unlike the original Pokemon, there are 2 new types in this game compared to Red and Blue, because in Gen 2 we had the introduction of both Steel and Dark types. In Gen 2, I mean Gold and Silver, the games that came after Red and Blue. They introduced the Steel type and the Dark type to help balance out the game more than anything else. And those types have now been integrated into the game, which makes Pokemon like Magnemite, instead of just being straight electric, they're Steel electric, and Pokemon like actually, come to think of it, I think they just introduced Dark type moves, because I don't think any of the original Pokemon actually have Dark in their typing, but moves like Bite and stuff like that, instead of being a normal type move like they used to be in the original games, are now a Dark type move. Anyways, so after you do that, you will leave Pallet Town, and you are just free to wander around, which again, you can only go up, so you're just going to climb your way north into Viridian City. Again, the Pokemon doesn't tell you a whole lot of things, because here's something that I even forgot that I just did on autopilot. In the guidebook, we have a Sister's Revenge. So to get a town map, you actually have to go and talk to your rival's sister, who will give you a town map, which you can just kind of never pick up if you just chose not to. The rival does say, like, I'm going to go get a map for my sister, and I'll tell her not to lend you one. And but you go there and get that anyways. But you can just choose not to. And eventually you'll wander upwards towards Viridian City, which is your neighboring town, battling and getting experience, leveling up your Pokemon along the way, getting a better feel about how Pokemon battling works, how gaining experience works when you beat Pokemon, and when your Pokemon levels up, they gain stats and moves and just become in general stronger. When you get up to Viridian City, again, you are going to be stopped at the north end of town by some drunken idiot who's fallen on the ground, blocking your way from progressing forward. Because as I've figured out in this game, Pokemon does this thing where it just kind of moves the goalposts in terms of where you're allowed to be based on whether you have a move or you have an item or something. Like, the world is contained, and it does open up significantly later, but right now this is as far as you're able to go. And again, the game doesn't tell you what to do, so you're just kind of wandering around. You might go to the left towards the Pokemon League, which there's some new Pokemon in that area, which is another thing. You learn that different routes have different Pokemon, and different areas will have different Pokemon. It's a pretty simple concept. If you go north of there, you might even fight your rival again, but it is a completely optional fight where he has a Pidgey on top of his regular starter Pokemon that increase levels. But eventually, the player will wander into the Pokemart because not only do a lot of NPCs on the road refer to the Pokemart to like direct you there, so you can see where you get items from. When you first walk in there, the guy there will be like, "Hey, I got a package for Professor Oak. Go back and give this package to him." So you do so. And you take the package back to Pallet Town, give it to Oak, and Oak's like, "Oh, thank you. By the way, here's a thing I always wanted to do. Here's a Pokedex to catalog all the Pokemon you encounter. I always wanted to complete this thing. It'd be great if you could do it because I'm an old fart now." And you're like, "Okay, I can do it." And so does your rival, and saying basically like, "Fuck off, I can do whatever you want, but I'm going to do it." Which is another thing. Rivals back then were just kind of like ginormous dickheads, which is better because you want to beat them instead of just being like, "Oh, you beat me. I still like you. Everything's fine. Bubbles and hearts everywhere." Yeah. So after that, I think that, and then after that, you'll just go north of there again. Again, the goalpost has now been moved now that you've done this thing, because now that old guy has gotten up, and originally, at least in the past games, and I believe they did change it even for the localization past then, they say it's because he's an old guy, he's on the ground, and he hasn't had his morning coffee yet, whereas in the Japanese version, he's like a drunk fuck. But they changed it to him just not having coffee in our version. So he's up, and he will automatically talk to you as you pass him and force you into the second force tutorial of the game, but this is kind of ends the force tutorials about how to catch a Pokemon if you haven't somehow figured it out by now. And give you a little tutorial about do that, and give you this item called the Teachy TV, which again, this is a new thing for this game, and it's a new thing not only for a remake perspective, but for the fact that this item doesn't exist anywhere else in any other Pokemon game. It's an interactable item that will teach you tutorials about the game and its systems through like little like in-game videos, essentially. It's a very strange item, but it's very interesting, and it's just strange that they never kind of use this again, but it's a neat item for people who look into it that really don't know the very basics of Pokemon, like status afflictions and stat increases, decreases, and stuff like that. And then from there you go north into Viridian Forest, and then that is where I will bar it off for now. When we're talking about your experiences, either you can say anything that you've had trouble with, anything you observe, but something to keep in mind every time I pass the baton, try and remember what your Pokemon teams are looking like and see how they change and move and over the course of the entire game. I know we haven't covered a whole lot in terms of freedom, but I feel like a lot of ground was just covered, and I'm getting tired of talking. So, Jordan, how about you? Have you, besides enlisting your children to help you grind Pokemon, how was your experience with just the starting area?
The starting area was actually fun. I mean, I was trying to get my daughter to want to play this game with me, as it was something that I did when I was a kid, so I was trying to give it a little touch on her side to see what she thought of it. So I got the little Charmander guy, and we were rolling with it. I tried to just keep it simple, right? With where we started is just keeping it just Charmander for the time being, because I was trying to basically power level him, because I've played the original, so I kind of feel like it was going to follow the same steps as before. So I was trying to basically just get him to level up as fast as I possibly could before I started getting other Pokemon. It was basically like a reminder of the same, so I really didn't have any trouble getting myself started and going. It was pretty simple stuff. Like I said, it was just like those ailments and things that I would have to figure out what was the weaknesses of certain Pokemon, but it was pretty simple stuff going forward.
Now, did you remember from playing the past games about getting Professor Oak's package and bringing it back to Pallet Town?
I don't recall that specifically, no. That was something new that I felt like I got for the remake. I don't remember doing that at all. I thought it was simply you got yourself going and he kicked you right out the door and you started going right after Pokemon right then and there.
Well, it might have just been something you forgot then, because it was a thing in the original of just having to go back into parcel, because they just, for whatever reason, they separate obtaining your Pokemon and obtaining the Pokedex into two different sections. I honestly can't speak to why, but that's just a thing. I was just curious if you remembered that or not.
Yeah, no, I did.
So you just ended up wandering into the Pokemart and just getting the quest, quote unquote quest, just
Correct.
Randomly then.
Yep.
Okay. What about you, Corey?
So I remembered a lot of like what I needed to do, and just overall familiar with the game's map in a sense. So it wasn't that difficult to kind of navigate. I was just kind of trying to get into it. Um, and I kind of enjoy like that they don't force feed you everything that you need to do. It kind of really leans into like classic RPGs, which it is a turn-based RPG, even though it is a collector, like a monster collector game. But um, the thing that I would forget that it's a handheld game because of how much it has going for it. Like it has a lot more complexities than like even modern games now. And as we go forward, I'll definitely talk more about that because I was approaching this with the mindset of like, oh, it's a Game Boy game. This should be pretty damn easy. And
I got that vibe when we chose
yeah,
to do this because you're like, oh, I got this. I can do this in a weekend sort of thing.
but this really did prove like what we're capable of covering in a month. So that's kind of nice because it opens up that a little bit. But I had to pick my boy Squirtle. I named him Franklin. I got through. I was like, go get the map, go up there, grab the thing, bring it back, get the Pokeballs and whatnot, and then get to the forest. Which, by the time I got to Pewter, which I'm sure we're going to get to in sense, I think my team was only Squirtle and a Pidgey. And that was about it because I didn't want to catch every Pokemon, which is the opposite of what you're supposed to do with this game. But I caught a Pidgey, I named him Trash Dove, and I was like, all right, that's pretty much all I need right now.
Nice. Okay. So Edwin, what about you?
So it's like this. I can't remember if I've ever played Fire Red by picking Bulbasaur, but I've played Fire Red several times with like different variations of fan made games. So it was like I pretty much already knew what to do. Though it was like unconsciously, I repeatedly forget to get the town map from the rival's sister. But also one thing that did happen that has never happened before is during that tutorial fight when the rival first challenges you as like the second you get your first Pokemon, he beat me because his Charmander was one faster and he never used the status move. He just kept beating me down, so I never got like a free hit in. So it's like I thought that was pretty funny.
Yeah, it also kind of shows the player how like randomness is actually like percentage based things and just random critical hits and all that sort of stuff plays into Pokemon pretty heavily.
Yeah. I was just like, it was like, how did he beat me? It was like, he's not supposed to beat me. It was like, they only beat you if like you choose to do the status move and then they only attack. But he was faster and all he did was attack. I was like, damn it, you did what I was supposed to do. But besides that, like I made it through though. I kind of had a thought of what my team would be beforehand, but it was a little mixed up because I wasn't entirely sure where the Pokemon placements would be, considering I usually play Fire Red, and it was the first time playing Leaf Green. So I just kind of went with the normal, and I just got the Bulbasaur, Pidgey, and Mankey. That was pretty much on my team for a little bit.
Okay, Corey, were you trying to say something?
Yeah, I was going to say, and you can correct me on this. Whenever you battle your rival, you don't have to win except for the end, right?
Nope, you have to win every time, except for that very first one. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the very first one's the only one you get a freebie on. And like I said, I did mention there is an optional rival fight in this area if you chose to go to the left of Viridian City towards the Pokemon League and go north because you would have ran into him. All he has is a level 9 Pidgey, and then his starters got it to level 9. But other than that, all the other fights you have to win.
Yeah, I think I fought him too. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the only optional fight is that one. And it's good to do because it's good experience, but you don't have to do it per se. And for my own experience, of course, I don't talk to any of the NPCs. I already know what everything's going on. I got Bulbasaur. I named her, and I got a female Bulbasaur, which is again, it's a just small trivia. Getting a female starter is like a 12-ish% chance. They're mainly male, and that's just to make breeding them like much more difficult. So I got a female Bulbasaur, and I named her Semiramis. For all my Fate nerds, you know why. And just another quick note about Bulbasaur in particular. He is the only starter that actually is dual typed from the get-go. And what I mean by that is that Bulbasaur is not just strictly grass type. Bulbasaur is grass poison, and just from the beginning, as it's not uncommon for a starter Pokemon to evolve into a dual typed Pokemon, like Charizard gaining the flying type once he is a Charizard from Charmeleon. But Bulbasaur is the only starter, to my knowledge, that is a dual type from his first form. And they just kept that trend going for him going into the remake. Like, they never fixed that. But all the other Pokemon past that, all the grass types, all the starters all have mono types, as you call them. But as Edwin said, as I played Pokemon a lot, I had like predetermined what my team was going to be, because I was going to challenge myself and use Pokemon I never used before. I even tried to decide if I was going to Nuzlocke this game, but this is one of the more difficult Pokemon games, so I didn't think I was going to have the time, and the whole idea is to get through the game. So, and I didn't. I use my other own rules, like I don't use healing items in battle and stuff like that, but that's irrelevant. But so I like Jordan, I was just stuck with my starter because all the Pokemon that I was going to put on my team were much, much farther into the game. So I only had my Bulbasaur, I think, up until like the 3rd or 4th gym badge, but we'll get there. But I was like already like oozing with nostalgia playing the game. I was like so ready to play some old fashioned Pokemon after playing Scarlet and Violet, because I'm just like, oh, this game, it's so much better. It's just so much better already. I was like crying. I was like, oh, it's like a game. Anyways, so past this point, you go north of Viridian City to the Viridian Forest, which is your kind of not really dungeon area, but it's not like the caves that you have to go delving into, but it is kind of like it, but it's much smaller and not a cave, obviously. Shut up, cat. I don't know if anyone can hear that. That was a loud ass meow. Yeah, I know. I was busy all day. Go away. Anyways, you go into Viridian Forest, which has a whole nother table of Pokemon, like a lot of Pokemon. And this is where you're going to start running into Pokemon trainers for the first time. And in the weird law of Pokemon world, that if someone looks at you from 10 feet away and they have a Pokemon and you have a Pokemon, you have to fight to the death. So, yeah, Pokemon trainers. Back then were actually useful, because they were your main source of income and better experience points than just fighting hundreds of wild Caterpie. So you just kind of wander around this forest. There's plenty of items to pick up on the ground, which again, this is where you see items dropped on the ground, which are represented by little Pokeballs out in the world. You pick them up, and they could be anything. Just because they look like a Pokeball doesn't mean it's going to be a Pokeball. It's just a representation that there is an item on the ground. You can pick up, looks like 2 potions, an antidote, and a Pokeball. Very basic stuff in here. And you make your way through Viridian Forest, which most people are going to beef out their team a little bit, because you can catch stuff like Caterpie, Weedle, Pidgey, Pidgeotto, and even the titular Pikachu in here.
Yes.
Yeah, and Pikachu's a very good Pokemon.
You can catch a Pidgeotto there?
I believe well, here's a difference. If I know in the original Red and Blue, there's a very low % chance that you can encounter a Pidgeotto. I will admit, I actually don't know if you can get a Pidgeotto in there, but I feel like I've seen one in there. They're just a really low percentage chance to encounter, which, how you encounter Pokemon is walking in the tall grass, as Professor Oak said. And you encounter Pokemon randomly. You can't see it, but every time you take a step, the tiles in the tall grass will change to whether or not there is a Pokemon in that tile or not. And so when you walk into a tile and the tile activates to have a Pokemon at the same time is when you encounter a Pokemon. And your Pokemon that you encounter is based off of a chart or a list of Pokemon that you can possibly encounter, with percentage chances dictating how common each appearance is. And to catch a Pokemon, you gotta lower its HP as much as you can and start chucking Pokeballs. Stuff like paralysis and sleep status effects also help greatly in this endeavor. But that's a quick cheat. Oh, go ahead.
But it's weird because like I always notice that that like as you mentioned that was like that guy that tells you how to catch, who gave you like the little TV to train, the like a tutorial, and then also like showed you how to catch Pokemon. I was like, he didn't really show you the correct way because all he did was just throw a Pokeball immediately at like a full healthy Weedle. I was like, that's not how you catch Pokemon.
That's actually a good point. Thanks for bringing that up. Yeah, it's a really shitty tutorial for people who have no idea what Pokemon is like. While you can get away, with doing that in the early game, it's not gonna fly like mid to late game in this game. You actually have to try to catch the Pokemon. But yeah, really shitty catching tutorial. So you get through Viridian Forest and you get to Pewter City. And this is the first place where you're going to encounter your first gym battle with Brock. And in the original games, this was kind of where the difference in what Pokemon you chose to start with was going to make a really big difference. Because now we're going to be put up against rock types, which you haven't seen yet. Rock types, rock and ground to be more specific, because he uses Geodude and Onix, and they're both dual type into rock and ground. Meaning that Bulbasaur and Squirtle, which by this point are typically leveled up enough to both have Vine Whip and Water Gun, respectively. And with the Geodude and Onix being rock and ground, both rock and ground types are weak to water and grass, so your super effective moves are not twice as effective, they are 4 times as effective. So people who have both of those, or either of those Pokemon, are going to have a massively easier time than the people with Charmander. And when I'm saying this, I'm specifically referring to Red and Blue in the original. Because in the original, Charmander's weak to rock-type moves. And at this point, he has Ember, which is not very effective, which means you're going to do half the amount of damage you would normally do to any other Pokemon. And they didn't have any options, so you either had to overlevel Charmander or figure something else out, like catching an Oddish or something like that.
And Steel Claw didn't exist back then.
Yes, and that's what that was leading me to my next point. So in one of the remake improvements, they added a move called Metal Claw to Charmander's repertoire, to where he would have it pretty early on. I think, actually, I have the guidebook right here. He learns it at pretty early on, considering where we would be in the game typically. Level 13, which is, it's a little high, but because it is a steel type move, it's a completely new move for this game that wasn't in the past games, and steel type is super effective against rock type. But unlike, here's a little Pokemon trivia that I had to teach Jordan. I had to teach him about the same type attack bonus, which I think that
Thank you.
Some NPCs, I think some NPCs might tell you about in passing if you talk to them, but they don't tell you specifics. What I mean when I say same type attack bonus is that if Bulbasaur, a grass type, uses Vine Whip, a grass type move, it will get a 1.5 times increase to its power. So it's 50% more powerful because a grass type is using a grass type move. Same goes with Squirtle and Water Gun, and it goes just down the line as long as you're keeping that trend. While Charmander having Metal Claw, which is a steel type move, while it is super effective against Geodude and Onix, you are not getting that 0.5 increase to your damage because you are not a steel type, you are a fire type. So that's a little trivia of how hidden mechanics work. Again, I believe usually they have NPCs that will say stuff like this, or at least allude to the fact that this is a mechanic in the game, but the game never shoves these things in your face, despite them being really important for the most part. But yeah, so people with Squirtle and Bulbasaur typically are going to have a much easier time with Brock. And a thing that changed about Brock from the original to this one is that in the original, Brock's Onix used this move called Bide a lot, which means that he would take a bunch of damage, and at the end of that, he would unleash that accumulated damage onto you after like a move of stalling, which usually never helped when you had a Bulbasaur or Squirtle because he was already dead. But in this game, they had Rock Tomb, which Rock type is not a new type, but is a new move, and they gave him Rock Tomb, which is an actual Rock type move, making his Pokemon a lot more threatening, which made the fight overall harder. But at the same time, they also buffed Charmander to where people who start Charmander aren't probably going to be floundering with this as much as they would. And then you beat Brock after how many tries? After a couple gym trainers in there too. That gym trainers are basically there for you to like more or less test your Pokemon against to see if they even have a chance against the gym leader. Because if you're struggling against the gym trainers, you're probably not ready for the gym leader. And how gyms work in the game, I know I'm all over the place, but gyms in the game, there's 8 of them, and each one specializes in a Pokemon type, so that each of the Pokemon that the gym leader has is going to their typing is going to include that type. So he is the rock type gym leader, despite Geodude and Onix both being rock and ground type. He is the rock type gym leader, and he has rock type Pokemon. That theme continues throughout the entire game. After you beat Brock, you are now free to go to the right of town, because before this, the goalpost was moved, and while there is a path to the right of town, an NPC will always stop you and say, have you beaten Brock? Have you fought Brock yet? And we'll just take you back to Pewter City or to the gym leader area, and will not let you pass until you beat Brock. And when you finally do beat Brock, quick side away. I never talked about Pokemon centers, but they're just places you go to heal your Pokemon from full when they're hurt for free without having to use items. It's really simple. But it's a main mechanic in the game that you're going to be visiting again and again and again and again. And essentially, they're almost like checkpoint systems in the game, because you get a free heal, everyone gets healed, and you all get your moves back and yada yada. But anyways, after you beat Brock, you go back there, and I believe the kid is so impressed that it's either that or there's a hold on. I have to beat Brock now. Yeah, man. Okay. So the guy will be impressed and give you a pair of running shoes, which is a remake exclusive item, just for quality of life change. Now, when you hold B, your character will run, which is just an increase to your movement speed, allowing you to get around the world a lot faster, which in the original Red and Blue, you did not have. You just walked everywhere until you got the bicycle. Yep. And Brock, at this point, his Geodude is level 12, his Onix is level 14. If I remember correctly, I think those levels are actually inflated from the original game. I don't have the original Red and Blue guidebook, but I believe that's the case. If not, pardon me, but if it's not, it's close enough to not make really much of a difference, to be honest. I guess we'll stop there, because that's our first official gym leader fight. And we'll start with Jordan, who, technically speaking, should have the most trouble with Brock because he had Charmander. So how did your experience go going through Viridian Forest into fighting Brock?
So it was actually very comical. So I myself was like, hey, this is now bringing back the good old days. I know exactly what I need to grab. I'm going to get me that Caterpie and turn that into the Butterfree. So I'm going to be learning Psychic. I'm going to know Sleeping Powder, all that stuff to help get me through these battles. Along with Pikachu, because I was always wanting to get him to turn into Raichu, which again, that one part that Udon had told me about, which again, yes, I was definitely reaching out to him a lot of the time because I wanted to make sure I wasn't making a mistake. And later down the line, when we get through this, we'll find out the worst mistake I made. Even though he told me not to do it, I still did it, and I still regret it to this day. But I wanted to get those 2 characters there started because I knew that my next battle will be Misty. But this one exclusive, I just like, okay, I'll get this going. I'll put all of Brock's Pokemon to sleep and just knock them out with some good old hits from Charmander. Because I believe that my daughter encountered him at level, I believe, 17. So like way too powerful. Because I was trying to be the nice dad and be like, okay, let's get our Pokemon strengthened up, let's get them all ready to go, and then I'll take you to the gym, and then we'll go ahead and we'll fight Brock. So I walk away, I'm getting some stuff done, daddy chores, come back, and then I'm like, okay, so let's go ahead and do this thing. So I'm going to go to the walk to the right, and I'm like, oh yeah, before I can leave this area, he's going to tell me I fought Brock, and he just lets me pass. So I'm like, okay, there's something going on that's not right. So I go back to the gym, and I'm like, okay, let's go ahead and get started. She doesn't say anything to me this whole time. So I'm just like, okay, we're getting in there. This is odd. I'm just walking through everybody. Nobody's encountering me. I was like, maybe there's a bug. I don't know what's going on. So I finally walked to Brock, and then he's just like, it's a good battle. And I was like, wait a minute. And I'm like, what happened here? And then she starts giggling. She's like, oh, I beat him. I was like, oh, you beat Brock. Okay. How much Pokemon did we lose? She's like, no, I one hit everybody. I was like, oh, okay. So I guess short story included, she was so powerful that she just walked in and smacked all the Pokemon to death and just got me a free ticket out. So I didn't really get to experience the Pokemon battle myself for Brock, which was kind of unfortunate. But the same thing, it was very comical to know that a little 7-year-old was able to walk right through him after being like level 17. I don't remember. Do you happen to remember what level Charmander turns to Charmeleon by chance?
Well, good news. I have the guidebook in front of me. We can learn right now.
Consult the text.
Charmander.
18.
Evolved at level 16, so he was a Charmeleon at that point.
Because that's what I remember. I was like at level 17, but then again, I just want to make sure I had the number right because when I was just like, oh wow, cool, you got Charmeleon. Okay, let's go fight Brock. Yep, all done, all dead. I was like, okay, moving on. So it was a pretty simple walkthrough. I believe I was at the point where my Caterpie had also evolved into a Metapod. So I had just the 3. That's all I had at the point, and I was staying away from Oddish. Until later on again, which someone, Udon, was telling me he's a good Pokemon. You might want to use this one. No, I'm fine. I'll be just fine. And later on, we'll find out more about why I needed Oddish. But that's basically all I had.
Yeah, you didn't have to fight Brock, but you definitely paid for it with the next one. you paid for it with much more than you needed to. And as a side note, yes, Oddish is good. While there is like some completely shit Pokemon, don't get me wrong, and not all Pokemon are created equally. I will learn this as I'm playing. We'll get to that eventually, but you can win with any Pokemon. Just some you're going to have to grind more than others. Anyways, but Corey, how was your experience with Brock?
Man, I smoked that gym. It was. I mean, being a water type, it was just, I already knew that I wasn't going to have a problem. So I just kind of walked in there and one-shot everybody and moved on. In the forest before this, I didn't really catch anything. I mean, the only thing I got was the Pidgey, so I only had 2 Pokemon at the time because I was going to catch the ones that I wanted and use them the whole time. And then I think, right before this, I think I caught a Mankey and I named him Pignose, and I didn't really use him, but I was like, I'm going to need a different typing of some kind because I didn't have any electric types to prepare for the next gym, but this was also the start of trying to min-max the game, I guess. Like, I was trying to do the lowest possible level because I was like, it's a numbers game. I just have to get the math better than their math. So, It works in my favor when I'm a water type using water moves on rock, but it doesn't necessarily carry over that way through the rest of the experience.
Yeah, as we learn later, Corey's good at basic math, but advanced math he starts to flounder. No, I'm kidding. I'm only using your metaphor. Edwin, how much did you struggle against Brock?
Much less than I expected. I knew that I had Bulbasaur. I was like, I wouldn't have that much of a problem, but that's the whole reason why I got Mankey. I was like, I'll just use Mankey just in case, and then I can also like beat up some normal types along the way. But apparently, Bulbasaur just soloed the entire gym because I completely forgot that Geodude and Onix are also ground type and as well as rock. So it's just like, it's 4 times damage, not 2. So I was like, well, Bulbasaur just sweeped everything. I didn't really need you, Mankey, but I'll still keep you on the team. So that's pretty much, that was a whole experience. It's just like, I did better than I thought I would.
And you didn't catch anything in the forest?
No. I normally catch Beedrill or Butterfree, but it's like I already had the idea of what I was going to have. So I was like, I don't need a Pikachu. I don't need any bug types. So I just completely left them all alone.
Okay. All right. So, and before I get to my little experience, these gym battles are like the major checkpoints of the game because the badges themselves have you get benefits for having them. So typically, when you get a gym badge, you'll get a thing that says the level of the Pokemon that will obey you has increased, but that only applies to traded Pokemon, which we never did any multiplayer stuff, so we won't even touch that. But the thing is about the Boulder Badge is that it does raise your Pokemon's attack, like all your Pokemon. Like, just slightly, it's not huge, but some of these badges actually give your whole Pokemon team like a team-wide increase to a certain stat, depending on badge it is. And typically you also get a TM of some kind, which a TM is an item that teaches a specific move to a Pokemon that they might not otherwise have access to. So, anyways, after beating, my experience, not a whole lot to say. I just used Bulbasaur. None of my Pokemon that I planned on getting were in this area. And kind of like Jordan, because I was only using Bulbasaur, all the experience was being funneled into Bulbasaur, and Bulbasaur evolves even earlier than Charmeleon does at 14 instead of 17. So I had an Ivysaur at that point and just completely walked through everything. It wasn't a big deal. But I don't have much to add to that because, like I said, I just walked through everything, beat all the trainers, didn't have a whole lot to say because my team has not changed, and it won't change for a while yet. But moving on. So we have the running shoes. So now we can move them legsies. We can schmoove just a wee bit faster than we could before, and move on to Route 3, which prior to this, the other routes were called Route 1 and Route 2. Haha, very creative. So Route 3. Bunch of trainers, some grass, and a Pokemon Center in the middle of goddamn nowhere. There's a different encounter table for this area, so you can get new stuff like Jigglypuff, Jordan, and Spearow.
Fuck.
But there's just more trainers to fight, more money to get, more experience to gain. The only other thing of note here before we get into Mount Moon, which this connects to, is that because I knew Jordan and Corey wanted a Gyarados, I think actually Corey knew this already, but I remember telling Jordan specifically because Jordan liked Gyarados, was that there's a special NPC in the Pokemon Center that you can pay him 500 Pokédollars or whatever the fuck it's called, and he will give you a Magikarp. And yes, while Magikarp is an incredibly common Pokemon, this is the earliest you can get a Magikarp in the game. So the earlier you can get a Magikarp, obviously, the earlier you can get a Gyarados. So that's literally the only other thing of note on this route. Otherwise, it's just trainers and wild Pokemon. And it'll bring us to Mount Moon, the first big dungeon cave of the game. And Mount Moon itself, again, not a whole lot to say. Different encounter table where we learn the horrible nightmare that is Zubat trying to navigate the cave, and where some trainers might be questioning if there's an item that you can use to not encounter Pokemon that most people will find repels in. The reason you want repels is to not encounter 8 million Zubat. There's a bunch of items in here that you can be picked up because there's not a straight path through the cave. You can go down some tangent paths that actually end up in dead ends that'll be filled with other trainers. And you encounter Team Rocket for the first time, which is the antagonist force of the game. Just passively, because they're just hanging out in Mount Moon doing, evil stuff, as you do. You get a few things: potion, a rare candy, an escape rope, a moonstone, paralyze heal, and a TM for bullet seed. All that might seem like nonsense, but rare candies increase your Pokemon's level by 1, potions heal them, escape ropes will teleport you out of dungeons, moonstones evolve certain kinds of Pokemon, paralyze heal recover you from the paralysis status effect. And you're going to be running around here a lot. There's not a whole lot of trainers, but God, they can spot you from a mile away sometimes. On the second floor, we have a star piece, which you can sell for money, a TM for thief, a revive, which revives your Pokemon, an antidote, which heals poison. Eventually, you will find your way to the end of the cave, which you encounter one trainer who will fight you with a Grimer, which Grimer's at this point in the game, especially at the level he's at, is a bit much to deal with. And then you get to choose a fossil. And memes, Twitch plays Pokemon, Helix fossil, praise Helix, yeah. This choice doesn't really have a huge impact on the rest of the game unless you really plan on using the Pokemon that the fossils will give you, and you don't even really get access to using them until the second to last gym in the game. So they're really not important. You just have to pick one, and the guy picks the other one, so you lose access to whatever Pokemon you did not pick, which again encourages trading between games to finish the Pokedex, but blah blah blah. We didn't do any of that, so we're not going to talk about it. Then from Route 3 to Mount Moon to Route 4. And I also helped Jordan here again because there were some NPCs here because Jordan, as he'll probably say, was having trouble with a certain Pokemon on his team. So in order to help him, there's some trainers here that will teach certain Pokemon move called Mega Punch and Mega Kick, which are pretty good normal type moves. So if you have a Clefairy, a Jigglypuff, or anything like that, they can use them and get a stab bonus and be pretty powerful. Other than that, this route is really, really not notable, except there's a certain ledge that once you jump over it, you are locked out from turning back. You cannot return to Mount Moon. You can't return to Pewter City. You will not see those areas for a very long time. And it's not really communicated to the player until you jump over that area and you realize you're stuck. So you'll go forward into Cerulean City. And Cerulean City, where we have the goalpost moved again, because you either have to the choice of fighting Misty, who's your next gym leader, who is a water type user, or going north to where we're going to have our first required rival battle, which, again, this game doesn't really fuck around because the rival battles in this game are no joke if you're not prepared for them. They give your rival a really well-balanced team, and his levels at the points in the game you encounter them are pretty high. So you're kind of forced into fighting a boss fight with Misty, which even if you do, actually, hold on. Yeah, even if you do beat Misty before, you still have to fight your rival in order to go north where you gain access to different things and actually gain access out of the town. So it's technically more important to fight your rival first, as I did. But I'll explain to that when I get to how I experience this area. So I think we'll just get... no, we'll keep going past until we talk a little bit about Misty, because there's not much after that. Because... we'll talk about the rival battle, which at this point in the game, the rival will have a Pidgeotto at level 18, an Abra at level 15, a Rattata at level 15, and then whatever starter that he chose opposite to yours at 18, which technically speaking should be evolved by then, but it isn't for whatever arbitrary reason. After you beat him, you have gained access to the bridge north of him, which is filled with a lot more trainers that you fight until you get to the end, where you get a nugget, which is just an item you can sell for money. You gain access to routes 24 and 25. And new Pokemon encounter table here, like Oddish or Bellsprout. Again, this is where we're going to see version-exclusive stuff, which is just kind of a side note because we're not talking about training or completing the Pokedex. But Pokemon FireRed and LeafGreen do have different Pokemon sometimes. It's just random, arbitrary Pokemon to encourage trading between the two games to, talk to people, make friends about Pokemon, trade Pokemon, and complete the Pokedex sort of thing. Encourage interaction. And here, FireRed has Oddish and LeafGreen has Bellsprout. So that is one of our first differences. And I think even earlier, one of the encounter tables had Sandshrew, which is LeafGreen gets, and Ekans, which FireRed gets. So up here, we have a bunch more trainers. Just a few TMs scattered around. The TM for Attract, the TM for Secret Power. And you make your way to the end of this pier where this house is. And if you talk to some NPCs, they'll tell you this is the house of Bill, which is the Pokemon, the guy who created the PC system, essentially. As you go in, you realize he has become a horrible mutant as he somehow turned himself into a Pokemon, and he's going through, like, the fly situation. And he asks you to help him turn back into a human, which, hilariously enough, the game series never addresses again, despite all the, questions this entire situation raises, but yeah, we'll just ignore that. So you turn him back to a human, and he gives you a ticket for a cruise ship that he doesn't want to go on because he's an introvert. And you basically have an easy way to get all the way back to town, going through a route where you don't have to go through all the bushes and shit you got to get here. And doing that will actually move a police officer that was standing in front of a home that was ransacked by Team Rocket, so that you can actually leave the town where you don't even have to fight Misty yet. But we'll talk about Misty real quick. Misty, at this point, we Bulbasaur Chads are still probably not going to have a huge issue because grass is good against water, while water is running into a wall, and fire is going to be even a worse situation than they were with Brock. Because Charmander did not receive a buff to where you can actually do stuff against Misty, because I think they thought at this point in the game you would have something else to use against Misty that's not Charmander. And she has a level 18 Staryu and a level 21 Starmie, which Starmie is the biggest problem here, and not only that, it is a water psychic Pokemon, and I believe I'm not sure, it might know confusion, but the biggest change here was that in the original Red and Blue, her signature move was Bubble Beam. And in this one, it was changed to Water Pulse, which is actually worse. And not worse, and I mean worse in the sense that it's actually a better move because Bubble Beam only had a chance of lowering your speed, or Water Pulse has a chance of confusing you, which is significantly worse, at least in most situations, than lowering your speed would. But those are only 2 Pokemon. And not only that, gym leaders are the only trainers in the game that once their Pokemon are low, they will actually use items on. So they will, if you don't knock out the Pokemon, or if their Pokemon gets in the red, they'll use potions and stuff on it to get them back up to full health, which is a problem.
Well, it's like even worse considering that both her starfish Pokemon no recover.
Yes, they also no recover. So Misty's not really fucking around unless you're prepared for her. So I guess we'll open it up. That's a lot to go through. Remember, this is from leaving Pewter City all the way into how you dealt with Misty and your rival. I know it's a lot to cover, but there was no really good stopping point between that and that. So, Jordan, how did you experience that whole area?
So specifically put, I felt like I had a chain on my leg the entire time when I had gotten myself a Jigglypuff, because it was something that I really didn't have a choice. I was kind of instructed by one of my daughters that was she's very engaged with the Jigglypuff I guess toys and everything, to the point where it has to be a Jigglypuff. If I'm going to play this, I need to have a Jigglypuff. So I got her on the team and regretted it ever since. I had a Mankey as well, because I remember I talked to you, Udon, about it, because I was just like, I wanted to fight something, and then you told me that this one specifically, he does not go to sleep. So I picked him on the team because I knew that there was going to be something along the lines in the future. I just couldn't recall it because it's been so long since I've had it. I just feel like there's going to be some sort of Pokemon out there that would try to put you to sleep, and I'd have him as a backup, I guess. So I went through this entirety thing. I got Jigglypuff selected with the Mega Punch, I believe, and then would just try to power her up to put people with the Sing Song, put them to sleep, and then Mega Punch them in the face. So it would be comical, but it was something that was getting me through that point till the biggest wall in my life, and that was Misty. She worked my ass like I couldn't believe it. Thought I could literally have a chance to beat her, but I ran to that point where I experienced how Pokemon trainers could heal their Pokemon. And I don't remember if that was in the original, because I just cannot recall any Pokemon trainer saying, hey, let me heal my Pokemon back to full health. Let's make it worse. I don't know if that was something that they added to the remake. I was not sure of it, because I just do not recall this at all, where they could use potions and stuff.
Well, the thing about that is that the way that AI works, and I really want to say they did. It's just that they will only use it if it's in the red. So if your Pokemon stops it halfway, or even almost before it gets to the red, they won't use the item. So you have to stop their health in a really specific area on their health bar for them to actually use the potion. So if you were one-shotting stuff or doing just enough damage to where they weren't actually healing from it, you might have forgotten. But I actually don't. I'm going to be honest. I don't remember, but I'm pretty sure that in the past games that they still used items, because as I believe now that Pokemon they still use items in modern day once their Pokemon are low. The gym leaders, that is.
Yeah, I can't remember, but yeah, I only figured that out until later on when that was the case. If they get really low to their basically in red, that yes, they will heal themselves up. But anyways. I made multiple attempts. I tried the Corey theory, which was it's a numbers game, and I tried to do everything I possibly could with the levels that I had. I thought it was good enough to try to beat him, and she would just keep whipping my ass with Staryu to the point where I was just getting flustered, and then I was like, okay, I'm going to start just power leveling, because that's basically all I can do. And so I fought all the people up the bridge area, and then got that nugget, and then I remembered that there was an Abra on the left-hand side that I could get, and so after multiple attempts of trying to catch that damn thing, I finally got it, and then tried to power level that. It probably leveled 24, 25 in. I was like, let's do this again. Went back down there, killed the Staryu, then got raped by Starmie. So I was just like, oh great, this is fucking ridiculous how well this thing just kicks my ass over and over. So here we go again, power leveling once again. So went back up, and I think if it's true, I don't know. You can get on the boat as well before you fight Misty. Is that true?
Yes, I was going to expound more on that, but yes, that is true, because to move on from there, to get onto the boat, you only have to help Bill. You actually don't need to beat Misty at all.
Okay, and so and then this comes again with Udon giving me more help. He told me about the Magikarp thing, and I was like, yeah, I'll fucking totally take it. I want a Gyarados. I need a Gyarados, and find out that was literally my ace in the hole to win the battle. So after I had gone through and beat literally almost everybody, and I think I even went through to the point where I was actually even on the damn ship. Then I finally came back, and at this point, I didn't have a Magikarp anymore. I had a fucking Gyarados and all those other Pokemons doing the battles for me. And it was...
Yeah, Gyarados is very powerful.
Yeah, no, I think... I don't know if I did. I can't recall. I don't think I had... God, I can't remember what move I had, but it was enough to literally settle the score, basically.
I told you because what happened is that I remember what happened is that I told you that if you go and grind that Gyarados up, not only will it just be a Gyarados and be way more resilient to damage, when he evolves into Gyarados, he learns Bite at the same level, which actually comes into the remake quality of life, because as I said previously, Starmie is actually half Psychic type, and because Bite is now a Dark type move, Dark type moves are super effective against Psychic types, so it actually opened up a Psychic type or a super effective option for you using Gyarados and using a physical move on Gyarados, which I think I recall your Gyarados lucking out in its nature and having increased attack as well. And it was really good for you, and that's what won you against Starmie, I believe.
Yes, I believe so. Yeah, I literally had all my Pokemon nearly in their 30s, and I just was lucky enough to, because I kept trying to try Pikachu, because I was like, oh yeah, electric, and I would do my damage on it. It still would just kick its ass, and then I literally was just like, that's it, Gyarados time. And then Gyarados came in there, and then yes, bit Starmie, and won me the battle, and then I was finally able to get out of there. But I put several hours, I think, into grinding just to try to get myself to the point where I could get myself the Gyarados to make this work, because without the Gyarados, I had no chance. Even when I was a high level as I was, nothing was happening. So he was basically my savior. So that was the only thing that got me through to move on. And then that's when I had Mankey, I had my Butterfree, because I even leveled up to a Butterfree at that point because how much grinding I was doing. And then I had the Jigglypuff, which I really try not to remember much about, but I had it. I had an Oddish because I was trying to use the better of my odds because it was grass, something I could use. And then Gyarados, and then I had a Pikachu, which I was waiting to level that up because, again, Udon told me specifically that I don't think it would be a good idea for me to try to get later on, obviously, get the Thunder Stone and level up to a Raichu until he learns all his moves, because once you level them up to that with that Power Stone, whatever, the Thunder Stone, you can't go back. It's basically, that's it. He's done with the moves, and therefore you're stuck with what you got. So that was what I was doing. But that's pretty much all I had experienced. It was pretty bad.
Alrighty, and just to touch on something you said earlier about the Mankey thing, something that was introduced again in the newer versions of Pokemon is their abilities, and so Jordan was looking for a Pokemon that couldn't fall asleep, which Mankey falls under, because Pokemon usually will have one of two abilities when you catch them, and Mankey has a chance to have Vital Spirit, which prevents it from falling asleep. So that's just another thing that's new in the remakes that wasn't a thing present in the original ones. But yeah, Jordan was struggling. And I forget, did you feel like you struggled with the rival going north on the bridge, or not nearly as much as Misty, I guess?
No, I think I actually walked through that one. It was just the Misty, man. She just would not let me pass. That was fucking shit.
Alrighty then. So Corey, how did you fare against Misty? Because you lost your type advantage.
So this part was my first, damn it moment of the game. And that's specifically because I learned a couple things. I learned that Poké Centers are checkpoints. And so I had to walk through Mount Moon 3 times.
Oh, God.
And yeah, so I got Magikarp, and at this time I think I had a Spearow, a Pidgey, a Magikarp, a Paris that I named Help Me because he looks like he's falling in a hole, the sprite. Then I found another Paris that was better, so I named him the better one. And then, I have Franklin. And so I walked into Mount Moon, and I got all the way to the nerd who's like, "Oh, do you want a fossil?" And then, like, we fight. That's a pretty tough fight. I kind of wasn't really ready because my Pokemon that I was grabbing and just kind of running through were weak. So I lost, and I had to go through the dungeon again. I go through the dungeon. I get out. I hit the route. I'm walking around, fight some trainers, whatever. I am literally like, all of my Pokemon are dead because that nerd just like whooped their ass. And I get to Cerulean City, and before I do anything, I was like, well, I kind of want to walk around and talk to people, see if they give me an item. And then I walked into my damn rival. And I was like, are you kidding? And then he just killed me. And then I was like, well, it's okay. I made it to Cerulean City. And then it spawns me back at the Poke Center before Mount Moon. And I'm like, oh my God, are you kidding? And so I was like, I have to stop playing right now. So then I pick it up again. I get through Mount Moon again. I go straight to the Poke Center. And then I'm like, screw this. I'm going to go beat Misty. So I walk in there. I have a War Turtle. I use Bite. I basically bite my way through a lot of fights in this game. So she's done. I go up. I fight my rival. He doesn't really give me any problems because I'm just using Bite on everything. And so the only part of this that was really like annoying was having to go through Mount Moon 3 times.
More like the game design was screwing you because you just didn't decide to go to the Pokemon Center first thing.
Yeah,
down.
When you go back and you're playing games like this, like I have this like mindset of like modern gaming where it's like, oh, I hit a new city, that's a checkpoint, but it's like, no, it is not.
Yeah,
and then some other. I don't really have a lot of items. The economy in this game is rough. If you're not fighting trainers and you don't have any money, it's going to be a struggle bus, which I started to find out later because I'm like, God, these potions are like 1,200 a piece. And, I don't have a lot of money. So it starts I start to change my tune a little bit, but like, I'm still kind of trying to just push my way through the game at this point. And, it's getting obvious now that the game is playing against me. And it's just going to get worse from here. But I do have some lucky moments as like I get through this. But yeah, Mount Moon was the only problem, not the gym leader.
Yeah. Well, that leaves a nice little segue into comparing to modern Pokemon, which is actually an improvement. So you got dicked over by the fact that you didn't remember that there was a rival fight there, and once the rival talks to you, you are now locked into a battle. There is no backing out of it. Whereas in modern Pokemon, in the same situation where your rival will fight you, you're typically given an option to be like, hey, I want to fight you. Are you ready? And you get an option to say yes or no, which in that same situation, you just got through something difficult and you haven't healed yet. You're like, oh, wait, hold on a second. I'll be right back. It's like, I need to go run to the Pokemon Center, which is actually a good change in modern Pokemon that they actually to give you the options of forcing you into a fight. So that's a comparison.
Well,
it sounds like you would do. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say another thing that the gyms that I found really early, just with Brock and like Misty is when you start the gym, every time I would fight a trainer, I would leave and hit the Poke Center and then go back in and fight the next trainer, leave, hit a Poke Center. So I always was like fighting everybody in that gym like 100% health. And so, that made that like super easy too.
And that's something that hasn't really changed. That's something that's been like something that you've been able to do in most Pokemon. Some gyms I think I'm specifically thinking about some gyms in like Ruby and Sapphire and Black and White, where navigating them was such a chore that turning around to go back to the Pokemon Center was like more laborious than just pushing forward. So they kind of addressed that with like how you navigate some gyms, but ultimately they've never like restricted you outside of the Elite Four to not go back and heal. But then again, that's kind of like the point, since that's like the penultimate challenge of the entire game. And I think that's not even like the point of the gyms, because the point of the gyms is just to beat the gym leader. It's not to get through all the trainers and the gym leader in one go. And that's not the challenge. The challenge is just to beat the gym leader. Well, the Elite Four, the challenge is to beat all of them in one go, essentially. So it's not something they really address. Not that they really have to address it, I think, but it is a good observation. And most people, even as a kid, will realize that. It's like, well, I'd rather start every battle at full HP. Why wouldn't I? So I'm going to. And this is, like I said, these are the first. The gym layouts and how you navigate the gyms have been relatively unchanged from the original Pokemon. So a lot of them are pretty easy to walk in and out of, save like Sabrina's gym later. But yeah, so they haven't really gotten and made gym challenges or navigating them like a chore to the point where you would actually like think about whether or not you were going to go back and heal. So, did you still? So you had War Turtle at this point, and you still had the Pidgey. You didn't collect any other Pokemon in this area?
No, I mean, like, mainly because, and this does come back to bite me in the ass later, because I have to get 50 items to get or 50 Pokemon to get an item, and I was just only catching the ones that I wanted on my team. Paris, I didn't really want him on my team, but I was like, okay, I'm going to need a grass type or something. And I just thought he was the only one that I could find at the time. And I was like, I don't want a Zubat just because I don't want one. And I don't want a Rattata because I just don't want one. And then, later at the tail end of the game, I'm running around back at these areas trying to catch them, but it's tough because they're, level 4 and I'm level, 40. And
yeah.
I can't fight them to lower their health, so I'm just hoping that the Pokeball stays shut.
Yeah. Yeah, and I was speaking of catching Pokemon, I wanted to touch on something that Jordan said, because Jordan really wanted his Abra. And I believe you caught an Abra, but later. You didn't catch one.
No, I bought an Abra.
Oh, that's right. You went to the game.
I bought him and I named him right off.
Oh, okay. Okay, anyways, but Jordan wanted to catch an Abra, where Abra is like kind of a unique encounter in the sense that he kind of defies what you know to catch Pokemon, because Abra only has teleport, and teleport will end a battle immediately, and also Abra's very quick, so like the only way to catch an Abra is to find one and just chuck a Pokeball at it and hope to God that it'll stay in the Pokeball. But they kind of made it that way because Abra is a really, really good Pokemon. Even in the remake, where in the original psychic types were really overpowered, in the remake psychic types are just really good, essentially, because they've been nerfed and their counters have been strengthened as well. I think that's all I wanted to touch on. Oh, the other thing was that I looked down here at the guidebook, and I was reminded that when you beat this rival, you get an item called the Fame Checker, which is a new item specifically for this game that is completely fucking worthless. But I just wanted to point out that it's just some weird thing that they added, because the Fame Checker, all it does is if you look at it, it'll remind you of the significant characters and people you've interacted with so far on your journey, which isn't really all that important. But it's just this weird item they added in the remake. I don't know what use it has. Maybe there's something secret about it. I don't know. But otherwise, it's just weird thing they added in the remake. It's strange. But anyways, Edwin, how did you fare in Cerulean City?
So trying to get to Mountain Moon, it was like I knew exactly what Pokemon I was going to get through to from Route 3, which was but to get the Nidoran, to get Nidoqueen, because that is like one of my favorite original Pokemon, because it's just a good Pokemon in general, but also very universal in learning moves. So it's like it'll pretty much be just like any move that I'm missing or typing that I'm missing, I'll just give it to Nidoqueen. So she's just really helpful. I just go for Nidoqueen over Nidoking because. Yeah, I was like, well, it's also blue. I was like, I like blue. So, but besides that, I was like, I did pay for the Magikarp with not really the intention of getting a Gyarados, but I thought I'd be able to get a Gyarados like soon-ish to be useful. And I also, in my own head, thinking that it was like, oh, this one is like a unique way to get Magikarp, assuming that because it's unique way of getting it, it was like it'll have like better stats or have like a better chance of just being a higher IV or anything. But it's just like that's just my own mentality. But it's like I didn't really use it that much. I did struggle with Well, by that point, I only had one empty slot because I had both Magikarp and Nidoran on my team. But then I had a little bit of issues going to Mount Moon specifically because I was trying to level out my Pokemon, but the Zubats were a little more annoying than I thought on my team. So I very mistakenly gave Rock Tomb to my Mankey just so he has coverage over flying types and Zubat specifically just for easier training and against just like a counter for Gary's Pidgeotto and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So it's like I just gave Rock Tomb the Mankey. So I eventually got through Mount Moon, making sure that I got out with a Moonstone for Nidoqueen eventually. And then once I got out, I completely ignored the Mega Punch and Mega Kick because I did not care about those. I never used those. And I went into the grass and I surprisingly saw a Sandshrew, but I completely forgot that I was playing LeafGreen, not FireRed. So I forgot that all icons are replaced with Sandshrew. So it was a neat little thing, but I would have used a Sandshrew if I didn't already plan on getting a Nidoqueen. So I think I caught it, but I never used it. And I went to the Pokemon Center and went straight to fight Gary, and just sweeped him because it's just the coverage, and I already knew what he had pretty much.
No, you went to fight me. You're using my name.
Yeah. Well, I went. All right, fine. I went to fight Udon, and then it'll be confusing later on. But
I know. I'm just fucking with you. Don't worry about it.
So I went to fight Udon, and then I sweeped him, and then I went to what is called Nugget Bridge. So here's a little thing that I did. So when Corey mentioned the problematic economy, I was like, I did not have that issue specifically because it's something that I remember reading online in like a Pokemon forum or just a random post. That if you finish Nugget Bridge and then you go to the Team Rocket member at the end, and then you fight him, he'll give you a big nugget first. But if you fight him and you lose the fight, you will spawn back at the Pokemon Center, and then when you go back to fight him, he'll give you another big nugget, and then you fight him again. So if you noticed how silent I was at the Zelda Zelda special podcast that we did, I was silent because I was farming that guy for 50 big nuggets. So I was like, I ended up leaving with like 250,000 Pokedollars by the end of that. I was like that. All that went down the drain and like soon at the casino. So
like, on gambling.
Yeah. Well, I was like, I didn't want to gamble, so like I'm just gonna use this just so I don't have to gamble and waste more time playing like this part of the game. So it's like after that, I just sweeped all the other trainers. I got to Bill. I dealt with his stuff. Then I ran back and got to Misty, and then obviously I don't think that I had an Ivysaur still for some reason. I think it's because I was too busy leveling out all my Pokemon rather than just like making sure they evolve. So I think I still had a Bulbasaur by Misty. And then after that fight, like a short while after, I finally did get Ivysaur. And then I think I gave the TM from the ransacked house from Team Rocket over to my Nidoran. Or I guess, yeah, Nidoran. And then I believe that was it. I was like, so my team at that point was Ivysaur, still a Mankey, the Pidgeotto, the Nidoran, and I think I gave up on Magikarp because I didn't want a Gyarados anymore. So I bought Magikarp and I almost immediately threw him away after I used him as bait for the nugget grinding. He just got beaten down. And that was it.
Well, then he was still useful in a fashion. But actually, you mentioned the money thing again, which I wanted to actually revisit to Corey because I wanted to mention something about that. So when Corey says he had money issues, That is addressed in this game, at least somewhat, because in the original Red and Blue, you were kind of limited on money because once you beat all the trainers in an area, like that was it. That was the money you got. You can't get money any other way unless you had like a Meowth's payday, which is like painfully slow, or the only other way to grind money in the original games was fighting the Elite Four over and over because they were the only trainers you could refight. But you'll have an item later in the that we'll find later in the game that remedies this issue. But that is the whole money problem is something that was remedied in this game, at least by an actual item in means that they had intended, not like the nugget thing, because I didn't know about that.
Well, the funny thing about the nugget thing is that is specific to the remake. That is not something you can do in the original one.
Oh, really?
So
that's strange. So we have a reverse situation. It's a new glitch in the new game. Okay,
like,
that's interesting. Actually,
I just remembered that post. It was like I didn't know it was actually going to work. So it was like when I first did it, that was the only time that I did it. It was like, oh, this is true. I thought they were lying to me.
That's very useful. I might do that again if I ever do that in the future. I might pick up that trick. All right, and for myself, I don't have much to say. Again, I didn't catch any Pokemon. I knew exactly what Misty was going to be like because I was still only using Ivysaur at this point. It was heinously over-leveled. But not only that, since I knew I could skip Misty, I challenged my rival, got through him no problem, got through everything on Nugget Bridge, everything in the routes 3 and 4 up there, or 23 and 24. And got access to the rest of the maps, and we'll touch on this in the future, but long story short, I went past Misty and leveled up my Ivysaur to the point where it was actually a Venusaur and came back and just stomped Misty because at that point my Venusaur was like level 36. And it wasn't even, it was funny because it wasn't even a challenge. But again, it's because I still have not reached a point where I had any access to any Pokemon that I was planning to adding to my team, so on my side of things, it really wasn't that interesting. I just went through, overpowered my Venusaur, and came back and stomped Misty later. So after you help Bill, technically, because once you help Bill is technically your like goalpost moving quest, essentially. But for most intents and purposes, people beat Misty here as well. So we'll just say you beat Misty as well. You go south. Oh, and let's see. Hold on, what does it say about the Cerulean badge? The Cascade badge. Pardon me. You get the Pokemon up to level 30 will obey you. You can use Cut, which is an HM. We'll learn those soon here. And then you get the TM for Water Pulse, which is actually a really good water move. And after that, you go south towards Vermilion City, the name of the city that is the one city in Pokemon that I always forget the name of. I just know it as where Lieutenant Surge is. You go down, and you take a little underground tunnel past the gate to Saffron, because if you try and take the gate to Saffron, the guard who is really bad at his job is just like, I'm thirsty, go away, because that's the logic for some reason. So you can't actually get into Saffron City. And the only other thing of note is that there is the daycare here, which this is the original daycare in the sense that Pokemon breeding was a thing at this point because it was introduced in Ruby and Sapphire, which were the games that came out before FireRed and LeafGreen, which introduced Actually, I strike that. Pokemon breeding was introduced in Gold and Silver. Pardon me. But in the originals, this game only had, and what I mean by that is that you could leave 2 Pokemon at the daycare. And what the daycare is a place where you can leave a Pokemon, and for every step your character takes, your Pokemon in the daycare will gain 1 experience point. And in the original, you can only leave 1 Pokemon at this daycare, which is something that they reintroduced into the remake, unlike the other games where you could leave 2 and they could potentially lay an egg. But we're not going to touch the Pokemon breeding because we really didn't mess with that. And you only unlock in the post-game, which wasn't required for this episode. So, anyways, you can leave a Pokemon here and level them up. That's just the long story short there. And so the only other option is to take this little underground passage. Oh, and there's some grass here, which will introduce you to some new encounters, I believe, in LeafGreen. You can actually, I don't know if you can catch, I don't remember if Meowth is actually an exclusive, but either way, you can get a Meowth here. You go through this underground pass, which will lead you to Vermilion City. What the hell is this? Did it skip that whole place of I guess it's whole place of Moon City, whatever. Or Route 6. Why does it skip Route 6 in here? That's strange, actually, unless that page got ripped out. This is an old book.
That's
All right.
pretty short.
Yeah, it's really short. It's weird because it has a map of every other place but that. That's strange. All right, whatever. You come out on this little route, which, yeah, as Edwin said, it's really short. There's really not anything really of note here. Just a handful of trainers and some grass for more Pokemon catching, potentially. And then you get into Vermilion City, which is where we'll fight Lieutenant Surge. But if you try and go to the gym, for whatever reason, the only way to access it is to cut down a small tree in your path because they want to make this as difficult as possible. I don't know how the infrastructure works in Pokemon, but I don't think this is very efficient. So your two options are, because you help Bill, you can go south to the docks and either go on the SS Anne, which you have access to because of the ticket that Bill gave you, or you can go to the right and you have access to two different areas, which is Diglett's Cave and Route 11. And Route 11, again, not really notable. There's a different encounter table here, so you'll see your first, or not first, but a wild psychic type that's not Abra. Isn't as good as Abra and Kadabra, but you'll see Drowsy, which is also a pretty decent Pokemon. I've used a Hypno before. They're pretty good. But otherwise than that, it's just a handful of trainers and grass, and there is a area to go to Route 12, but you'll be very quickly learn that you're blocked by a fat-ass Snorlax in your way that you cannot pass at this point in the game for any reason, so there's really no point. If you go into that little area between the two, between Route 11 and Route 12, if you go upstairs, you'll find a Professor Oak's assistant, which is, I believe this is the first one you talk to, which these guys will give you really useful items depending on if you caught enough Pokemon, which for me, as I've said, is I had to go back and do kind of like Corey alluded to earlier. He had to do it. I had to do it. But if you catch 30 Pokemon at this point, you'll get the item finder, which personally I never use, but it's a item that lets you find hidden items, which is basically just items that are in the overworld but don't have a sprite and you can't see them. But then if you go in Diglett's Cave, shocker, the Diglett's Cave is full of Diglett and occasionally a Dugtrio. And well, actually, this is the way you get back to near Pewter City, but in order to really get back there, you're also blocked by a couple trees and stuff that are in your way that you can't do anything about right now. So you can either go train on Route 11 or go south to the SS Anne. And when you get into the SS Anne, it's a cruise ship, and you can go around getting a few items, rest, brick break, a couple TMs, some berries, and berries are a new thing in this game, because I don't believe berries were a thing in the first gen, but they're just consumable hell items, usually curing a status effect or healing you or something. So a couple potions here and there, plenty of trainers to battle as you barge into their cabin rooms and demand to fight them and take all their money. But eventually you will go to the upper decks where you'll have your second, very quickly after the first one, required rival fight. And again, his Pokemon have upgraded. His Pidgeotto is level 19. His Kadabra, he now has a Kadabra from an Abra, because originally he had an Abra and his Abra was useless because it only knew Teleport and was literally just a free kill. But now he has a Kadabra, which is much scarier. And then he has a level 16 Raticate, and now his Pokemon is level 20 of whatever the opposite of one of yours is, and it is evolved. So it's a significantly harder fight. I believe people have a lot of difficulty with this one mostly. But you have to beat him, because after you beat him, you gain access to the captain's cabin, where he's vomiting into a bucket, and you rub his back, and he's like, "Hey man, thanks." And you're like, "That was gross." And he's like, "Here, have an HM," which is like a TM, which, by the way, TM stands for technical machine. HM stands for hidden machine. Hidden machines don't break when you use them, and they contain moves that help you navigate the overworld. So he gives you Cut. And if you beat Misty at this point, you can use the Cut outside of battle, which a lot of Pokemon can learn it. I taught it to my Venusaur at this point, because it's also it's an alright normal type move to keep as just like a neutral attacking option. But you have the Cut, which will cut down those little trees that have been annoying you at this point. So now you have options. Your options are either go to Lieutenant Surge and cut down the little tree to fight Lieutenant Surge, which is the next gym leader who specializes in electric-type Pokemon. Or you can go north back up to Cerulean City and head right to cut down a tree there and head that way and actually go into, I believe it's called Rock Tunnel. Like the game's goalposts at this point, once you get Cut, is like expanded immensely to the point I can't even really tell you where the barrier is. I think it's the Snorlaxes now, which is a lot. But anyways, and you can even go back to Pewter City at this point if you go through Diglett's Cave and cut your way back there if you need to go back there for whatever reason. So we'll go back to Lieutenant Surge right quick and finish up in Vermilion City. So Lieutenant Surge, as a whole, might give a lot of people trouble because at this point, while the Bulbasaur users don't have an advantage, Venusaur is resistant to electric-type moves. And unless you get a Sandshrew in LeafGreen, your only option for a ground-type move, because an electric Pokemon's only weakness is ground-type moves, your only option is Diglett and Dugtrio in Diglett's Cave, which is kind of half the reason that cave even exists over there, is to give you something to use against Lieutenant Surge. And even then, if you get a Sandshrew, Sandshrew does not learn a lot of ground-type moves. He's kind of a crappy ground-type. All the good ground-type moves he can learn, you have to get a TM for it. But anyways, let's see. He has a Voltorb at level 21, a Pikachu at level 18, and then a Raichu at level 24, and that Raichu is a fucking beast. He can really potentially fuck you up. His Pokemon are really good. Voltorb knows Sonic Boom, and I believe it can self-destruct, which is just a problem. Pikachu and Raichu are really fast and really powerful, but mainly people remember this for the shitty gym challenge of clicking random trash cans and hoping to God you press the right button twice in a row. And as far as I know, doing this is complete RNG. There is no trick to this. If there is, I do not know it. And last time I checked, it's complete randomness, and getting through it's just a matter of luck. And then when he'll give you the Thunder Badge and increases the speed of all your Pokemon, unless you use Fly outside of battle, and he gives you Shockwave, which is a pretty decent electric-type move that never misses. Outside of that, I wanted to touch on a couple things that are extra in this town, which are optional, but I feel like a lot of people do anyways. This is where you get the Old Rod by talking to a guy in town, which the Old Rod is just a really shitty fishing rod, which is only catches Magikarp, but this is your first fishing rod that you get in the game where you can get a Magikarp. You can go to the Pokemon Fan Club, where if you just talk to the guy, he'll gush over Rapidash and then give you a bike voucher, which if you looked at the bike shop back in Cerulean City, you'll realize a bike costs 1,000,000 Pokédollars, which you can't even have. So he'll give you a bike voucher so you can actually get a bike, which is a better version of the running shoes, that lets you go even faster. But is not required, and you don't need to get it. Let's see.
It's kind of required.
It's not really. It just lets you go faster. It's not like Ruby and Sapphire where you actually have specific obstacles to overcome with the bike.
Well, it's like later on, there's like a whole route that you can only traverse on a bike.
You know what? Yeah, you're right. You caught me. Yes, it is required. Technically speaking, yes, you are correct. Technically speaking, you can play the entire game without ever touching that route, I believe. Yeah. But yeah, to get onto the bike path, you do need it. You are correct. Yep, you caught me. So here's the thing I was just referring to. So a young woman in the Pokemon Center will hand you a Versus Seeker if you speak to her. This is probably one of the best additions in the remake of FireRed and LeafGreen is this item, the Versus Seeker. So you charge it with 50 steps, which is nothing. But if you use it, any trainers on screen will potentially want to fight you again. And which means you can repeat Pokemon fights with just about any NPC trainer in the game. Which means they'll give you more cash, which means there's infinite cash flow, and trainers are just generally better to fight for experience points to train on, and you can choose who you're fighting, so you know what their team is like, and usually their team is even a little bit stronger the next time you fight them, but it does have a cap. They're not going to keep like getting stronger and stronger and stronger or anything. But this is one of the best items they introduced in this game, and they carry this item, I believe, into a lot of future entries, and I don't actually know if it's in the really modern ones, but I do know in like, or at least there's a different iteration of this item. But anyways, the Versus Seeker is one of the best additions they made to this game. They fixed the no money problem, and it makes grinding for experience a lot easier. Let's see. I think we will stop there because that is quite a bit, because then after this, like I said, this is we're going by what most people will do, even though at this point the game is really open at this point. So Jordan, after you finally struggled over Misty, how was your experience with Lieutenant Surge and Vermilion City and all that, and your rival fight on the cruise ship?
Well, that was my thing, so that's what I kind of like was talking about. I recall doing the SS, that ship deal, because of the fact that Misty gave me such a goddamn headache that I think I believe I did like half that boat and then came back to fight her because it was so annoying. So I literally just went right back after I beat her, cleared out the rest of that ship basically. For some reason, after everybody was basically a tank at this point because it required so much power leveling to get them to be where they were. So I had, I believe, I can't remember what's the second form of Oddish.
Gloom.
Okay, so I had a Gloom, I had a Kadabra, I had, I think I still had Mankey. I did not do much. I believe I had given the Jigglypuff to the person that can raise your Pokemon. I basically tried to find a loophole in the system to tell my daughter that she's being well taken care of and I can move on and get myself something that I want. So I literally had gotten a pretty strong team. I believe I had a Charizard at this point. And so I had gone through that entire boat, and yes, I fought the rival guy, I smoked his ass, and then moved on about to where I had gone through that stupid Diglett cave. I did not know anything about the repellent? Whatever? I can't. Repel. I didn't know anything about that until literally way down later in the game. I knew nothing about it, so I was dealing with the stupidity of that amongst all things with just the constant running into a fucking Diglett, and I just get tired of it. So I just get bored and start running away every time because it was taking more time to do it. So anyway, I got to Lieutenant Surge and his deal. I had my Kadabra. I believe I knew Confusion. It wasn't Confusion. It was something else he knew. But it was a psychic attack, so I used both my Butterfree, who used Confusion, and then I used my Kadabra basically to walk through the entirety of that.
I believe your Kadabra knew Psywave.
Yeah, I believe it was Psywave. So I used all that on those guys, and yes, it was that stupid fucking random set of buttons that you had to push to get to him, and that's when I was looking online, and I believe it was that it is random. It's random luck. There is no sequence to it. You're just lucky if you get it, and I finally, after, I don't know, maybe 50 attempts, possibly. I don't know. It was enough. And then I went through there, and by the time I encountered him, it was basically a walkthrough. It was kind of cool to see what the Raichu was capable of, but again, all my Pokemon they're in their high 30s at this point, so I was pretty capable at that point in time when I fought them, and then basically just continued my way up through the next path.
Okay, and not Psywave, Psybeam. Psywave is a similar move, but it was put in the game later, but Psybeam. All right, yeah, because I know you didn't really have that much issue with Surge himself. It was more just the buttons. I distinctly remember what parts you had trouble with. I was there for most of it. Yeah, so not too much of note. One thing I forgot to mention, that this is the point in the game. I think this is the first point in the game you're introduced to in-game trades. So you can trade with regular people, obviously. Real people trade your Pokemon whenever, but there's a couple in-game trades and a couple in-game trades that give you Pokemon the only way is to do those trades. A few of them being Mr. Mime, Vermilion City specifically, you get a Farfetch'd, and you can trade like Nidorans later, and just a couple like other times of those, but not required. Technically required to complete the Pokedex, but just another little thing. So even people who have no friends can experience the joy of trading. So, Corey, how did you find Lieutenant Surge and the SS Anne?
So the boat was fun. I mean, I used that primarily for power leveling, and I did trade the Spearow for the Farfetch'd. I specifically wanted a Farfetch'd to my team because my dad played Pokemon White with a level 99 Farfetch'd as his main, and I just thought that was pretty impressive, so I tried to also maintain a Farfetch'd, and I made it my HM slave anyways, but I eventually benched him way late in the game, but he did pretty well. I was sad I didn't get to name him because I was naming all of my Pokemon weird things, so his name was Chiding when I got him. I went to the Diglett cave because I didn't have I just basically tossed the Parasis aside, and I was like, okay, he's electric. I got a Gyarados at this time, and I have my War Turtle, and he's electric, so I know that this is going to be rough. And so I went and got a Diglett from the cave, and I also went and got a Drowsy, and I named him DeVito, because I also I was like, he could be played by Danny DeVito, but I was also saying that he kind of looks like an old man who pooped himself because of the like color scheme. But I brought them into the battle. Yeah, I brought them into the battle, and kind of like it wasn't really a struggle. He wasn't that bad, and it was kind of like a weird annoyance of like this semblance of a puzzle they have in this gym because like Brock, you kind of just walk up and go, "Hey, man," and then Misty's is also kind of like a walk up, but there's a couple people standing like on the way to her. But his is this like you'll never get to him unless you know how to do this, and it's like what open a door, okay. But the boat I used to level up my Magikarp, and that in this game in particular requires you to throw out your Pokemon in the very beginning and then swap it with your other ones because there isn't any shared experience across the party. So when you're trying to level up your team, it is kind of tedious, but like I knew that going into this anyways. So like I would always have whatever my stupid weak Pokemon was to just chuck him out there whenever I fought anything. I'd be like, all right, get in, get out of there. You're not going to hurt him anyways. And then put like my War Turtle or later Blastoise in. But I didn't. It was a good place to start leveling up because I'm doing the bare minimum. And when I got to Dipshit, I kind of beat him. I didn't have my Kadabra at the time because we haven't gone to the casino, but he wasn't terribly hard, but he was definitely harder than Surge was for me.
Oh, so, okay. So you found more trouble with the rival than Surge, then? Yeah.
Yeah, because I just caught all these like random Pokemon that are around the average level of that location, and so I was just primarily powering up to try to get a Gyarados, in which I had one by the time I got to the rival, but most of the other Pokemon were like mid-teens, I guess.
Uh-huh. All right, Edwin. How did you fare with the SSN and Surge?
So I think after Misty, I went back to go get an Abra because I almost forgot that I was like, I at least need one Psychic type. So for like the coming gyms, so I went down to the SSN, and it took me a little bit. I think I stopped halfway, and then I came back to the game. I was like pretty much beat everyone and the entire boat. Then I smoked Udon again. And then I got the HM cut, which is funny because I think I did the exact same thing, and I also gave cut to my Ivysaur, and then I already gave dig to my now Nidorina, or I evolved it to Nidorina, and then because Nidorina is not ground type, I evolved it to Nidoqueen, so it is ground type because I knew the Raichu was going to be a problem. And I'm surprised that you guys had issues with the puzzle thing because I always did the exact same thing is when I find the first button, I save and then save scum to find the next one. But it's like I try and find the first button in like a corner or an endpoint so that way there's less than 4. I think if you're on one side, you have a possible chance of 3, and if you're in a corner, it's just a possibility of 2, so it's like 50-50. But it's like if you're safe scumming, it doesn't matter because it's going to be one of those 3 when you come back. So it just save and load until you find the second button around the first one. Because one of them says that the second button's going to be adjacent to to the first button. So it's just save and then find whichever one was the second one next to the first one. And then after that, I tried to make sure that my entire team fights in a gym. I don't try and solo with one Pokemon because then the experience just get flooded into one. So I saved Nidorina specifically for Raichu, and then it's Dig. So it was definitely going to kill it. And then I was questioning if I should try and get Mr. Mine as opposed to a Kadabra, but it was like I didn't want to try and catch whatever Pokemon you need for it, so I just stuck with Abra because I already had it.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then after that, it was like I didn't catch any Diglets, I didn't catch anything else, so it was just an Abra that was out of my team, and that was going to be my team for a while.
Alrighty then. And again, my experience, I had actually foregone Misty and came down here and did Surge. I actually beat Surge before I beat Misty, and just fought everything I possibly could with my Venusaur until he was like level 36, went back and stomped Misty again. Nothing crazy on my part because how over leveled my Venusaur was, like it was like type advantages and everything just meant nothing to me, so just plowing through the entire thing. Trust me, my playthrough gets a bit more interesting later on, but all this early stuff I was just kind of blowing through because I was just trying to get to the area that I knew that had the Pokemon that I wanted to add to my team. So I didn't really have a lot to say here. Anyways, so typically after this, after you completed everything in Vermilion City, you would go back to Cerulean City, and now you can go to the right of the city and go to Route 9 and 10. Because you can cut down another small tree blocking your way there. More trainers, no big deal. Oh, wait, yes. At this point, I was able to catch the first Pokemon I added to my team, but I'll get to that when I come around to my point. Anyways, because there's a new encounter table here. So you go to the right here, and then you go down. There's another Pokemon Center in the middle of nowhere before you go into the next, much worse dungeon cave, essentially. Rock Tunnel. This one being a lot worse because now your line of sight is heavily restricted unless you have the move Flash to lighten everything up, which Flash in battle is a horrible move. I mean, accuracy reduction is great and all, but but you have to, I believe you get it from another Professor Oak's aid, I believe, or something like that. I'm trying to actually find where you find it in the guidebook. I'm having a hard time, and I don't want to sit here and just have you all wait.
I think you find Flash in like either the same house or the house like right below. I think you need cut to get to it. It's like either the house that you can get Mr. Mime or like the other random house past that.
Yes, you're right. So the other side of Diglett's Cave by Pewter City. All right, so yeah, you have access to Flash, but again, I don't really have an issue with that, but it is very helpful for people who don't know the layout of Rock Tunnel because it's even more confusing IMO than the Mount Moon is because there's a lot more ways to just run into dead ends and stuff. And there's trainers everywhere in here. Not a great encounter table. It's slightly different than Mount Moon, but it's almost worse, IMO. But you just have to get through here, and on the other side of Rock Tunnel, you will be in Lavender Town, the famous Lavender Town, because creepypasta. But we're not getting into that. And in Lavender Town, when you first get there, is actually pretty boring. There's not a whole lot you can do there. It's definitely a place that you come back to later. The only NPC of note right now is the Name Raider, which just lets you change your nicknames of your Pokemon. And you can enter the Pokemon Tower, which again is like one of the few times like Pokemon like acknowledges death being a thing in its universe. And while you can't scale it fully, because eventually, even if you can get past all the ghost types, which I believe in the first iteration of the game in Red and Blue, you couldn't encounter any Pokemon because they would all be shrouded by a ghost sprite, and you actually couldn't encounter them because you'd be too scared to run away. I don't remember if that's the case in this game. I just don't ever go in here unless I have the item you need to get to the end of it anyways, but even if you could, you can't get past basically a mini-boss, and you need to come back with a different item later to finish the Pokemon Tower. But you can... Oh, go ahead.
So it's like, so you can encounter Pokemon there, but it just remains a haze, and you can't identify the Pokemon. But your Pokemon is too scared to fight, and you can't throw a Pokeball to catch it because you don't know what it is. So it's pretty much you get into a fight, but you literally can't do anything.
Yeah. And eventually you'll get to a stairs that you can't pass without identifying a ghost.
Yeah.
But you can fight another required rival battle because he's required to scale the tower. His team has changed a little bit and actually changes more depending on your starter choice. He has gotten rid of his Raticate. He now has a level 25 Pidgeotto, a level 20 Kadabra, And depending on who you started with, if you started with Bulbasaur, he has a Charmeleon, and he has a level 25 Charmeleon, level 23 Execute, and a level 22 Gyarados. If you started with Charmander, he has a level 25 Wartortle, level 23 Growlithe, and a level 22 Execute. And if you started with Squirtle, he has level 25 Ivysaur, level 23 Gyarados, and a level 22 Growlithe. So your choice of starter actually has more impact on your rival's team than just the starter later on in the game. And this one's a bit easier, I think, because at this point his levels haven't increased that much, just the layout of his team. So it's not that big of a deal. Either way, you can't do much in Lavender Town. And if you go south to Route 12, you'll run into a bunch of docks and a bunch of people to fight, but eventually you're going to get stopped by a Snorlax again, so there's not a whole lot to do down there. So you'll go to the left of Lavender Town to Route 7 and 8, which, again, plenty of trainers to fight. None of them particularly hard. The grass has a different encounter table. Again, we have a difference in the type of game between FireRed and LeafGreen. In LeafGreen, we have Vulpix, and in FireRed, you guys have Growlithe, which both of them are fan favorite Pokemon. And I remember Jordan being very disappointed he could not get a Vulpix as he was playing FireRed. So going that way, again, you're stopped from going to Saffron City because all the guards are very thirsty and don't want to do their jobs today. And you can go to another underground passage, which will lead you to Celadon City on the opposite side of Saffron from Lavender Town. And in Celadon City, it's the biggest city in the game, with a huge department store, lots of houses, only a few of them you can walk into, obviously. The Rocket Game Corner, a gym, and it has a whole dungeon within the game corner. Like, there's a lot going on in this town. So in Celadon City, we'll start with the department store, which is actually a pretty important store for a lot of things. Because here you can buy a couple useful TMs, bunch of items, bunch of evolutionary stones for all the Pokemon that need them. So you can get infinite fire, leaf, thunder, and water stones. And a bunch of other really useful items like cheaper healing items and calcium, iron, carbos, protein, HP up, zinc, stuff that increases Pokemon stats. All sorts of good stuff. So it's a place you'll probably end up visiting at least once for like a unique item that only it has. And then secondly, we have the Game Corner, which was relatively unchanged from the first iteration. It was slots in the first game, and now it's slots again. Ironically, one of the things that I do believe this was the last game that actually had gambling in Pokemon, because everyone started cracking down really hard on that on games for some fucking reason. But I think this was the last game that just had slots as like a little mini game you can do, which is a shame because I kind of liked it. I think a lot of people liked it. And with the slots themselves are actually really important because they actually lock all the really best TMs behind it, and certain Pokemon are even locked behind the Game Corner, which you can either, technically speaking, it's actually more doable just to farm money and buy coins rather than actually playing the slot machine, but I really wanted a certain thing, and I subjected myself to torture, but we'll get to that. Let's see. Bunch of random items and stuff. We're not going to go into that, though. So here, when you go into a big hotel building, you'll meet a sweet grandma eventually, and she'll give you the tea item, which this is the thing you have to give the guards in order to access Saffron City arbitrarily. I don't remember if the tea was an actual item in the first game. I think you just had to buy a fresh water or lemonade or something like that. I don't know. I don't remember. Yeah, so yeah, that's a different. For whatever reason, the tea is like a key item in this game. It's strange. So in that same building, if you go around the back of it, which is the only thing stopping you, I believe, is a cut. Actually, there's not even a cut down tree. But you can access one of the buildings from the back, and if you go all the way to the top, there's a guy at the top that will give you an Eevee, which is the only Eevee in the game. You can't catch them, and everyone loves Eevee. Everyone loves the Eeveelution, so it's just a neat Pokemon to have access to. And then finally, there's the... I'll go back to we won't go into it, but you can access the Team Rocket hideout, which is actually hidden underneath the Game Corner, which is its own whole little dungeon full of Team Rocket dudes because the Mafia is controlling the slot machines. and you fight your way through that. And at the end of it, you'll fight Giovanni. There's a bunch of stuff in here, mainly just fighting a bunch of rocket grunts, the moving tile puzzles, which I don't think anyone really likes because they're really annoying. Couple items in here, and this is actually where you get the Sliff scope, which allows you to go back and identify those ghosts in Lavender Tower, but we'll leave that for now and go back to Erica, who's the gym leader here, which is only blocked by a cuttable tree. And Erica, unfortunately for her, grass type is probably one of the easiest things to counter in this game. It has a lot of weaknesses, and by this point in the game, especially right outside, you have access to a fire type Pokemon, both of them really good. So at this point, Erica's probably going to be a walk in the park for most people, unless you just have a team comp that's like really not okay with grass types for some reason. But she has a level 29 Victory Bell, a level 24 Tangela, and a level 29 Vileplume. And she has 2 third stage Pokemon, which are really good, but unfortunately, like I said, there's a lot of things that can help you here. From flying types being good against grass types, fire types being good against grass types, and then both of her better Pokemon, Victory Bell and Vileplume, are both half poison, which means Psychic type also works on them. And then you wouldn't really have access to it, but Ice technically works, but there's no way you have access to Ice type at this point in the game unless you really go around your way to get Ice Beam, but that's not the point. Let's see. Once you get her, Pokemon up to level 50 will obey you. You can use Strength outside of battle, and you get Giga Drain, which is a pretty decent Grass-type move as a TM. The problem with her is that grass types don't usually do a whole lot of straight up damage. They have a lot of powder moves, so she likes inflicting statuses against you, which can complicate the fight. But like I said, ultimately, I feel like a lot of people have access to good Pokemon at this point to easily fight her. Let's see, where should we go next? I guess the logical thing past this, since you have the Sliff scope, because technically you could keep going to the. It's hard, but I guess this is the point of having the guidebook because of all the choices we have, right? So we're just going to go with the guidebook on this one. The next of the guidebook has past Celadon City is actually Saffron City, which you have access to by getting the T in Celadon City. And now you can go into Saffron City, which is being taken over by Team Rocket for some reason. And because there's no police force in the games, the Mafia just controls everything without even having to try. And your options in Saffron City, there's a lot of things to do, all of it battling mainly. There's not a lot of like utility things here, but you can. There's a gym. There's the Slifco, and let's see. I'm going to complete the Slifco Rampage. Can we go into Slifco immediately? Oh no, you have to beat the game corner before you go into Slifco. So yeah, this is kind of logical. So after you do the game corner, because if you go in here beforehand, there's the big building called Slifco in the middle that the Team Rocket Grunt will be guarding, but you have to go beat the game corner Rocket hideout in order for that guy to move. And you have to go in there. It's another big Team Rocket dungeon. There's not much to be said about it. The gimmick here is that there's a bunch of teleporting pads that'll lead you up and all over the place. Not a whole lot there. And then eventually you'll get to the end where you fight Giovanni again, and he gives you a Master Ball, which is the only Pokeball in the game, though you get one of them that can catch any Pokemon without fail. And then in here again, you're going to fight another rival battle. These levels are drastically inflated, so I honestly don't think we should logically go here next. But when I'm talking about this, we'll have everyone say what they actually did after Erica. But anyways, rival fight in there. They're like his Pokemon are like level 37, 35, coming off the backs of the last time you fought him back here. They're only like level mid 20s. They've all gained like 10 levels at this point. Required to fight him. His Pokemon is in its third stage, so he has Charizard, Blastoise, and Venusaur. He has Gyarados and Growlithe and Execute Out. He has an Alakazam now, which is really scary. Let's see, you fight him, do the Slifco, and then the only other thing to do once you do Slifco, the gym leader opens up, because now you have a lot of options for gym leaders in this game, but now we have Sabrina, which is the Psychic-type gym leader, which is probably in the running for one of the most difficult gym leaders in the game because of how powerful Psychic types are. She has a level 38 Kadabra, a level 37 Mr. Mime, a level 37 Venomoth, which isn't a Psychic type, a level 43 Alakazam, and the Alakazam's the scariest thing. And there's not a lot of things that are really good against Psychic types. I believe I'm also running my mouth because I know I'm jumping into a whole nother gym battle, so I think I'm getting too far ahead of myself. So I'm going to go ahead and stop that before we'll get into Sabrina. So uh, after we go from Celadon to Rock Tunnel, into Lavender Town, and into Celadon City, we'll stop at that. I just realized how much I've been running my mouth. I apologize. I didn't mean to lay all that groundwork. Yeah, so past Lieutenant Surge, going into Rock Tunnel, going into Lavender Town, and going into Celadon City. How was your experience, Jordan?
For me, I had again walked through this. The rock tunnel thing was annoying because I did not get flash. I forgot where to get it at, so I just went through there. Just kept trying to find my way after constantly having those random occurrence battles, and then of course running into random trainers along the way. Didn't have much trouble. It was basically just the time consuming of just trying to find my way through that damn thing, and then eventually getting to Lavender Town. And then this is kind of where I remembered that you had that tower, that ghost tower that you could go into and try to get through all those ghastlies and stuff like that. I ran into that point till I got to the very top, until I finally ran into that last ghost that obviously would not let you continue because you got scared or whatever, so you needed the oscilloscope to find out what it was. I could not find it. I went through into the next area, and that's when I was running through that whole spot. In this one, the other area that you're going into, is this also the place where you can fight that one guy, that like karate master guy that gives you the Hitmonlee or the Hitmonchan, or is that somewhere else?
So that is Saffron, and like I said, we're going to just cut Saffron out from memory right now. We'll hit that in the next chunk because I went way too far.
Okay.
I apologize, but yeah.
Okay, so before that, I had gone to fight Erica because I was just like, okay, I think it has something to do with this other area, so I'm going to just go ahead and leave that place alone. And then that's when I went to go fight Erica. That fight, I don't know how fast it was over. It was too fast. I knew flamethrower at this point, and I just torched everything to hell, and then rocked right back out of that shit. I think the only Pokemon I did use through the entirety of that whole thing was just Charizard. I didn't even use anything else, so no other Pokemon got any level ups besides Charizard. And then that's kind of where I was getting that, I guess, in kind of a battle with my daughter, because that was her Pokemon. She said that Charizard was hers, she said Charmander was hers from out the beginning, because she kept, making fun of my Butterfree, like, look at that stupid little thing or something, it was not like that. It was childish, 7-year-old kind of talk humor, but,
She was making fun of Butterfree, but she loved Jigglypuff.
Well, no, that was my other one. So Maggie, my other one likes Jigglypuff. My other one wanted Charmander for herself, and so I was like, okay, I'll take Butterfree, because that's the one I usually was doing real well with, that I remember. Because again, there were some things along this game that I just, either it was added in or it was there, but I just couldn't recall it. So I was like, yeah, Butterfree, that was the one I was doing well with, and so pushing alongside with that. This was the funny part for me, was that I could not find the Team Rocket stuff, and this is kind of where I ended up skipping things, because I could not find the oscilloscope, and then that's kind of where I traversed into the other area where I got to the Karate Master stuff, because I never fought Sabrina. I literally fought Sabrina afterwards, like way later in the game, which was funny. I was like, oh shit, that's what I was supposed to do after I was, somewhere else, and I ended up going online to figure out what the hell was I doing wrong, and found out I entirely skipped Sabrina and had to go back to fight her because it was.
It's funny that you can't do that.
Yeah, but that's pretty much what I had. I had gone through with it. Everybody was getting power leveled like crazy. I had very powerful Pokemon at this point, and I did not see any trouble along the way. It was just trying to figure out where the oscilloscope was, and then eventually forgetting about it, and then pushing on forward to other gym leaders.
All right, so fairly easy, especially with Erica, because like I said, hello, Jordan has Charizard. He's not going to have any issue with Erica. She's not even having a chance to fight back, really. Now you fought the rival in the Pokemon Tower. Did you have any trouble with him or no?
No. Again, that's where every time I run into the rival, I would switch out to Kadabra, and then until he brought out his following same Pokemon, and then I would just bring out my Pikachu, or I believe it was Vileplume at this point. and I would just fight them with that all the time, and then eventually either use sleeping powder or just some crazy move that I had. I can't remember, but that was basically it. That if I knew that he was bringing out a psychic, I'd take my psychic out and put something else in there, and eventually kill it anyways.
Okay. All right, Corey. How did you fare going from Rock Tunnel to Lavender Town to Celadon City?
So I also did not get Flash and just kind of struggle bust the damn cave. But I basically was just hugging the wall and guessing. Also running into every trainer in there because I can't see them either. So it would just be like step, step, step. Hey, let's battle. I'm like, oh god, okay. But once I got out of the tunnel, it wasn't that bad. I didn't even realize that I needed a special item for the tower. I kind of just didn't go in there, and I immediately like ran off because I walked around in there and I was like, I don't see a gym or anything, and so I just left, and I went to where Erica is, and this is kind of like where I started to break the game because it not necessarily like a glitch or anything, but I bought an Abra here. I named him right off, and he became like my golden Pokemon. And it was nice because I just power leveled him up through the Rocket Hideout. The Rocket Hideout's kind of an interesting dungeon because, I mean, visually appealing after being in the caves and stuff like that. You're just kind of wandering around, and it's a pretty good layout, so it's not like just empty rooms. There's, the moving arrow puzzle things, and it feels more like a dungeon than any of the other ones in the past. So by the time I actually, I got the scope, I beat Erica. I didn't have any fire type Pokemon, but I did have my Abra, and at this point I would have just kind of brooded her Pokemon because I'm a little stronger than what she is, even though the typing wasn't the greatest. But I would have had a Blastoise bite this time too, and Gyarados, and I just had them biting everything. And then I was trying to get Abra up to, Kadabra, and I don't get an Alakazam in the end because I didn't trade it. But I beat her. I beat the dungeon or the rocket tower thing. I get the Silph Scope. Then I go back to the tower and smoked my rival because I feel like I just was way stronger than him at the time, considering his lineup was like a little Growlithe. For me, he had a Ivysaur, which I already have a Blastoise. His Pidgeotto didn't really he had a Kadabra, but it didn't matter because I Dark Move. I just kept biting everything, and I did this for a while. It was just use bite, use bite, use bite, and I beat trainers this way, and I got through a lot of the gyms this way too. But basically, just struggle busing because I don't have Flash. And then just beelined it over to the Rocket place just to get the Abra, and then but I was doing this unknowingly instead of going into the tower and finding out I need an item. I just kind of ended up with it.
And which is perfectly viable because, I mean, you're not really directed to the tower other than just out of curiosity at first because it's like a really big-ass tower that you haven't seen in the game yet, which you're full liberty to ignore. There's no reason you wouldn't. And power leveling an Abra through the Rocket Hideout is really easy because a lot of stuff is half poison, which Psychic is good against. And like I said, you can use Psychic with Erica because their two best Pokemon are half poison. And using Kadabra on it is really, really good because Kadabra is really, really strong. And yes, unfortunately, then you and Jordan had the problem is that you could not trade Pokemon, so you were stuck with Kadabra the entire game, despite Alakazam being way better, which is unfortunate. But such is life in single player, no friends Pokemon. Unless you fork over for an additional Game Boy and cartridge and a trade cord.
Yeah.
So yeah, even though you started out with Blastoise, you had so many options at this point that it really Erica's not really an issue, and it sounds like you blasted through the rival without any issue, because again, mid-game rival, really not that big of a deal. In fact, most rival fights aren't really going to be too much of a deal, because at this point the player has access to a lot of different kinds of Pokemon and a lot of ways to grind them. So up until the Elite Four, the rival isn't really probably going to give you too much trouble for the rest of the game. In fact, I think after Slivko, which we'll talk about next, I don't think he even shows up in the game for like a long time until you actually get to the Elite Four. But yeah, so Edwin, Rock Tunnel, Lavender Town, into Celadon City. Did you have any troubles running anything unusual?
So I remembered about where Flash was, and then I went to go and get it, despite not wanting to go through Diglett Tunnel again, and then realizing that I didn't want to teach it to any of my Pokemon, so I went to go catch a Meowth and then just use it for this one part, just so it can light up the cave, and then just bench it forever. So after getting through that cave, I went to Lavender Town. I already knew that I couldn't scale Lavender Tower yet, so I just completely ignored it and went for the other town. And then beating all the stuff there, I forgot again that I was playing LeafGreen, not FireRed. So I was expecting a Growlithe, and instead I got a Vulpix. And this is probably where I wasted the most amount of time, because I started questioning what my team was going to be. I wanted to have a Vulpix, and then I was going to use the EV to turn into a Jolteon, so I have a fast electric user. But I questioned what like Vulpix's usability, and I was heavily disappointed, because apparently Vulpix can only learn like 2 or 3 psychic moves, toxic, and then only fire and normal moves, and I was disgusted. So instead, I decided to just add Jolteon and forget Vulpix, and I wasted a bunch of money on the casino and bought Shadow Ball, Thunderbolt, Flamethrower, and like a few held items. And then and since I tossed Vulpix, I did train the Vulpix and I made my team, and then I regretted my decision and then started back 2 hours. So then I forgot Vulpix, and then instead of giving the Vulpix Flamethrower, I gave it to Nidoqueen for the purpose of the coverage, which was the whole reason why I got him. And then I got the Jolteon, then I went through the Team Rocket hideout, making sure to try and level up the Jolteon, because the only dark move that I had on my team was just Bite between Jolteon and Nidoqueen. So they were literally my only survival against Psychic types. And then after the hideout, I beat Erica. Nidoqueen didn't have any problem, because despite being ground, it was also poison. So the grass didn't really matter, and it also had Flamethrower, so nothing would survive regardless. And then I went back to Lavender Town, ignoring Silphco, the karate gym, and all that. And then I just scaled the Lavender Tower, and then I didn't really have any trouble fighting the rival. And then I just got the flute. And then, nice. Well, also after that, I planned a little bit ahead, because I did find out where to get a Staryu, because that was the decision I was going to make. I was going to replace my Kadabra with Starmie. So I was like, that's why I wanted to scale Lavender Tower, so I can go and get the flute, so I can get Starmie. Because first I needed to get the Super Rod to get it.
It's funny that Kadabra's so fucking useful that 3 of the 4 people here used it, at least in part. It sounds like you value coverage a lot when it comes to your Pokemon teams, because I looked at Ninetales' moveset, and we'll get to what I'm talking about later, but Ninetales has access to a lot of really nasty status condition moves, and I really like Ninetales, but I also get the usefulness of having a Pokemon that can learn a ton of different typage of moves, because like I said, Edwin forgone the stab bonus of using Flamethrower for Nidoqueen to use it, but Nidoqueen can learn so many different kinds of moves. He wanted Nidoqueen to have just like a ton of coverage, because on a different game I had a Tauros with the same thing. It's like, so I'm having an electric type, I just have a Tauros with Thunder. It's like, that's what I used.
My team was designed specifically to cover the Elite Four, not the gym specifically. because I knew they wouldn't be as much of a problem as the Elite Four would be.
Yeah, and we'll get to that in a while, but because we're about at least a quarter way through the game at this point. But on my end, this is where my tale becomes a bit more interesting because, as I alluded to when I was first talking about this, I actually had access to a good chunk of Pokemon that I wanted to add to my team this time around. The first one being the grass just north of Rock Tunnel. You're able to catch a Voltorb. I have never used a Voltorb before, and I wanted to use a Voltorb. And Voltorb's an electric-type Pokemon. I caught one. I named him Tesla. And he was my electric type for the whole game, and surprisingly way more fun to use than I thought because Electrodes, while not having the greatest attack stat, are incredibly fast, and Explosion is hilarious. Self-destruct is just a meme move, but it's fucking hilarious. It's just a complete, just like, you know what, fuck you, we both lose. So I got Voltorb. Rock Tunnel didn't bother me. I've gone through it so many times. I also forewent getting Flash and just felt it out. Got to Lavender Town. I literally just made a pit stop to kick Edwin's ass really quick, and then left the tower. And I wanted to get a Vulpix, so I got a Vulpix. I haven't used a Vulpix before. And where Edwin's disgusted by Vulpix, I really like Vulpix, especially in a Ninetales, because, well, I didn't really care much about coverage. I just wanted a fire type, and so my Ninetales ended up having Flamethrower, Will-O-Wisp, which is an amazing status move, 100% accuracy, inflicts a burn, and burn reduces their attack by half, and Confuse Ray, which is 100% accurate, and I, honest to God, kind of forgot what my last move on my Ninetales was, but I think it might have been Shadow Ball, because it can learn Shadow Ball, and that's a really useful move. But anyway, so I got my Vulpix and named her Tamamo. And again, for all my Fate people, they're just all references to Fate, which is in goes hand in hand with being either references to mythological or historical figures. Tesla's easy, duh. But so I go through that. I get to Celadon. I spent a lot of time in the slots because this had another Pokemon that I wanted to get because I never used a Porygon. And here's a funny thing that I, honest to God, don't understand why this was changed, but a funny difference between FireRed and LeafGreen is that the prices for the Pokemon you can buy with the coins is different for each game. So in LeafGreen, to get an Abra, you only need 120 coins. For FireRed, you need 180 coins, which is a 60 coin difference. Clefairy is 750 in LeafGreen. FireRed is 500. So it's actually more expensive in LeafGreen by almost 250 coins. Pinsir in LeafGreen and is 2,500 coins. And the equivalent of Scyther in FireRed is 5,500 coins. Then you have Dratini in LeafGreen, which is 4,600 coins, and Dratini in FireRed, which is only 2,800 coins. And then you both have Porygon, and Porygon in LeafGreen is 6,500 coins, and Porygon in FireRed is 9,999 coins. It's fucking crazy. I don't understand why this is a difference. I don't know if these prices are the same as in the original FireRed and fucking Red and Blue. But I do know that this is the only place where you can get a Porygon is through this system. And like Edwin said, you can get amazing items here, like Ice Beam, like the best Ice-type move. Iron Tail's a great move. Thunderbolt's the best electric move. Shadow Ball's the best ghost move. Flamethrower's the best fire move. And great stuff like Miracle Seed, Charcoal, and Mystic Water, which they all increase water, grass, and fire stuff. If the Pokemon's holding them, they increase their damage respectively. And so I got to the game corner. I didn't have nearly as much money because I didn't do the Nugget thing, and I wasn't farming with the Versus Seeker yet. And so I got some coins and subjected myself to around 3 hours of slot machine, just sitting there pressing A mindlessly and driving myself insane until I had 6,500 coins to get a Porygon. And so I got a Porygon. I named him Babbage. And I believe that's how much I fleshed out my team at that point, because while I didn't use Kadabra, for the rest of the game, my Porygon basically became my replacement for a Psychic type because he could learn Psychic, and Porygon has a unique move called Conversion that can turn himself into a Psychic type. So I was using him as like a replacement for a Psychic type for the rest of the run because Psychic type is just so good especially against like 90% of all the Team Rocket grunts. I go through the game corner, again, mainly leveling up Porygon doing it because he already knew Psybeam, so I just used him through most of that to level him up. Erica wasn't a huge issue for me. I didn't have anything, or rather, I got Ninetales and then grinded coins for Flamethrower. Or did I grind coins? I think he learns Flamethrower naturally. Either way, I got a Ninetales because I leveled up Vulpix to learn Flamethrower, then evolved it with a Firestone and a Ninetales and walked through that gym. That wasn't a big issue. And once I got the Sylph Scope, I actually don't think I went back to the Ghost Tower. I actually kept going. Or no, did I go back to the Ghost? Yeah, because I must have, because I was blocked by a Snorlax on the other side. That's another thing. You can continue left of Celadon, but there's another Snorlax blocking your way that way. So it's kind of forcing you at this point to deal with the Ghost Tower to get the Poke Flute in order to move the Snorlaxes. So not a huge thing there, just a lot of grinding with the coinage and actually adding Pokemon to my team that I would use later. And then I went back. I must have went back at this point because I think I might have fucked around in Saffron a little bit, but I ultimately went back to Lavender Town to get the Poke Flute in order to progress to get the rest of the Pokemon that I wanted. So, and doing all that wasn't a huge deal. The mini boss in the Lavender Tower is just a Marowak, which isn't a huge deal. Just a ground type Pokemon. You have many things that can counter it at this point. And a couple more Rocket Grunts later, and you rescue Mr. Fuji, who gives you the Poke Flute, which now this is the item that moves those Snorlaxes in key areas around the map, which will move the goalposts of where you can explore even further. So with that done, we'll go back and rewind a little bit to what I was saying before I went too far and go back to Saffron. There's the Slifco there, which you go through, as I said, and there's another rival fight, pretty higher level, and then another Giovanni fight before he gives you the Master Ball. And you have to kick the Team Rocket out of Slifco, which will kick them out of Saffron, which means you can actually fight Sabrina. Sabrina being really difficult. At least I feel she is technically the hardest gym leader in the game, purely because Alakazam's a beast, and there's not a whole lot of Pokemon that can stand up to it, especially in speed. And then after that, there is the dojo right next door, which is a unique building for Saffron, which isn't a Pokemon gym. It kind of uses the same in-game model, but is just like a side thing with a bunch of fighting type users. And at the end of it, you can choose between a Hitmonlee and a Hitmonchan. Both of them really good fighting type Pokemon in their own respective niches. Hitmonlee being better. So you do that, and past Saffron City. We'll go one more section. All right, so after Saffron City, it looks like the guidebook says, now we go left to Celadon and pass by that Snorlax, which you use that Poke Flute that you got from doing the Pokemon Tower in Lavender Town. And you wake the Snorlax up, and there's only 2 Snorlaxes in the game, so you should probably catch one of them. Not only is Snorlax a really fun Pokemon to use, but again, this is the only Snorlax in the game, period. Well, there's 2 of them, so you catch at least one. You either have to fight them or catch them, feint them or catch them. And then now you have access to Cycling Road, which, as Edwin corrected me earlier, this is the point where you need the bicycle because otherwise you can't get on Cycling Road. The only other thing of note on this road is that if you go north of this area, there's a separate little junction where you go into this house and this girl gives you Fly, which is probably the most used HM move, which is not only a really strong flying type move, but it allows you to basically fast travel around the map as long as you have a Pokemon in your party that can learn Fly, which unfortunately for me, when my team was done, I didn't have a flying type, so I had to keep taking an Aerodactyl in and out of my PC just so I could fly places. Otherwise, I was just running everywhere and it was getting really annoying. But so you get Fly and you go through a bunch of bikers and you go down the cycling path, which for whatever reason, it forces your character at a downward. I'm assuming it's like to simulate the fact this place is on like a huge hill or something. So going down it's twice as fast as going up it, because if you go north on it, it's like your bike is really slow and going down, you're going really fast, and the game will force your character into a downwards motion as you're on this road. Until you get to the bottom, which you go to Fuchsia City. And the only other thing of note here is that in this junction between Celadon and Cycling Road, if you have 40 Pokemon, there'll be another Professor Oak aid there that'll give you the Amulet Coin, which is really useful because if your Pokemon holds that and it enters battle with a trainer, at the end of the battle, the trainer will cough up double the money at the end of it. So just having that on your Pokemon in front usually is actually pretty useful. Let's see. There's a Lickitung trade here. I think that's the only place where you can get Lickitung in the game. I think you might be able to get it in post game. I'm not sure. And then we'll stop there. We'll just hit Fuchsia and going down cycling, or Saffron and going down cycling road before we get to Fuchsia, because there's a lot of stuff in Fuchsia. So, Jordan, how was your experience dealing with Slivko, Sabrina, and then if there's anything of note when you're going down cycling road to get to Fuchsia City?
So for this one, again, this is the one that I had specified that I had not seen Sabrina until after. So if we were to say that maybe if I had actually gone through the correct steps and had encountered her earlier, I probably would have had some issues, but since this was way down the line, I had basically ran through almost everybody until I finally got back to her. At this point, I was already a beast, so I did not have any issues with her whatsoever. All of my Pokemon were, I don't know, I think they're in their mid-40s at this point, so they were extremely strong. They were basically well enough to handle what she had thrown at us. It was the most time that I had in that area was the fact of trying to remember how to teleport in the gym, because it would just, zip zap you all over the damn room, and I had to try to get my ass to Sabrina until I could actually find her. That's what mostly took up my time. I literally could walk through everybody before I got to her. It was just trying to figure out how I could teleport myself to her to get myself to the battle. That was the only thing that took the most time. And then the funny thing to me was that when we were doing the bike trail deal, that was kind of bringing back the memories of, you finally had the bike voucher to where you could now use the bicycle. Obviously, they did not have you able to run in the old version, so you were walking all the time, so that's when I was always using the bike. But since I had the running shoes, I didn't feel like I had to use them until up into that point, and then that's when I was literally just trying to power level myself along the way downward, and that's when I was fighting all these dudes on motorcycles when I'm clearly on a bicycle, and them just pick and fight with all these, middle-aged men trying to kick a 10-year-old's ass. It's funny to me, because it's just like this little kid just trying to go down this round. These guys are trying to pick fights with you, and you're just, walking right through them. But, I did get I got the Hitmonlee at the point, because that's when I was hearing Udon talking about, Hitmonlee being the best, and I would always select Hitmonchan, because I always preferred the boxer over the kicker, so I was just like, I'll try something different. And then that's when I had Hitmonlee and basically tried him out for a little bit. He didn't actually end up being a part of my team in the long run. I was using him because, he did really good with the Mega Kick, but I was more focused on trying to just gather all of the people that I had already on my team and just keep leveling them up. It wasn't until later on where I kind of changed it up a bit with my roster, but basically everybody that I had, I stayed the same. I believe I had a Nido. What's this? Nidoran? Is the second form of before Nidoking, right? Nidorino.
Yeah.
So I was literally at the point where I was about to have a Nidoking at this point, I believe, because I just wanted to try it out, because I remember having a Nidoking he looked cool, so I wanted to get him. But I was literally switching people back and forth as I was. Never came back to the Jigglypuff. That was the funny part. I ran through this entire game and forgot about it to come back for that. So I don't even know what the hell level that is at. It's just been sitting there, just been breeding away, just kept it away from me. Well, I just kept doing my own thing. But,
You're just having a good time on a farm somewhere.
Probably, yeah. It's probably just sipping on some juice, just enjoying life while we're out here struggling with all these other people along the way. He's just getting a massage. But that's pretty much all I have.
Okay. What about you, Corey? How'd you fare with Sabrina, Silphco, and anything on Cycling Road if you have it?
Silphco, I walked through that before, and then ran back to the tower, like I said earlier. So I didn't really have that big of a deal. I did like the dungeon for Silphco. Another it was a fun layout. The teleporting to get to Sabrina, I was like, okay, this is a little bit more manageable than Surge's little teaser thing, but it wasn't really that complicated. It's just literally that teleporter takes you to that spot. I walked around, and because my Kadabra at this point, I think I had Psychic, and I was just cooking everyone. So at this part of the game, I basically had a very strong Kadabra, and then second to him was my Blastoise, and then everybody else was just backburnered. So my Pokemon's level, like, balance, this is where it starts to fall, and the game will eventually remind me about it, but not quite yet. But I only have two level like 40 Pokemon, or at least one level 40 Pokemon, a level like 35 or mid 30s Blastoise, and then everybody else is like late teens or 20. And so I just kind of use my Kadabra to smoke everybody in that gym. So Sabrina wasn't really that hard for me. And then hitting the cycle place is like, okay, it just became a management of like maintaining the amount of points to keep doing those moves. But I stopped throwing Pokemon up front to get experience and just had Kadabra out there. So when I hit the bike trail, I just was killing everybody. Like, it didn't really matter. And that probably was also the most trainers in like one path, because I didn't do any of the swimming or anything. I didn't hook around the outside because I realized that I was just trying to like beeline it through the game now. And I didn't catch the Snorlaxes. I gave them an honest try, but when they didn't stay in the ball, I just said, all right, you're dead.
Same here.
But yeah, I didn't have a lot of... I started to not have as many problems, and then, then I arrived to Fuchsia City.
All right, Edwin, how did you fare against Sabrina and Silphco in the cycling road?
So I actually went to Fuchsia first, and then Saffron.
I also did as well, but just remember, even if you had to skip to get to Saffron, like how did you fare with Saffron City?
So like after Lavender Town, I went to go get my Staryu, but the problem is that I had to level it up a little bit first. So by that time, it was like a Venusaur, a Pidgeot, the Staryu. I still had the Mankey. I don't think it ever turned into a Primate. And then I forgot what the other ones were. So like I went to that cycling road specifically to try and level up Staryu because I know there's like a lot of poison types there. I did go to Saffron to get Psychic to teach it, so it actually has a fighting chance. And then after that, I evolved it to Starmie. And then once it evolved to Starmie, it actually could stand up to the karate gym. So it was like I went to level it up some more, so I let it solo the karate gym on its own. And then I did not go for Hitmonlee. I went for Hitmonchan. And then after that, I just beat everyone up in the psychic gym. And then I destroyed Sabrina because I had two Pokemon that knew Bite. And I had a Starmie that knew Light Screen. So everyone was protected.
Nice. All right, on my end, like Edwin just said, you have options. So, like him, I did go to Fuchsia first, and the only thing how that changes my story is that in Fuchsia, we'll get to this in a moment. I did catch a Pinsir, which I added to my team called her. Again, I just kept getting female Pokemon for some reason. Called her Mordred, and that's what I used primarily against Sabrina because I had never used a Pinsir before. And wow. Offensive bug-type moves are a rarity still in the game, despite bug-type being strong against Psychic. It was more just like a brute force attack, because Pinsir's attack is really, really high, and Alakazam and most Psychic types' defense is really, really low. So it was more just like throw Pinsir out to suplex Alakazam because it can resist psychic type attacks, and its attack's so high that just using strength would KO Alakazam. So while Sabrina did get a few good licks in on me, I do believe she did actually take down Pinsir, but then I just went with my backup of Porygon and just finished the fight. Or no, what happened actually was when I fought Sabrina, Pinsir fought everyone and did some damage to Alakazam, but it actually lived, and it actually used Psychic and killed Pinsir. I just threw out my Voltorb, used Self-Destruct, and just won. Because it's still a physical type move, and it just decimated Alakazam. I did. Yeah, pretty much. It's like the big explosive finish. I did the dojo. I got Hitmonchan because I usually get Hitmonlee. I mean, I didn't do anything with him. I just grabbed him, threw him in the PC forever. Selfco, again, wasn't a huge deal. Giovanni, you just fought him, and he uses rock and ground types, which are pretty easy to counter. And again, the rival shouldn't be really much of an issue at this point. I did grind a lot on Cycling Road to train Porygon using, again, basically what Edwin was saying. They have a lot of poison types, and Porygon was my pseudo-psychic type. And I did teach him Psychic because that you can get him tutored in Psychic by an NPC in Saffron City. And I was training my Porygon on there before I went down to Fuchsia City. Okay, so Fuchsia City. You go south. The most southern place on the mainland continent of Kanto is Fuchsia City. Not nearly as big as Celadon, but there's still like a lot you need to do in Fuchsia. So the two main things here, obviously, is just the Pokemon Gym, and then there's the Safari Zone, which is a big area that's required to go into. And outside the Safari Zone, there's like a Pokemon Zoo, which I don't really get the point of, but it's there.
It is neat.
Yeah. Well, it's the same concept of just like, wow, look, a Voltorb. I have one of those. It's like the same reason. It's like, oh, wow, a monkey. And you just look beside you and like, isn't that funny? A monkey behind cages, Bob, my monkey.
Well, it's funny to me that they even include this zoo because the sprites of the Pokemon don't look like the Pokemon. It just looks like the sprite of a Pokemon.
Yeah, it's even like, worse in red and blue.
Yeah, the imagery of it is like, okay.
Yeah, it's very strange. Neat. It's just filler.
It's funny having a Voltorb in a town because it was like it can learn self-destruct and just nuke the town. Yeah, so it's just like that seems very dangerous.
So with the Safari Zone is a unique area that has its own little Pokemon catching mini game in which you don't actually use the traditional way of weakening a Pokemon and catching it, but you basically it's just your trainer. You can't use your Pokemon, and when you encounter a Pokemon, you're basically playing a balancing game of percentages depending on what your actions are, and the Pokemon will either flee or stay in battle. They're not gonna maul you to death like they probably should, being wild animals, and in other games they are way more aggressive. But you have your options of throw a Pokeball, throw some bait, or throw a rock at it, or just run away. So when you throw a rock at, don't quote me on this because there's so much different stuff that I also might confuse with how fucky the Safari Zone was in Red and Blue. But I believe how it's supposed to go is that when you throw a rock at a Pokemon, it gets angry and it increases its chances to flee, but also increases the chance of you catching it. And which I don't get the logic of by pissing it off, you're making it easier to
hit it
catch.
with a rock.
Yeah, and that's also, again, the context is you're throwing rocks at animals, which not only do they end up removing the Safari Zone from a lot of future entries, or at least anything that's supposed to be like its spiritual successor, they also remove throwing rocks and replace it with something else. When you throw bait, the Pokemon is more likely to stay, but less likely to be captured. And I think
it still has a chance to run away for some reason.
Yeah, and it still has a chance to run away. And I think how the math ended up working out, largely your best chance is usually just chucking Pokeballs at it until it finally gets in without fucking with the rocks or the bait. But point being, there's a ton of unique Pokemon in this area, lots of really rare ones, which I took it upon myself to catch. That was just a personal challenge of mine. But you have to get in the Safari Zone, and in the Safari Zone you pay 500 Pokédollars, which is really nothing, to play the game, and you get a certain amount of steps you can take before your game is over. And as far as progression in the game is concerned, you have to get to the end of the Safari Zone, not only to get the HM of Surf, which will allow you to access the rest of the game, but you also get an item called the Golden Teeth, which also gives you access to another HM that you need to progress in the game. So you get two really vital HMs in this town, both of them tie to the Safari Zone. So after getting those, you now have Surf, and you take the gold teeth to this warden guy who's the head of the Safari Zone. You're given hints to go talk to him like a ton by people talking. There's signs telling you that he's looking for his teeth, and you give him his teeth. And he's like, oh, thanks for finding my dirty-ass teeth on the ground. Did you clean them? Probably not. There's some grass in there. And he gives you the HM for strength, which allows you to move boulders, which you can test on in his house for some reason by moving a boulder that's in his house and stealing his rare candy behind it for some reason. And next door to that, you'll also get I believe that's the good rod. Yes, next door you get the good rod, which will open up your opportunities for catching water types with that a lot more. Let's see. And then the gym leader. So we have Koga, which personally for me, I always have the biggest problem with Koga, even more than it's just my own personal demons, because he's really aggravating, especially for this is how I struggled against him because, well, I'll get to that, but when I get to my portion of talking about it, I suppose. So for the overview, though, he is the poison type gym leader, which for those of you with psychic types probably didn't have a whole lot of bad times with it, except for the fact that I believe Muck has really high special defense, so even psychic types might have a problem one-shotting it, at least. Point being, he has a level 37. He has 2 level 37 coughings. He has a level 39 Muck and a level 43 Wheezing. So he has a pretty powerful Pokemon. And while Poison at this point doesn't have advantage over nearly as many types, I think it's literally just grass, and there's not even a lot of like straight grass type Pokemon in the game. It's kind of like normal in the fact that Poison just has a lot of like really high base power, and Poison itself is a great status affliction. So he's pretty strong. And when you get the Soul Badge, it'll boost the defense of all your Pokemon and let you use Surf outside of battle. So while you get Surf here, you can't use Surf until you beat Koga. But besides Koga, you can actually continue going to the right to Route 15. Route 12, 13, 14, and 15. Like, this route is huge. This route leads all the way back up and around to Lavender Town. And my God, it is filled with a whole lot of fuck all. This is a huge route, and all it is just tons and tons and tons of trainers. In fact, pretty much the only other thing I can say about this area is that, number one, you get the Super Rod moving way up this area. There's another house with a Super Rod, which will let you get the best kind of Water-type Pokemon. And in the transition little station between Fuchsia and these routes, if you cut... this is what Corey was referring to earlier and what I had to go back and do as well. If you've caught 50 Pokemon, you get the experience share item, which in the past, the experience share was a much more balanced item IMO. Again, I'm not going to bitch about modern day Pokemon, but helps a lot with grinding, because if you give it to a Pokemon, even if they don't participate in battle, they'll get 50% of the experience of whenever a Pokemon is fainted. So it helps with grinding 2 Pokemon at once, essentially. And it's a held item, unlike newer games where it's just an item that gives experience to everything. And it's full experience, too, at least as far as I can tell. Or near full. And let's see. I'm not going to talk about the power plant, and I'm not going to talk about the Seafoam Islands. The only thing about them is that I know Corey I know Corey went back and did the power plant, because the only thing... both of these locations are optional. The only reason you do them is in the power plant. That's where you catch a legendary Pokemon Zapdos, and in the Seafoam Islands, that's where you catch the legendary Pokemon Articuno. Legendary Pokemon being a one-of-a-kind Pokemon with really high stats that are incredibly hard to catch because their capture rate is really low. And those areas are like mini dungeons that you have to get through just to access them and to try and catch them. And Corey, I guess, can talk more about the power plant later, and that's only because I know he uses Zapdoses later, but that's not a big deal, but we'll skip both of those. And then I guess we'll just stick with that for now, because Safari Zone might have taken people some time, and Koga might have taken some time, and whether anyone did anything on routes 12 through 15, which is just really for grinding purposes, because after that, we'll just go right into Cinnabar Island, which will lead into another gym leader. So, Jordan, how did you fare in Fuchsia City between the Safari Zone and Koga?
Safari Zone, yeah, that was the one I think I had to take a couple rounds at it, because I was mostly just trying to look around and find all those Pokeball items, and obviously you'd run out of time, and then they'd kick you out, so I was just like, okay, and just kept trying to go in there. So basically, my time was spent trying to get all of the items that I possibly could before getting those teeth. And so, yeah, just running through there, seeing the Genghis Khan and all that, the Genghis Khan, all that stuff that was in there. I wanted to catch one, but I just kept it to myself. Just going to keep my crew the same. Just going to keep rolling through with this. They're already too high. They're already at a high level as it is. I don't want to have to waste more time trying to level up something new. So, just kept going through it. Powered through that. Then I got to Koga. I do remember his muck giving me some crap. I believe, he would poison your people, and it was just annoying, but at the same time, I had enough to deal with it, so I think I lost maybe 1 or 2 Pokemon, and the rest I just got through that whole thing itself. And yeah, with the power plant thing, I never did do that. I forgot all about that. I was in my head when I first started this was going to be with the things that I didn't think of until later on, which was I'm going to have Mewtwo, I'm going to have the 4 legendary birds, I'm going to have Alakazam, and then I'm going to have I think Gengar. I was like, I'm going to have all these. I'm just going to have all these people just ready to go, even though that's more than 6. I was going to have all those people there ready to go, and I was going to take on the Elite Four. Forgot that you don't get Mewtwo until way later on. The 4 legendary birds, 2 Articuno and Zapdos. Zapdos I missed completely. I did not know where the hell he was, so I got to the Articuno, and I was too powerful. I tried to get him low enough level to catch him. I was already dealing enough as it was with that stupid ass area to try to get to him, to the point where I was already tired, I was annoyed, and I just fucking killed the bird and did not give a shit about retrying it. I was like, well, we're down to 3 birds, because there's only 3 legendary birds, right? I always shot that, right? There's not 4 birds, it's only 3.
Yeah, it's just 3. It's Zapdos, Moltres, and Articuno.
Okay, all right, so
You're probably thinking of like Ho-Oh and Lugia, but those were added in gold and silver.
Well, anyways, the whole dream of having the 3 legendary birds, fuck it, they're dead. I killed one already. If I find the others, I'm missing Moltres and Zapdos. I guess we're just going to keep going with it. So, yeah, killed Articuno, never got it, and proceeded on. That's pretty much my story.
All right. No, not bad. You basically just got in and out of the Safari Zone. You didn't bother even catching anything. You just took all the shit lying on the ground and left.
Yep.
Now, did you go to the right on that really long route and just battle all those trainers all the way up to Lavender Town?
Yes, I did. This is the whole point which I started realizing again, which was, I already knew about the getting myself, it's rather than fighting, the randomized Pokemon, you get, way more experience fighting the actual encounters rather than going across a random Pokemon that you just battle its wild. So I obviously just kept going through it. I wanted to find every single fucking trainer that I could find, beat their ass, and keep leveling up my Pokemon. That was just the fastest way I could think of it. And yeah, I made the right turn, and I saw all those victims, and I took them all out. And that's
victims, not people.
Nope.
Victims.
I fucking ran through all of them, just kept adding that to my experience points, because I knew I had to fight with the fucking Elite Four later on, so I wanted to just boost everyone up and get them going.
Okay. Yeah, I just didn't know if anyone had anything to say about that, because like I said, it's a really nothing route. It's a nothing burger route. It's just a bunch of trainers for experience. It's all it is. So Corey, how did you fare in Fuchsia now that you've successfully foreshadowed it?
Yeah, no, I kind of walked through this one with Psychic. I mean, I started to find that Kadabra is very broken, especially when he's, way higher level, because I always get to go first for now. Foreshadowing on that. And then, I still only had a Blastoise, but I wasn't really using them anymore. So, like, my Gyarados was only level 25. My Blastoise is still, like, late 30s, but Kadabra was clearly the favorite, and he was up there. I also forgot that I did do the dojo as well. I picked Hitmonlee, and I named him Hands just because of the kicking. And
I get it.
So he made it to the team. So I was like, okay, cool. I got a fighting type, and I had a pretty balanced team out. But eventually I kind of start pooling in, no pun intended, to the water side because I get a Lapras later and I need it for the ice moves. But yeah, Koga wasn't really that hard to fight. I think he was just more annoying to get to because it's like the illusion walls, and I'm like, why the hell am I stuck? And it's like, oh, there's some stupid ass route I have to walk around to get to him. And it's literally like a giant spiral around him. There isn't like an easy way to just walk up and fight him. The Safari Zone was really, again, that's like a neat zone. And it's weird because you're not fighting Pokemon outside of just chucking rocks and hoping for the best. So I would throw like Pokeballs at whatever I could just to like catch stuff. And I didn't realize it was on a timer. So I failed the first one and then was like, oh, I have to beeline it to get to that item. So basically I just ran through the entire thing to get the item. And then I went in and out of there a couple times just to see if I can find other Pokemon and grab as many items as I can before I dipped out. And then made my way onto the super long-ass roads. But I started to time my steps to trainers, waiting for them to look away. This comes to bite me in the ass later, but I did start avoiding a bunch of trainers because I was like, I just want to get by. I don't need to fight them because, like, it really depended if I was running out of moves for my Kadabra, because it's like, well, I know I have other Pokemon, but like I don't really care right now. And I was trying to do it as like low level as I possibly can, to like get my way to the Elite Four. And because I have that one move that's basically just one-shotting, plus Blastoise with Bite, it was pretty easy to get through any trainer that I did walk across. I did not go into Seafoam Islands. I did kind of step in and was like, what's this? And when I looked it up, it's like, oh, this is where Articuno is. Never mind. And because I didn't really have enough Pokeballs either to catch anything. So that's because I kept spending all my money on like healing items and resurrect items. But that's pretty much it for me on this part.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
So Corey, you started falling into the trap that a lot of like kids. I mean, I know I'm guilty of this. Everyone's probably guilty of it at some point playing Pokemon if you've ever played it. Except it usually happens with your starter Pokemon rather than like a Pokemon you got later. Is that like your Pokemon gets so powerful, you think you can walk through everything, and so you just end up using just that Pokemon, and everything else starts falling by the wayside, unfortunately. And while that works for a time, as we'll find out later, that comes back to bite you in the ass at the end.
Oh yes.
As I say, all right, silence. So Edwin, how did the Safari Zone in Fuchsia City treat you?
So I went to Fuchsia City with the intention of not going there until I get my Starmie with a Psychic, because I always have trouble with Koga's Muck, because it always becomes a problem every time it comes out. It just spams minimize, and it's just almost impossible to hit it. So the reason why I want to Starmie was so I can teach it Psychic, and I can get the stab, and then I can also just one-shot it with Psychic the second it comes out. So that was my plan for that, and then the rest is pretty much history, because it's like with the plan, the team that I had planned, it was like I made sure that I can get through everything, and then the only time I will have issues is by the end of the game.
But your game plan worked then. You just walked through a Starmie. Okay.
Yeah, it was like, well, it's weird because that gym, it was like, oh, it's a poison gym, but Koga's the only one with poison types for some reason.
That's actually a good point, because the gym trainers all have like Drowsies and Hypnos and stuff. It's very strange. It's primarily because there really isn't a lot of there's not a lot of like straight poison type Pokemon in the game, and they didn't want to give him Victory Bell or Vileplume because Eric already had them. So he has Coughing, Wheezing, and Muck. That's it. But the rest of it, they didn't want to like repeat that through the entire gym, so they just have random Pokemon. It's really weird. They had like Voltorbs too. I think it's strange.
Yeah. But I was like, besides that, I went to the Safari Zone, I already knew what I had to do, but I also realized that I didn't get any of Professor Oak's assistant stuff. So I was like, I went through the Safari Zone maybe like 3 times, just catching as many things as I can, just to fill out the Pokedex to at least 50, so I can get the experience share. And questioning if I should try to go for a Dragonite, but in the end, I decided that I didn't want to because I already had an idea for my team. Well, at this point, my team was pretty much solidified until later, and the only one more will be replaced because I completely forgot about a Pokemon. So like my team was pretty much solidified, so I didn't bother trying to catch a Dratini for a Dragonite or anything. And then I pretty much annihilated every single person in the routes because I needed the experience. And then I very foolishly again, because I already used Rock Tomb on Mankey, I went back to the Rock Tunnel and then went to the tutor and then taught Hitmonchan. I leveled up Hitmonchan and then I let it keep 2 fighting moves and then Ice Punch just for coverage because it was the only one that I had like an ice move to, and I wasn't gonna bother getting Ice Beam for anyone. And then I went back to Rock Tunnel to give it to teach it Rock Slide from the tutor, and then later all using all those rock options are gonna bite me in the ass, but that's for a little later.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of us like started running into like obstacles near the end of the game. But yeah, so me, I probably had the hardest time with Koga, technically speaking, because unlike Edwin, who had a plan and it went through flawlessly, I had a plan and it kind of fucked up. Also, how I kind of realized Porygon ain't the best Pokemon ever. But before I get to that, in the Safari Zone, so to expound on the Safari Zone a bit more, there's a ton of Pokemon here that are like exclusive to the Safari Zone. So like as Jordan said, Kangaskhan, there's Tauros, there's Chansey, there's Dratini, as Edwin said, which will evolve into a Dragonite. And I believe one more exclusive. Oh, and Scyther or Pinsir, depending on your version, because there's Pinsir in LeafGreen and Scyther in FireRed. And I never really engaged with the Safari Zone a whole lot anytime I played the game, so I decided to just, make a mini challenge for myself to catch everything in the Safari Zone that was available, and I did. Because I was playing with the idea of getting a Dragonite too, but I've used a Dragonite before, so I didn't want to do it. I wanted a Pinsir, which I got. And so I spent a lot of time in the Safari Zone, and I really was holding a fucking shotgun in my mouth trying to catch a Tauros, because for whatever reason, their catch rate is ridiculously low. And then, like, rinse repeat for a bunch of other Pokemon, especially Chansey was a pain in my ass, too. But I also wanted to catch a Chansey, and I don't know if it's 100% rate, because sometimes when you catch a Pokemon, they will come holding a held item already. And I don't know if it's a guarantee when you catch a Chansey, but I know there's a chance that it will be holding a Lucky Egg. And a Lucky Egg item is super useful, again, for grinding, because when you give a Lucky Egg to a Pokemon and it fights in a battle, it'll gain twice the amount of experience points it normally would. So combine that with the XP share, and you expedite your grinding exponentially. And luckily enough, the one Chansey I did manage to catch was holding a Lucky Egg again. I don't know if it's a guarantee, so maybe it wasn't even luck, and catching the Chansey was the challenge. I don't know. Either way, I had a Lucky Egg, and I was very, very happy. And then going to Koga, what fucked up my plan was my Porygon was my pseudo psychic type. And so my idea was that I would throw Porygon out, I would use conversion on the first turn to switch it to a psychic type so I get the stab bonus, and then just psychic my way through the entire fight. Well, in the first move of the fight, I was immediately fucked in the ass because his coughing just used Toxic immediately and hit Porygon. And normally in a casual playthrough, it's not a big deal because it's like, all right, whatever, I'll use an antidote and get rid of it. But in my rules, I don't use items in battle, healing, anything, nothing. So I was like, fuck, I'm on a timer now. And for those of you who don't know that, I touched on statuses a little bit, but poison is a status affliction. At the end of each turn, your Pokemon takes a little bit of damage. It's like the percentage of their max health. But there's poisoned and there's badly poisoned. And toxic gives you badly poisoned. Badly poisoned is a timer in the sense that every turn, the amount of damage your Pokemon takes gets higher and higher and higher, till eventually they're just guaranteed to die no matter what you do. So you're on a timer at that point. So Porygon kills the two coughings and gets to the muck and actually manages to kill the muck in one shot, even though it did use minimize because, like I said, half the problem is that coughing used Toxic first, was faster than Porygon, and unfortunately, this is where I learned Porygon is an incredibly slow Pokemon, and so a lot of things went ahead of it, even though he out-leveled it by like 10 or 15 levels. So it made me start to question my team choices. And so Porygon fought, but eventually Toxic got the better of him, and I basically just did the same thing I did in Sabrina's gym. He threw out Weezing, I threw out Electrode, who evolved at this point. I was like, fuck you, self-destruct, and I won. And I just love pulling out the trump card at the very end every time, just saying, fuck it, I win.
I think that Weezing also knows Flamethrower.
It does. He has actually decent coverage, which is really strange. But I actually like having like the Pokemon gym Pokemon having good coverage because it throws a curveball at the player. So I beat Koga after a bit of difficulty and kind of being let down by my own. I mean, I still won, but my plan kind of fell to ruin. I went up all those routes, beating all the trainers. Took me forever, but I did it. And yeah, Seafoam Island's power plant didn't. I went in Seafoam Islands a little bit because I was mistakenly believed that I had to get through it in order to get to the next area, Cinnabar Island, but I didn't have to. So I was like, oh fuck this, I don't feel like going through this. So I went back towards Pallet Town, which you can use Surf south of Pallet Town to get to Cinnabar. And at this point, I did catch a Staryu. And I was, unlike Edwin, I was going to use it as my water type rather than my psychic type, but I ended up switching him out later. And the Staryu never really got a whole lot of screen time, so I was just kind of using him as a surf slave. But so let's see. Yeah, that's my tale. There's not a lot to say about that other than I just chilled in the Safari Zone for a really long time, and I wanted the XP share, and I kind of went on a hiatus to go around and just catch all the Pokemon I had been ignoring this entire time to get the XP share, so that way grinding with that and the Lucky Egg would make grinding a lot easier later. Let's see. Moving on. So now that we have Surf, we can access Cinnabar Island, which you can either go south through Fuchsia City and through the Seafoam Islands to get to, or go all the way back to Pallet Town and surf south from there. Either way, you're going to encounter a lot of trainers. All of them have water Pokemon. Not a big deal there. Nothing too much to say about them. We got the Cinnabar Island, which is a really tiny little island with a Pokemon Center, Pokemart, another weird laboratory, a burned down building for some reason, and a Pokemon gym. And so when you get there, you can't access the gym because you're being forced to go into another dungeon, which is the Pokemon Mansion. And inside the Pokemon Mansion, there's a whole different encounter table, mainly consisting of like fire and poison types and Raticates. Lots and lots of Raticates. And you make your way through here to get the secret key to unlock the gym, which makes me think after every challenger, they send someone back in there to just put the key back where it was, so they have to go through the fucking gym to unlock the fucking door again. I question a lot of people's methods in gym placements. So you go through there. There's a couple trainers in there. There's really not much to say about the Pokemon Mansion other than you get some lore tidbits about Mew and Mewtwo and the origin of Pokemon and yada, yada, yada. So you do that, and getting the secret key means you get to take on Blaine, which, other than having really high-level Pokemon, which are passing the 40s at this point, because he's a Fire-type gym leader, and while Fire types are powerful, you literally just came across a shit ton of water, so you're more than likely going to have a Water-type Pokemon. And for people who have a Blastoise are probably just going to be laughing and be like, ha, Surf, go burr, and go through the entire gym. Because that's the other thing. Surf is also just, in general, really good water-type move to use. Not only for just exploration, but really good for in battle, too. So, Blaine, he has a level 42 Growlithe, a level 40 Ponyta, okay, no, there's the Arcanine. I was like, wait, I thought he had Arcanine. 42 Rapidash, and a 47 Arcanine. And so they're weak to rock, and ground. There we go. So more than likely, you're going to have access to one of those moves, and a pretty powerful version of one of those moves at that. So even though his Arcanine and Rapidash do hit really hard, most people are going to walk through this because, like I said, most people are going to have a water type. Even if it's not a rock or ground, a water type will see you through it, no issue. And yeah, so you beat him, and we're kind of actually approaching near end game at this point, but I'm going to take it one step further past Blaine because now we're going to get into a huge section of game that's actually exclusive to the remake. Because once you beat Blaine, you exit the gym and you're approached by Bill. And everything from exiting Blaine, this is all remake stuff until I say so otherwise. None of this is in the original Pokemon game. So when you go out, you're greeted by Bill, who says, "Hey, I have a guy over on some neighboring islands that I'm going to go see. You want to come with me?" And you can decline. It is possible to decline and continue on with the game, but generally speaking, it's a good idea just to go. More experience, more items, and just other stuff to do. So you go to one island, because the islands are one island through 7 island. I think it's 7. Either way, really creatively bankrupt names. Where you meet another character called Celio, and you basically have like almost a little story mission where you're just exploring these islands, and you needed to go and grab something from a friend for Bill on another island. And you go from 1 island to 2 island, and when you go to 2 island, yeah. Oh no, you go to 3 island actually. You don't even go to 2 island. Fuck. You go to 3 island where you go through. You fight off some bikers, and then you have to go rescue a little girl from a hypno. If you don't know why that's a thing, look at the Pokemon Pokedex entry. It's fucked up. and you rescue the girl, you get the item from her dad, and you bring it back to Bill. And at this point, you can just fuck off because you only have access to the first 3 islands at this point. You have another 3 islands, but you don't get them access to them till much later. They're all post-game content. And in fact, most of this is post-game content, but the stuff that you can do beforehand is that on 1 island, you can go to 1 island to Kindle Road and the Ember Spa, which is just an area with a bunch of trainers, which I end up using later, which will actually lead to a place called Mount Ember. And this is a big change from the original Red and Blue, because in Red and Blue, Moltres was in Victory Road originally, near the end of the game by the Elite Four. But they actually changed it to where they added this entirely new area called Mount Ember and placed Moltres here instead. So Moltres is a completely different spot than it was in the original games. It has its own little dungeon and everything.
But in where was Moltres in Let's Go Pikachu and Eevee? Was it in Victory Road?
Yeah, I think they put it back in Victory Road in those games. I believe so, anyways.
I don't remember that game very well.
I just don't remember the legendaries because I never catch them. Let's see. This is why 2 Island is ignored. So 2 Island has a bunch of like multiplayer shit. There's more Game Corner stuff, but it's all for like link cables things. Nothing about like slots or anything like that. I think. I thought this is where there was an extra breeding area, but maybe I'm wrong. Anyways. And then 3 Island, there's nothing much to say here. You just go there to do the little mini area to rescue the kid and do some more trainer battles. Nothing of note there, really. And that's just like a taste of an entire remake-centered thing, which now, to access these areas, you have to go back to Vermilion City and go where the SSN used to be, and that's how you access these islands in the future. And in post-game, you unlock another 3 islands, and this is where you catch, like, Pokemon from other regions and stuff like that. Basically, this is where all like the stuff that was added in other Pokemon games, including like newer Pokemon, this is where you go to get them. But like I said, it's all like post-game stuff. So you'll do that and you'll come back typically because you can decline, like I said, and then from there you'll end up going back to Viridian City, but we'll leave it at there for now. So, Jordan, did the Pokemansion and Blaine and 1 through 3 Island give you any issues?
That Pokemansion thing was stupid. I hated that fucking place so much. This is when I finally found out about the fucking Repel thing, and I bought so many of them because I just want to make sure I did not run out. Because remind you guys, I ran through every single person that I think in Pokemon the game Red. I just killed everybody. So I had hundreds of thousands of fucking whatever the currency was. I was rocking money. I literally had it falling out of my pockets. So I just like, I think I think I bought like 20 of them, 20 repels. And so just made sure I had enough because I was getting sick of it. I kept running into fucking Raticate and I couldn't stand it anymore. And so I just walked back after I heard, hey, yeah, I'm using repel. I was like, what the fuck is that? And then that's when I went in there. I was like, give me 20. I want 20 repels right fucking now. I'm tired.
Shut up and take my money.
Yep, tired as fucking Raticate. Give me that right now. Here, swallow this. And I just fucking made him eat the shit. And then we ran in there. And then I finally went through the stupid-ass flip the switch thing, and then I finally got that place done with, left that place. I was like, all right, Blaine, let's go. Let's do this. You know I've been fucking waiting for this my whole time, going to that stupid mansion. Let's go. Gyarados surf his ass. Surf. Just killed everything. And then moved on, and then that's when I found that Bill dude, and he's like, hey, man, want to hang out? So got on that ship. He took me to those islands. I ran through that. And then, yeah, that was that disturbing thing with the Hypno, and then got through Moltres. Again, I tried to catch him. I didn't have any time to restart, so he was dead too. And then, yeah, I basically just murdered everybody on that point. I was at this deal where I thought I was the strongest thing that ever lived, and then you'll find out later what I was really wrong about that. Oh yeah, and this this is after I was done with him. Then this is when I encountered Sabrina. So that just tells you how much more level I had on her by the time I came back to fight her.
Yeah, so you just walk through her essentially. So, so it sounds like the thing that gave you the biggest problem was just the Pokemon Mansion itself, and it was more born out of annoyance than actual difficulty.
Yeah, I could not agree more.
All right. Corey, what very incredible similar story do you have about the Pokemon Mansion, Blaine, and the 1 through 3 islands?
Eradicates are driving me crazy. And there's a bunch of different Pokemon that are in there, but I only ever ran into Eradicate for some freaking reason. And it was just like, God, all right, I get it. So I spent a lot of time running, or like, because I didn't have any money to buy any more repels, so I would just run from battle or whatever. But this being the... what's it called? Fire Gym. Everybody got that smoke. I just put Blastoise up and then surfed everyone. And the base damage for surf is really high. So not only is it a strong move, but like there was no chance that they were going to survive. Even though I was like level like 35 or something like that with the Blastoise, I was like, all right, buddy, get in there. I haven't used you in a while, but I'm sure that you'll kick their ass, and just straight up walked through it. So that wasn't a problem at all. And then I did tell him to go away when he came out. I was like, do you want to hang out on these islands? And I was like, no. He's like, what? So then I had to go back and find him, because the thing that I needed to do was come back to these islands. But, speedrunning to coming back to the islands, I do like them. They're definitely new, right? They're not from the original thing.
No, like I said, they're completely they're completely exclusive to the remake.
Yeah, and I was kind of hoping that I would see like Pokemon that I didn't really see before, but like I wasn't really running into anything outside of like I think I ran into Spearows and Psyducks, and I'm just like, okay, where's all the other Pokemon in this game?
They are, but they're on 4 through 6 island, and they're all post game content.
Yeah,
like post 4, I guess.
Like, it was kind of a fun little side quest, and that's kind of what I appreciate overall of this game so far, is that there's like when I always thought back to it, like, oh yeah, I played Pokemon Fire Red, and it's like beat the gym leaders, then beat the Elite Four, and I didn't even realize how much more content there actually was of like the in-betweens. So it's like, oh, okay, here's something else to do. Like, oh, go do this thing, okay? And it made it feel better overall. Like, I like the addition of these islands, because it was just like, because it's an RPG game, so it like felt more like I'm in an RPG game now, instead of just A to B to C all the way to the credits. So
yeah,
it wasn't really that big of a struggle, but I was using this area to level up. I did not have that item yet to get the trainers to fight me again. But after talking with Udon about how this is a really good place to grind, the Island 1 is where I came back to and I spent a significant amount of time here because of what ends up happening later in the game.
Yeah, it's funny because it is a lot of content, and a lot of content that I admittedly never really like interacted with was the 1 through 6 islands in the game, because I would just beat the Elite Four and be done with it. I never really played a lot of post game Pokemon, and I would just restart and do it again. But it's also, I mean, it's something that's lacking in specifically the Pokemon remakes. I think it's a lot of the reason why people have a lot of problems with Brilliant Diamond and Shining Pearl, because admittedly, well, I don't think they're that bad. They are a bare bones remake in the sense that they don't really add anything to the game. It's just like a play by numbers recreation of Diamond and Pearl, with some stuff being a little bit better and some stuff being a little bit worse. Looking at you, Underground. But Secret Base is getting shafted, but the fact that you can connect with people through Wi-Fi being really cool. The Pokemon contest being shafted and stuff like that. I'm falling into the pit of bitching about modern day Pokemon. Point being, this was a remake with a bunch of additional content and whole new islands, whole new maps to explore and be rewarded with stuff, especially after post game. So it kind of. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was gonna say the other thing that I really appreciate in the game too. Like, one, I played FireRed, so the visuals on that were not really that great. It wasn't. I think it was Game Boy Color, but like it wasn't really. It didn't look like this.
You said just red.
Oh yeah. I just played just red. So, I like the pixel art. So like it makes the game, like the world, really enjoyable. Like just to go from like area to area, nothing really is like samey, I guess. Outside of like the caves, because I mean it's a cave. But when you go to a new area or you go to an area and it does the little cutscene window where it's like an illustration of like the forest or the tower or something, I thought that was like a nice touch too, because it really like is showing you like it like a cutscene in a sense, or like when that dude's boat's hauling ass to the island. I was like, oh, it's kind of cool.
Yeah, that's also that's something they never really did in any of the other pixel art Pokemon games, was like cutaways like that. They really put a lot of effort into making this remake as good as they could be. And what's fun about those little cutaways when you enter those areas, they do. I don't know if it changes randomly or based on your time of day, but the illustration will actually change either the lighting, and there's always like a little Pokemon somewhere in there, and the little Pokemon will change depending on what time or what like frame you have when you go in there. And I guess we'll hit on Edwin's experience real quick, but then I was actually thinking, since you're bringing it up, we'll talk about a bit of the superficial elements, like the graphics, whether or not how we feel about them, the effects, and like the music and stuff like that. But first, Edwin, how was your experience with the Pokemon Mansion and Lane and the 1 through 3 islands?
So first, Sabrina, I forgot to mention, it was like I didn't go through the whole gym with just Bite. I forgot that I bought Shadow Ball and just gave it to Jolteon just because. But after the Psychic Gym, I went to go to Zapdos. Specifically, I didn't go there for Zapdos. I went there because I assumed, I don't know if it existed in this game. It was the magnet item that increases electric moves when it's held. But I didn't find it. And I just went and captured Zapdos for the hell of it. And then
I lied to you. I'm looking at the map right now. There is no magnet in there. Fuck, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to lie about that. I really thought the magnet was there.
Well, it's because I got like the Miracle Seed for Venusaur, and then I got like the Miracle Water for Starmie, and then I didn't really need the Charcoal. But I was like, Jolteon's my pure, mostly pure electric one. So I was like, is there a magnet exist? So I was like, I guess not. But like I just caught Zapdos with no intention of using it. I don't even know if I could train it at that point. But it was like after that, I went to Cinnabar, and this is probably the most pissed that I got. It's not because of the mansion. I didn't have a hard time with it. But it's because I completely forgot that to get the amber from the museum to get Aerodactyl. So I went back to get the amber, and I went back to Cinnabar to get Aerodactyl, and then I realized, oh, the fossils are revived at level 5, and then all my Pokemon are like 50. So the issue that I ran into is I was like, I want to use Aerodactyl over Pidgeot, and then without checking, I went to go to the department store and then bought Hyper Beam. I was like, oh, I'm going to teach Pidgeot Hyper Beam. I was like, Pidgeot cannot learn Hyper Beam. Or Aerodactyl can. I was like, God damn it. And then I realized, I was like, oh, I don't have any rock moves for Aerodactyl because I used it on Mankey and I used it on Hitmonchan. So literally my only option for Aerodactyl was Ancient Power, which was a decent rock move, but you can only use it 5 times. So I got really pissed, and then I was thinking, I was like, well, Pidgeot can learn Double Edge, which it can get stabbed, but it's after Victory Road, and then it'll have like a stronger move for that. But other than that, it just knows flying moves and I don't think and quick attack, and that's pretty much it. And then so like I also looked up for Venusaur because I was questioning it's level 50, yet the only poison move it knows is Poison Powder. And then I looked it up, and the only move that Venusaur can learn naturally and in the base game is Poison Powder and Toxic. So that I really got pissed because like, cool, so you're grass poison, yet you don't learn any like actual poison moves, just status ailments. And then the only like actual poison attack you can learn is post game, which is Sludge Bomb. So I got really pissed, and then I started using Venusaur a lot less after that because all it learned is like it's just grass moves for the most part. So I just sucked it up. I benched Pidgeot finally, and then I leveled up Aerodactyl, and then I didn't give it Hyper Beam because I just didn't want to do that. Then I gave it Fly and out Ancient Power, and then some other moves. So my team was solidified from there on. It was Aerodactyl, Jolteon, Venusaur. I sucked it up and kept him regardless. Nidoqueen, Starmie, and Hitmonchan. And then Hitmonchan I kept specifically because he was fighting and he knew an ice move. Because I was anticipating for Lance.
Yeah.
But that was pretty much it. But after that, after all that nonsense, I finally went through the Pokemon Mansion. The first time that I played FireRed, I got lost in the mansion because I didn't know that you could drop off the broken hallway at the 2nd or 3rd floor to continue the mansion. So it was like that. I always try to remember that because it's just a strange thing to remember. Or like a pathway. I was like, oh, just drop off the edge and you'll be fine. Just falling, I don't know, 6 floors or something down the mansion to the basement. And then I ran into a Ditto, and then it was weird because I don't think Dittos look like that originally. But I don't know. I was thinking about catching it, but I had no use for it, so I left it. I got everything. I got the key. I got Blizzard. I was thinking about giving it to Nidoqueen, so Ice Punch wasn't the only ice move I had, but it had too low accuracy. So I didn't use it. I went to Blaine. I fought him. Obviously, I had enough to beat him. And then I did the 1, 2, 3 island. However, I went back to Kanto without doing Mount Ember because I completely forgot it existed. But I didn't bother going back to it anyway. So
yeah, it's completely optional. I mean, it's no reason to go to it, but all right. Sounds like it wasn't too difficult for you. It was more just like finalizing your team strategy, if nothing else, was the biggest part of that. I wanted to circle back and just mention something that I forgot to say about Koga, actually. This is where some remake stuff happens as well because of the age of how Pokemon games have advanced. Because originally, Koga had this relatively the same team setup, but since Pokemon abilities weren't a thing, ground-type moves were open to you. Which, at this point in the game, you're not going to have too crazy ground types, but Dugtrio would work here. But because we're in the remake times, Wheezing and Coughing have the ability Levitate, which negates ground type damage from hitting them. So it's just a slight difference in how Koga operates in the remake because most of his team is actually immune to one of the 2 weaknesses poison types have. Just a little trivia there that I just forgot to mention. I felt like I needed to mention that. But to my own experience, not a whole lot. Ironically, me and Edwin seem to have run into a lot of similar situations because this was at the point I also was running into like identity crisis of who my last slot was going to be, which was originally going to be Staryu, but then I was like, maybe Aerodactyl, and I was like, maybe Kangaskhan, and maybe something else. And eventually I settled on Ammonite because I got the Helix fossil, and I've never used an Ammonite before. So I res the Ammonite, and I didn't have either rock or water, so he slotted in my tier. Again, because again, I just got strangely lucky and got a female Ammonite, which is again like a 11-12% chance of happening. Named her Awning from Mary Awning, which is a paleontologist that was heavily involved in the discovery, I believe, of the real life equivalent of what Ammonite's based off of. Anyways,
that's incredibly specific.
Yeah, she's also a fate servant, was the only reason I know that very specific piece of trivia. Anyways, so I decided that was the slot I was going to fill in. While Blaine didn't give me trouble because I had Ammonite now and I spent some time leveling her up and gave her Surf. Ultimately, I was kind of brute forcing Blaine between Surf and some Awning also learned Mudshot, and just like I said, general brute force. If all else fails, throw out Porygon, use Psychic. And then I went to the 1 through 3 islands, which I just kind of sped ran because I usually do in those games. I did, like Corey said, I actually didn't know about that grinding spot, and I'll expound on it later. But I do end up going back here to grind. But the main purpose of these islands not only was for post game, but it was connecting to Ruby and Sapphire, and just like I said, it was a connecting thread between getting newer Pokemon into these games later. But like I said before we started with Edwin, I wanted to, since Corey kind of brought it up a little bit, we haven't talked about it really. Just talking about some superficial things, not necessarily unimportant, but I personally miss pixel art for Pokemon. I've always enjoyed Pokemon's pixel art. Again, one of the funny things that I feel like we missed out on with Red and Blue is the horrible, fucking crazy pixel art they use for the Pokemon while you're fighting them because of how distorted and weird they look. Well, everything funny. In this, yeah, it is funny. Yeah. Well, everything in this game is quote unquote on model, more or less. Did everyone feel like, I know it's hard to say graphics with pixel start, but between the overworld and like the battle animations and stuff, do you feel like it's too dated, or did you feel like satisfied with how everything looked in battle and in the overworld? Jordan, how'd you feel about it?
I like to see color. I was happy to not see black and white. That was a very big opener for me. So, I mean, everything on top of that was just, it was a topping on top of that. I was actually very happy with it. Everything looked very clean, even though it was pixelated. If I could say, going back to the original, it was very grainy, a lot of hard edges. It was not really a very good looking thing to see. This one very well polished. Everything looked really nice, and it definitely was a good way to basically go back to the original of how I used to play the game, but it's very, very well up to date, and I was actually very happy with it.
Okay, nice. And Corey, you touched on the graphics a little bit, but is there anything else you wanted to say about them?
I mean, like, the game itself really captures like charm, and I don't think that there was anything like. I forget that it's a handheld game, so when I got to play it on a car ride, because that same weekend, or the reason why we did the 2 episodes before is like I had to take a trip down to Florida and back, so it was a very long car ride, and like part of it when I wasn't driving, I was sitting in the passenger seat and I pulled out my SP and started playing. And it was like super nostalgic, just be sitting in the car playing Game Boy on a like road trip. And that was kind of a fun way to like get to experience it. So seeing the graphics on like the Game Boy was really cool. And because I've been playing it on GameCube's Game Boy player, so I've been playing it on a TV. But that's why I forget that it's not a console game, because it's like, this kind of, indie games now have advanced, to like crazy levels, but a lot of indie games are also pixel art, and they do take inspiration from like Pokemon and other things like that. So just seeing it on the TV, I was like, oh, this feels right. And like the music isn't like terrible. It's pretty memorable. There's a lot of little tunes that get stuck in your head that you'll end up humming throughout your day. the thing that was surprising to me is how empty the battle is. Like so a lot of the UI, there's not a lot of over design. Like the battle screen is very minimal. Like when you go to the other like Pokemon games, like I guess Sun and Moon and X and Y and stuff. Like when you're in combat, like you're in like a field, and it kind of sets the battle scene like a little bit more, like almost like the backdrops that you'd have in like classic Final Fantasy games. But this one is just a screen. A Pokemon's up there, and your Pokemon's down here, and then there's the moves, and that's it. And so it's like the whole game has this crazy overhaul, but the combat area is just super empty. But the Pokemon do look better, and I like the moves. Like the move sets are pretty cool, but like I do miss kind of like the like when I came across a Fearow and I was like, oh, it's the fat bird, and I'm like, oh no, not in this one.
Yeah. Edwin, how do you feel about the graphics in red and that fucking red and blue, Fire Red and Leaf Green?
I was like, I like them. It's the most memorable one, considering Fire Red was the first Pokemon game I've ever played. But I do have a question. I know, like in the red and blue, like the sprites are like really janky. But isn't it also like when you look at your roster on your team, isn't it like the sprites all based? Like the sprites aren't based on the Pokemon; it's based on the species of Pokemon. Like
Pretty much, yeah. They're like stand-ins for the Pokemon. Like if you put a Rattata in your party in the old red and blue, like a Rattata, and then I don't know, a Nidoran, they would have the same sprite in the menu when you're navigating it before you like zoomed in on it, quote unquote.
Yeah, I never actually like played it. I have like the games, but I like I have had like all the Gen 1 and Gen 2 games, but I haven't played them entirely or like for very long. But I did see like some gameplay of like streamers and stuff playing it, and then when they went to their roster, I was like, what the hell are these things?
Yeah.
But it's just like it's definitely an improvement from those times. But it's like even now, I still think it holds up because there's like the sprites. It just went into like more detail, not as much, but I feel like as the games went on, they went into more like animation up to like black and white, but it was still pixelated. But it's like the detail wasn't improved as much. It was just more colorful and I guess maybe a little bit more jagged. But I still think that the sprites hold up very well.
Yeah, I mean, I'm in the same boat. Well, I adore sprite art, and even though I'm an advocate for returning to sprite art for Pokemon, it's probably never going to happen outside of a miracle. I feel like Pokemon peaked with Black and White, where we were still in pixel art, but they also animated the pixel art. I thought that looked fantastic. I'm with Corey. The very empty battle scene, but you don't really notice it till you really look at it. But yeah, it's just like Pokemon. Here's your stats screen. Here's your moves, and you're just in an empty white void, basically. So yeah, not a lot was done to improve that particular experience. Well, the moves, animations, and look like are nostalgic for me, and I like them. Like a lot of the moves ultimately just come down to like use the move tool on the sprite and then just like move it back and forth a little bit, and that's you did a move. Like the animations themselves are like incredibly basic. Probably obviously due to the fact it's like a a pixel art that doesn't move, and B it's a mobile game. Jesus, a handheld game that didn't have a lot of power to produce those sorts of things. So it's a little basic, but I mean, it's not. I'm not necessarily giving it a pass, but it's just like I like it. It's just like it's nostalgic. It's funny. It's like what's tackle? It's like tackle. It's like what's Fury Swipe? It's like it's tackle, but a few times in a row. It's like just moving your icon back and forth.
I mean, it makes more sense for the pixel art because even like they don't put like in the extra effort in like the new games where it's like, oh, it's 3D models, but like the attacks are all the same. Like you could see a Blastoise or like a Mega Blastoise. It's like, oh, you have a huge cannon on your back, but like the attack for a water attack for like Hydro Pump or something still comes out of the mouth, not from the giant freaking cannon that's on its back.
Yeah, they still use like canned anime. Oh fuck, they still use the fucking thing where the 3D model's just being moved by the fucking move tool and there's no actual animation happening.
Yep.
But again, that's bitching about fucking modern day Pokemon. But yeah, it's passable for now. And Corey touched on it. Just we'll touch on the music really quick before we move on with the actual game. But yeah, the music. I agree with Corey that there's a lot of a lot of the tunes that I'm nostalgic for in this game have to do with the towns and the roots between them. Because of course, just like I'll sit there and hum, you know, all that shit's nostalgic. I like the Lavender Town theme. You know, it's iconic.
Yeah.
But I will admit, for me personally, the one thing that got on my fucking nerves, and even before I had to grind for the Elite Four, was that I really don't like the battle music in this game. I think it's one of the worst, one of the weakest battle themes out of any of the Pokemon games. I just think it's like too repetitive. Because I think I'm spoiled on modern Pokemon where like certain like individual trainers have different themes that happen when you're fighting them. Gym leaders have their own theme, villains have their own theme. So the music is varied, whereas every single fight in this game, it's the same fucking soundtrack every goddamn time, and it just gets yeah. It's so aggravating, and
it's iconic, but it doesn't mean that it's like amazing to listen to 1,000 times.
It's like my ear will pick it up, but not for good reasons. It aggravates me. I like the.
Not everybody can have the Sword and Shield theme song because
the fucking gym leader, Sword and Shield gym leader theme is peak Pokemon music. I will die on this hill. But yeah, the battle music, it's not bad. I think it's ruined by how repetitive it is. Not to mention that it's not by itself isn't insanely catchy, but. That's probably the worst thing I have to say about the music. Do you have any? Do you want to say anything about the music, Jordan?
I turned mine off. So.
All right. Well then.
Yeah, I was the same. I was like, "Oh, this is nostalgic. I love it." And then, yeah, after 1,000 times in, I slowly muted it, and then I didn't care for it anymore. Like kind of like how it was with the actions of the moves, and then that's when I asked Udon, how do I speed this shit up? It's taking forever, and then I ended up cutting out all the actual cutscenes for like the moves and shit, to where it was just quick action because I just could not stand it. It was more of me just trying to hurry up and beat shit because I constantly kept fighting the same thing over and over, and I just could not stand it. So maybe in the beginning I would say it was nice, but during the middle to the end, I could care less.
All right, fair. Edwin, music. What do you think?
Nostalgic. That's pretty much it.
All right, cool. We're almost there. Yeah, we did it. Perfect. Good job. A+. So we're almost at the end of the game now. So now we have to go back to Viridian City, which, if you remember, that was actually the second city that we saw after Pallet Town. In the beginning of the game. And while you saw there was a gym there then, it was just locked. There's no way you can access it. But now, when you have all 7 of the other gym badges, it'll finally be unlocked, and you go through it, and you realize that Giovanni is the last gym leader. Plot twist. But the plot twist is you already kicked his ass twice at this point, so if you already beat him twice, you're probably going to beat him again because his team's the same exact bullshit he's been using this entire time. Not to mention that while ground type is strong, if they have Earthquake, it's still ground type, and grass and water shits all over them. Granted, his Nidoking and Nidoqueen throw a little bit of a wrench in that plan for grass types, but just bring in a water and you're good. So he has a level 45 Rhyhorn, a level 45 Nidoking, a level 50 Rhyhorn, a level 42 Dugtrio, and a level 44 Nidoqueen. And while they have really good moves like Sludge Bomb and Earthquake, again, throw in a water type, and as long as you're faster, you're probably going to just one-shot everything he does. Oh, and there was something about Blaine's badge. It gives you a special attack and special defense boost. I just didn't mention that. And he also gives you Fire Blast, which is a really shit fire-type move. It's powerful, but its accuracy sucks. Whereas on the flip side, Giovanni, once you beat him, when you get the Earth Badge, any level Pokemon will obey you, and then you get the best move ever, which is fucking Earthquake TM, which unfortunately is just a one-use move, but Earthquake is such a fantastic move, despite the fact it can't hit flying-type targets, but who fucking cares? Earthquake is mad overpowered. It's so strong, which I ended up teaching it to my Pinsir, and that ended up making it its main attack move. Let's see. So after you beat him, you basically go directly left because at this point you have all the badges. Now it's time for the penultimate challenge, the Elite Four. Well, almost there. You have one. You have two more obstacles to overcome before you're actually at the Elite Four. So going left towards the Pokemon League, you'll be cut off by your rival one more time for another mandatory rival fight. His Pokemon are really powerful now. He has level 47 Pidgeot, a 47 Alakazam, a 45 Rhyhorn, and then the rest of his team varies between whatever Pokemon that's the opposite of your starter and Execute, Gyarados, and Growlithe. And they're all in there, and his main Pokemon's actually level 53 at this point, so the levels are getting really high. And you have to beat him to access Victory Road, which Victory Road is another cave dungeon. Not necessarily hard to navigate. In fact, I think, honestly, the worst part about this is that, well, I can't remember specific examples. The trainers in here are fairly powerful. A lot of them have, like, really good Pokemon, and they're, like, varied in types. Like, they don't have just, like, one mono type usually. So some of the trainer battles in here could actually give you trouble, or at the very least, just maybe faint one Pokemon of yours getting through here. But other than that, you just have to use strength to figure out a few puzzles on the floor just to get it through Victory Road. And that'll bring you to the Indigo Plateau, which is the Elite Four. And because that's a whole different story, we'll stop there. And I will say that before we'll hit it all at once. So this is a smaller little tidbit, but yeah, how did Giovanni give you any troubles, Jordan? Or
Absolutely not.
Yeah, I figured.
I fucking stomped his ass and made him my BITCH.
Got him.
Yeah, I got him well. I gave him a bath. I gave all of his people a bath, and then walked on to the Victory Road. It was hilarious to note that I think out of every Pokemon trainer that I came across, besides Brock, because I didn't get a chance to fight him, that guy was the easiest I ever fought for a gym leader. It was just surfed, and they were all gone, and I was like, okay, I guess my next step is to the Elite Four. So I pretty much didn't even get to use anybody. Just had Gyarados just do all the talking, and then I walked out of that gym, and it was a flood zone. So
that caused a flash flood. So the rival battle getting
fire alarm.
The rival battle going to Victory Road. You didn't even say anything about that, so I'm assuming you just walked through him
I
as
walked through him too. I gave him all a bath.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. Well then, that makes that easy.
I burned his bird. I fucking flooded his shit. I did all of it.
Because Corey has a cannon tortoise, I'm going to assume his story is probably very much the same. But how did Giovanni and the rival fight and Victory Road go for you, Corey?
I smoked him. I mean, I had Lapras, Kadabra, Blastoise, Gyarados. I still had Chiding on my team, which is the Farfetch'd, and then I had a Jolteon. But I just basically used my Kadabra, and then I would bring out Blastoise if I needed to or whatever. But I would basically surf everything. Victory Road was kind of fun. I remember it looking like crap when I played the original version, so like going through this was like, oh, this is neat. And then coming across dipshit, I was like, oh, you're like again. I have one really strong Pokemon, and then my Blastoise is pretty strong, and everyone else is still in the 20s. So this is where I'm getting to I was like, oh, I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna do this with really weak Pokemon.
Yeah, I remember because we were in Discord when you were fighting Giovanni. You're like, all right, I just gotta go to Elite Four, and I saw your team, and I'm like, he's gonna die. It's just no fucking way.
I mean, they definitely, they definitely ramp the difficulty here. But yeah, Giovanni. I mean, because I'd beaten him twice, and so his team doesn't really change much, and then he just gets. The Rhydon was just a one-shot, and most of these Pokemon are one-shot in general. And anytime a water comes up, and then I would just swap in, like, Jolteon or something. But Jolteon's not very strong, so I'm riding on super effectives, and so this is where I was like, yeah, I don't need to be strong, I just need to be super effective. And then I make it through... I make it through the Victory Road up to where we are now. at the Elite Four.
Yeah, in fact, now that Corey's mentioned it, I think his team is actually easier than it actually was previously. Because previously he even had a Kangaskhan and like other type of Pokemon on his team, but he's actually like downgraded to just everything is ground type.
Yeah.
Therefore, one type wins.
He's got 2 Rhydons, and I was like, bro, that last one got murdered. What are you doing? I always thought he had Persians on his team or something, but like maybe they changed
that. That was just the anime where he always had one at his side.
Yeah, I was expecting to fight like Persians.
Or actually, no, you're right. Hold on. I think in one of his previous fights he used a Persian, because I remember Kangaskhan in one of his previous fights he has a Persian. Give me a second.
Yeah, I was wondering, like, why does he have 2 Rhyhorns? I thought he was supposed to have a Rhydon.
Oh, he doesn't actually. Yeah, I remember a Rhydon too. Actually, that's weird. Oh, I guess his previous fights.
He threw him out and he got that smoke. So
I guess his previous fights in the guidebook doesn't actually have like a breakdown of him. That's strange. All right, well, I think you're right. I think one of his previous fights in the game he had a Persian. Anyways, Edwin, Giovanni, rival fight, victory road.
Now,
go.
I murdered everyone.
Good job.
Did you give him a bath?
Well, I mean, I could do more than just give him a bath, but there's like, yeah, Vine Whip, the other end. Yeah,
an appropriate use.
Yeah, so I was like Giovanni I was very happy to finally beat Giovanni so I can give my Nidoqueen Earthquake over Dig, because it was really annoying having that the entire time. But like, yeah, after that, it was like obviously beat the crap out of my rival Udon, and then I did not look forward to Victory Road, because it was like I knew it was just going to be very annoying to get through, because just moving so many fucking rocks out of the way. But yeah, it still went through all that without really a hassle. The hassle is yet to come.
Yeah, I feel like everyone hit a brick wall here. So my experience with Giovanni, again, well, I didn't give Splish Splash Bubble Bath to everyone because my poor little Amistar still wasn't up to the task, because I still need to level her up. I made do with just Venusaur Razor Leafing everything, and for the Nidoqueen and Nidoqueen just throwing out Porygon to use Psychic. It wasn't as walkthrough. I had to switch a Pokemon once. Otherwise than that, it was easy. Rival fight, I don't remember, so it must have been easy. And then Victory Road, again, I mentioned it, but I just couldn't help but notice going through is that those trainers in there have really a lot of evolved, powerful Pokemon, and that they have varied types. Like, they don't all have just like one type of Pokemon. So it was actually interesting that there's actually like the NPC trainers are a step up from everything you've seen so far at this point.
I think at that point, like you might have realized that like a lot of the trainers in the gyms are just like, rather than just being the type of the gym, it's just like, can this Pokemon learn a move that's a type of the gym?
Right. Yeah, because that's the other thing. In Giovanni's gym, they had a lot of fighting types. Like, there was like Primates and Machokes and shit. It was weird. But here we go. Probably everyone's worst nightmare, because holy shit, when FireRed and LeafGreen, the Elite Four does not fuck around. So the Elite Four is the penultimate challenge, as I said earlier when Corey was mentioning the running out to heal and running back in for gyms. The Elite Four is a battle of 5, technically, trainers that you have to do in a row without being able to go back and heal at a Pokemon Center. This has been iconic, and just kind of how it's been up until about Sun and Moon, that had like a retarded replacement for Elite Four, essentially, and then blah, 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 blah. Either way, it's the penultimate challenge. And for context, when you last fought your rival, his highest level was level 53. And between beating him, going through Victory Road, and getting to here, it's jumped up to 63. Like, they gave him a whole 10 levels. Like, the highest level Pokemon you're gonna be fighting here is 63, which is really high for a Pokemon game. Like, really high for like just the baseline first run through of an Elite Four. And how the Elite Four works, at least for the first 4 of the Elite Four, as dumb as that sounds, they kind of operate on the same logic as gym leaders do, where they all specialize in a type, but typically they do have a little variance in how their teams are. for example, we have our first Elite Four, Lorelei, who's fucking waifu, by the way. She specializes in ice. So she has a Dugong, a Jinx, a Lapras, a Cloyster, and a Slowbro. All of these are really powerful Pokemon, and while they all have ice, except for Slowbro, who's a water psychic, but just has ice type moves. We have a water ice, an ice psychic, another water ice, and then a water psychic. So typically speaking, you can usually get through with everything with an electric type or something, but then Jinx throws a wrench in your plans. Not only that, the Elite Four typically have a lot better move coverage. So a lot of these, while they'll use ice moves, they'll also have better moves like Jinx having psychic and shit like that. Same thing with Slowbro. He'll have like Ice Beam, but he'll also have psychic and surf and shit. So she's a problem. She's a big check for everybody. Next is Bruno, who's supposed to be fighting type, but since there's only a handful of fighting types, he actually has 2 Onyx, which are nothing because Onyx kind of sucks. But he also has Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee, which are very powerful, along with the Hitmonchamp. Again, really powerful, really physical, has a lot of strong moves like Sky Uppercut, and Hitmonlee with high jump kick and stuff like that. But the thing is you can bring in your flying type, but then you have to do something about Onyx, which granted Onyx has a lot of weaknesses, but you can't use a flying type on it unless you're going to have some kind of type coverage and walk your way through it. Then we have Agatha, who has 2 Gengar, which Gengar by itself is already a pain in the ass, but she has 2 of them. Haunter and Haunter and Arbok and a Golbat. So she also has a mix of poison types mixed in with them, and she likes using a lot of status conditions, as Corey knows. Then you have Lance, who's the first one who seriously uses dragon types, and there's only one line of dragon type in the game, being Dratini, Dragonair, and Dragonite. So he supplements that by having also a Gyarados and an Aerodactyl, both of which are very powerful. And 2 Dragonair and a Dragonite, with his Dragonite being level 60. And his team was changed a lot from the original Red and Blue, because in the original Red and Blue, I think he had 2 Dragonite, and one of them being too low of a level to actually be a Dragonite. But that's just fun trivia. And then after you beat the 4 Elite Four members, you have to fight the champion, which makes it more like the Elite 5, but that doesn't sound as good. So you have to fight your rival, who you found out somehow has beaten you here, beaten the Elite Four, and became the champion. So your final fight in the game is against your rival. And your rival has a really strong team. Not only has like I said, those levels skyrocketed from him just going through Victory Road to getting to here, but unlike all the people before him, his team is really varied in typing, and they all have really strong moves. So he always has a level 59 Pidgeot, a level 59 Rhydon, a level 57 Alakazam, and then he'll either have a mixture of Exeggutor, Arcanine, and then Exeggutor, Arcanine, or Gyarados, and then whatever starter is the opposite of yours, depending on which starter you have. And like I said, with his starter being level 63 and his Gyarados, Exeggutor, Arcanine all being level 61, this is out of a lot of Pokemon games, that is really high for your end game. So there was going to have to be a lot of preparation, a lot of trial and error to get through this. And basically, when we're talking about this, you can share your experience of getting through it, or what you had to do when you realized you couldn't, and what your game plan was for going back and preparing for it and getting through it. So, Jordan, how did you fare against the entirety of the Elite Four?
Man, I walked right. I'm just kidding. No, this fucking sucked. This is what I was just like. I was just like Giovanni, my BITCH, right? Gave him all the flood zone. I came into this one. I got fucking rocked first roll. I was like, whoa, what the fuck is going on? I was just like, okay, get him, Raichu. Okay, I don't know if you all remember what I talked about in the beginning, where I made a huge mistake because I was told by someone, Udon, who warned me that you should just get a Thunderbolt and just be happy. I myself couldn't take it. I was like, no, I want Thunder. I'm going to take Thunder. I'm going to make this happen because it hits really hard. I thought that with my chances would be very high because I was already at a high level. I think when I said high level, because I remember I said it was in my 50s, but as we all know that when you start going through the game, the levels to acquiring experience points throughout the game, it starts to dwindle quite a bit as you get up higher in the level. So I wasn't leveling up as fast as I used to. So I was probably my mid 50s when I jumped in there and got squashed because my Raichu was not fast enough, and Dugong would just be, and then just hit me and then fucking kill my Raichu. I was literally trying to get to the point where I finally got to Slowbro or Slowpoke, whatever the fuck his name was, and then he would just, kill my ass, and I would just be really flustered with it. So after I lost that, I was like, okay, fuck this. I've got tons of money in the bank, and then I just threw down my check, wrote it out for like 500,000, and then got myself all of the full heals so I could cure myself of any ailments. And then I got myself the whatever the potion was, the highest potion that was at that store at the time. And I bought like 50 of those. And so I was like, okay, I'm just going to struggle bust through this with the levels that I have, and I'm going to make it. And literally went through, got actually beat the first girl, killed all of her Pokemon with Raichu. He was hanging in there. I think I revived his ass like, I don't know, maybe 15 times. Like, I was already halfway almost out of my freaking use of all my stuff. And then we jumped into the second one. And then that's when he's like, we don't talk about Bruno, right? And he just killed all my people, basically. And I kept reviving them back from the dead, man. I might as well have just been a necromancer. I just kept bringing them back from the dead. You're like, oh, I'm going to let him just kill him again. And just do it again. And so eventually I got through his ass. And then after I got to Agatha, I was like, okay, I know this. Ghost Pokemon, weak against psychics. So abracadabra, y'all. Abracadabra. And I just killed all of them. And then that's when I got to Weeb, Mr. Lance with his cape. And he brought all this fucking stupid-ass dragon Pokemon, which I wasn't ready for. So I tried to Hyper Beam everybody until I ran out of Hyper Beam. And then I just tried to throw whatever I could because I didn't know nothing was hurting them. And then I was like, oh my god. So I literally was like, I finally got through all of his final Pokemon. Aerodactyl, that ancient power bullshit. He could just fucking keep streaming that shit and everything. Every time he used ancient power, he would get buffed on his attack, buffed on his defense, buffed on his speed. All this shit would get buffed. And then he's just like yoked out, he's like just ready to lift some weights. And then he kicked my ass. And then I finally killed him. And I thought that it was over. I forgot about the dickhead prick was waiting for me at the end of the game. And so I had used up all my fucking heals, all of my potions, and so now I'm like literally on my last leg. Everybody's just tired. We want to go home, and then this guy doesn't let me go. He blocks the entranceway, the exit, and so I'm like, "Can you please move?" And he's like, "No, I'm not moving." So you're gonna have to fight me. So I'm like, "Oh shit." Maybe I can pull a miracle. There was no miracles that day. They were all out of them. And I got murdered. He flood zoned my ass with Blastoise. I didn't even get a chance to see what the roster had. I saw the bird. I shot the bird out of the sky. And then he brought the Blastoise in, and then he flood zoned me. And then he gave me a bath. And so I was done for that. I was very upset. I think I took a couple of days off because I was so mad. And then that's when I got the courage back up. I was like, let's do this. Had myself an energy drink. Montage. Rolling, push it to the limit. And I just started grinding, and grinded some more until I couldn't really grind anymore. At the point I was in my 60s, and then I literally just looked up all the Pokemon's weakness and ailments. And then I studied them, studied. And then I fucking beat him. And then I was so mad at the game. I knew there was a Mewtwo at the end, and I didn't give a shit. I called it quits, and I said goodbye. That was a good game, fair share, shake of the hands, and then walked off set, walked off camera, and that was it. And no ending put. I was just fucking done.
Now, how were you grinding? Did you find a spot to battle wild Pokemon or trainers, or were you just throwing yourself at the
No, I was literally running on change at this point because remember I wrote a check for that much money thinking I could struggle bust through it. And I would think I was down to like 20,000, like 20,000. So every time you kept losing your Elite Four, because I was doing the struggle bus with Elite Four, so I just kept running back through them, kept fighting them until I finally got strong enough to run through. I'd be like, one dead, two dead, three, four. Now I'm finally got through Lance this time. Now I know the whole struggles. And then by the time, because every time you lose like 6,000 or 7,000 money every time you lose to a trainer. So I would try to get better until I actually got to at least 3 of them, and then I'd get my money back basically. Because you win, you get some money, you win, you get some money, and then you lose a whole lot of money if you don't make it through them. Because that's the only way I was able to make it. So I just kept running through the Elite Four multiple times until I acquired enough levels to finally kick all their ass to beat Prick, and then quit the game. Just shut it down, shut that shit down.
You had the Eye of the Tiger plan.
Yeah, I was running up them steps, just running up all those steps and just screaming with my hands held high, Adrian, and that's all I was, and I was done. I fucking just turned off the system.
Okay. Corey, I'm gonna skip you because I kind of want to save you for last for this that's particular section. Edwin, how was your experience with the Elite Four?
So I went in with like a decent amount of preparation. I still had like a bunch of money, but I wasn't expecting like anything to be a problem. So it was like Agatha, I kind of steamrolled her because Jolteon was too good. Then I went through Bruno, obviously not a problem because like that's why I was like I had a lot of coverage on my team just in case. Like I always have like a plan B, plan C, all that. And then so it was like the first 3 just steamrolled them pretty much. And then I got up to Lance, and then he steamrolled me 3 fucking times because of stupid goddamn hyper beam bullshit. So it's like I could take out half of his team, but the main issue of why my team kept losing is because his freaking Aerodactyl and his Dragonite, and his Dragonite his pretty much the 2 Dragonairs and then the Gyarados. I don't think out of every single time I fought the Gyarados, it ever made a single move because my Jolteon always one-shot it no matter what. And then I always had my Aerodactyl, I taught it Dragon Claw, and then always dealt with the 2 Dragonairs because all they ever did was Dragon Rage, so it's always base 40.
Yeah.
And then so like my team, like half my team was weakened at that point, and then the Aerodactyl Dragonite would finish them off, and then I'd have 3 more Pokemon to try and finish them off. But it's like the Hyper Beam would just always one-shot them no matter what, and then I would never be able to kill them fast enough to stop them from using another one. So it's like it's just going down one by one, and then the Dragonite is just like tanking all of my hits. And then he just kept healing for some reason. It's like, stop healing, you dick. I was like, I'm not even healing as much as you are. But eventually I struggled through that, and then pretty much just my rival Udon, the champion, I just gunshot him in the leg and then just went to the Hall of Fame.
He pulled out a railgun and shot him. Fuck you! Bam!
I was like, it was like literally nothing. Literally nothing was a problem except for Lance, and then it's just like went to the Hall of Fame. I was like, I beat Lance, I beat you. It's like it doesn't matter.
You got the hypocritic side. Just don't use your heals, and you're healing. I was doing that myself. I was like, don't you fucking heal, you piece of shit. When I had like thrown out like 40 heals already in a row.
I was sitting here when you were bitching about that. It's like, God damn it, stop using hyper potions. I'm like, haven't you used like 10 revives at this point?
Yeah. When my fucking Charizard had overheat and all that shit, because again, I was just grabbing shit because you weren't online, so I was doing all the bad things, picking all the wrong moves, and then that Thunder, I missed. Like it was basically I was gambling at this point. Like, come on, give me Thunder. Fuck, I missed Snake Eyes, and then I get rocked, and I'm like, shit. And I just keep missing. I was like, this is horrible. I hate this. I'm so sorry, Udon.
I mean, if you had Rain Dance, then Thunder would always hit.
I mean, I told him that, but I mean, like, just get Thunderbolt. You're barely taking a hit. But when I say that these moves, it's like, is Blizzard a great move? Yes, but what's better? Ice Beam. It's like, why? Because it always hits, unless there's some change in accuracy or evasion. Ice Beam is better. It's like, do not take the 30% chance that you're going to miss, because it's going to miss at a vital spot. So it's just like, don't use Fire Blast, use Flamethrower. Do not use Thunder, use Thunderbolt. Do not use Blizzard, use Ice Beam. It's like, take the one tier of power down, because the amount of power you gain does not equate. It's like, it doesn't matter how much power you have, you can't fucking hit them. So you just have to take the one tier of power down.
Yeah, am I right? You need fucking glasses because he was fucking blind, man. Jesus Christ.
And I'll just jump into mine because again, I'm saving Corey for very very last because he was the one that struggled the most. So for mine, of course, I had the book in front of me, so knowing that the Pokemon at the end, his final one was going to be 63, I decided that my team needed to be all level 60 at least, and all my team was probably like higher 40s, lower 50s, so I had to put my nose to the grindstone, and I actually didn't know a good place to like grind experience in this game, so I just kind of Googled stuff and found stuff on fucking GameFAQs, and saying just like, hey, go to one island, and there's a place called the Ember Spa, where if you go to the middle of it, it'll heal your whole team, like a Pokemon Center does, but it doesn't really fast, only like one line of dialogue, instead of like talk to the Nurse Joy or whatever, and she takes your Pokemon, and she heals you and hands it back to you. So it heals really fast, and right outside the cave is like a small group of fighting type trainers that you can use the Versus Seeker on over and over again. Their Pokemon are all evolved in a decent level, so I just put my nose to the grindstone until I got all my Pokemon to level 60. My final team being Venusaur, Electrode, Ninetales, Amistar, and Pinsir, and Porygon. And so with Lorelei, the game plan was just Electrode zaps everything with Thunderbolt for the most part, and then Jinx, basically I just use physical moves, just use Pinsir to like suplex her into the ground. And that Lorelei wasn't an issue. Bruno was a little bit of an issue because I should have went with my first idea to throw Porygon out against the Onyxes and use Conversion first, but I didn't. I used Amistar to use Surf, but then he's like, go Hitmonchan. I'm like, go Porygon, use Conversion. Hitmonchan's like, Sky Uppercut, and just blows Porygon into fucking oblivion. And I'm like, oh, shit. It's like, what do I do now? And so I'm just like, fuck it, Venusaur. Just face tank it because you're resistant to fighting type moves. Just use Razor Leaf till you win. So then again, I tried to use it against Agatha, and I'm like, use Psychic, and it's just like Hypnosis is Porygon. Like Porygon was like whatever the opposite of MVP is for this game. He did a lot of work, but against like the trash trainers, against like the major fights, Porygon really showed his weakness of not by being able to move at the speed of Snail. And Agatha was annoying because I think at the same time it was like poison. I'm like, God fucking damn it. And but I more or less just used Pinsir to use Earthquake on everything, and then for the Gengars just switched to just brute forced it with Electrode using Thunderbolt. Lance was actually the easiest because I was just like, I came prepared. Amistar has Ice Beam, and Gyarados Thunderbolt, Aerodactyl Thunderbolt, Dragonair through Dragonite, use Ice Beam because Dragonite's quad weak to Ice Beam. Wasn't an issue. The rival, again, wasn't too much of an issue. The Alakazam threw a little wrench into my plans because he sneaked off an Psychic before Pinsir was able to suplex him. And other than that, Edwin went down like a bitch. And but yeah, he wasn't really that bad. It was just I prepared everything. I grinded the experience. I grinded the money during getting the experience, which gave me all the best TMs and get all the held items and stuff. So and didn't use any healing items during battle. I brought healing items to heal everyone up to full in between fights, but not during battles because like I said, just don't play like that. But yeah, Corey, the man of the hour. How bad was the struggle bus all the way to the victory line?
So when I first got here, I was like, all right, I'm going to give it a go. And I don't know how I did this, but I smoked Lorelei, and then Bruno is not a problem because basically I just surfed with Lapras. But Agatha killed me, and most of my Pokemon are really low level anyways at this point, so I was like, well, once one of them dies, like, I'm totally boned. So I was like, my Kadabra's dead. I cannot beat any of these other things. It took a bunch of money, and then I already didn't have a lot of money, and then I was like, okay, maybe I'll try this again. And then I started having a lot of problems with Lorelei, and it was like, okay, maybe I need to be a little stronger. And then it just became this like really, I felt like the game was really playing against me because the RNG started getting so bad for me that even if I could make it to Agatha, it just became this, I would paralyze things and it never mattered because they would just constantly attack me. It was never like they can't move because they're paralyzed. So it's like, well, what's the point of even doing a status effect? I would get poisoned. I would get paralyzed. I would get confused. It would always work. And they like once I got to Agatha and she put you to sleep because the two damn Gengars, especially the level 58 Gengar, because that one it usually goes first because it was so fast that it would put me to sleep. I would wake myself up with the Pokeflute, and then it would just put me to sleep again. And it did it 12 times in a row. I just turned it off because I was like, I'm not going to sit here and just keep waking my Pokemon up for an hour. Like, that's just... It was just so annoying. And I was like, I don't have any money to buy healing items right now. And I know what I have to do. I have to go and level up. And so I got really pissed, and then I went over to one island or whatever, and I just started grinding for hours. I got all of my Pokemon to level 50, except for Kadabra. I got him to level 60, because I was like, I need him to be higher level than Gengar. Then, with all the money I got from stacking all of this shit fighting these trainers, I went all the way back to the, Celadon City or whatever, with the Super Center. Yeah. And I bought all this stuff to, like, boost my stats. So I started buying items to, like, make Pokemon faster and increase their special attack until I couldn't do it anymore. And then I finally came back and had a interesting battle. So Bruno was never a problem just because I would surf through everything. But the Lorelei character, she her stupid ass Jinx is what it really was. It would do the like make you fall in love thing, and so that was another RNG problem where it would constantly do that move and it puts you to sleep, and then you wake up and then it's like your Pokemon won't attack Jinx because it's in love with it, and I'm like, how do I cure this? And then so I would just use like a full restore or something, but anytime I wasn't affected with a status ailment, then it would be like, do it again. And I'm like, I need one chance to attack this thing. So it started getting to the point where I'd be like, I'm going to let you kill my Pokemon so that I can throw the next one in and it will get to attack you. And that's all I needed to do. But also, when I got them into the red, they would be like, Lorelei uses a full heal or a full restore or whatever. And I'm just like, son of a bitch. And it would be like when I finally got through that one, because I died one time, I think, after I did this. I also went back to the power plant and I got Zapdos. And then I took Farfetch'd off my team. I got rid of Jolteon. And then I went and got a Magnemite or the evolved. Yeah, Magneton. And I only did that because I was like, I need the Steel type or whatever for because you can't do something to it. But I ended up not even needing to use it. But when I came back, I beat Lorelei. She's the hardest one so far. Bruno doesn't matter. All his Pokemon just get wrecked. Agatha, this time, I was like, Kadabra, get out there. And I proceeded to one-shot all of her Pokemon with Psychic. Because I was level 60 and I get to go first because I'm faster. And it's like, okay, there you go, you stupid bitch. I'm so glad that you're dead. And then I move on to Lance. Lance was another one that I didn't really have a problem with because I had Lapras. And so I basically just did Ice Beam and it cooked all of them. And like, I think only one time, and it must have been against the Dragonite where it didn't die in the one hit, and then it killed Lapras with Hyper Beam, and I was kind of like having a small panic attack because I'm like, oh fuck, what do I do now? And then because it gets, I think what Hyper Beam is a recharge move, so it doesn't attack the next time.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I was like, oh, okay, cool, I got an opening. And then but it was another one of those things where it's like, oh, I was going for the killing blow, and then Lance heals it fully, and I'm like, oh, son of a bitch. And so I had to revive my Lapras to try to get it in there again. So I'm like, all right, Dragonite, kill this Pokemon so I can switch Lapras in and hit you with an Ice Beam again. But I need to do something so that you have just enough damage to where it won't stop you in the red, because if I stop you in the red, you will revive this Pokemon, or you'll heal it. And I think this happened maybe like 6 times. And I'm like, I just looked up online. I was like, do they ever run out of items? And do their Pokemon ever run out of like moves? And there's like, no, the AI challenges never have, or they have infinite versions of everything. So it's like, great. It'll always heal it back unless I kill it in one hit. So like, it was such a like struggle, and I was freaking out because I was about to just stop playing it because the earlier before I started grinding, I was like, that's enough. Like, I beat this game when I was a kid. I don't need to do this now. But I'm like, okay, I have to do this because I have to complete the game for like the episode, and I can't just throw in the towel because like I'm mad at the game. So I get through the 4 of them, and I forget that I have to fight the dipshit again. And his team wasn't really that bad for me because I basically, his Arcanine was like, I'm mostly water anyways. And his Rhydon got smoked. His Gyarados was not as strong, and I hit it with Psychic anyways. Venusaur also got cooked. His Alakazam, I went first, so he died in one shot. So he kind of, like, I had so much money that I had so many items that it didn't matter if I was going to lose at this point. But I didn't want to do it this way because I usually try to beat games like the lowest I can be to get through it. And this was like the only time in this game where I was like, okay, now I've hit a wall. And the only way around it is to actually make my Pokemon all strong, because you can't really cheese this. Unless, of course, I leveled up my one Pokemon to level 99, like my dad did, where it would just be like, yeah, it's just a really strong-ass Pokemon, so it doesn't really matter, because it has enough health to tank anything. But, you know, I would balance out my Zapdos, I would Lapras and Kadabra the most, and then Blastoise and Gyarados became my, you guys just wait there just in case I need to use you. And then Magneton, I never used him. I thought I would need to because I was getting really pissed off at the Gengars, but once I went in there and I popped every one of them with a Psychic and that was their full health bar, I just... Basically, when I beat her, I was like, I'm going to do it. He killed me so many times, and I was just like, God. And I got really, really upset because I was saving after I beat a gym leader. And so Lorelei took a lot of my items. And then when I died to Agatha, I was like, not only did I lose $6,000, which was all of my money, I also used all of my items, but I have to load my save, and my save is loaded into the Elite Four, so I was like, I have to fight them now. So basically, I have to go in there and lose and have nothing just so I can go grind and get all my shit back. And then, in order to do this, I have to catch 50 Pokemon to get that damn item. And I haven't been catching Pokemon because I only wanted the ones I thought were cool. And so I only had like 14 Pokemon at the end of the game. And so I'm like, I don't even have any money to buy Pokeballs to catch Pokemon. So I have to go find trainers that I have not beaten just so I can have enough money to buy some fucking Pokeballs. Because I used all of them trying to catch Zapdos, and I had to use my Master Ball to get him because I ran out of fucking Pokeballs. And I looked up, can I run from him? And they were like, you can, but he will go away. And I was like, why? I didn't beat him. And so it's like, I need to get him. That's the whole reason why I'm here. And so it's like, fuck it, I'll use the Master Ball. I'm not going to go get Mewtwo, so it doesn't matter. And when I played the original game, I also caught Mewtwo in an Ultra Ball anyways because I used my fucking Master Ball on a Ditto.
Why would you do that?
I don't know. I just was like, oh, a Ditto. I thought it would be like a really cool Pokemon, so I just used my Master Ball on it when I was like 10 years old. But, so, in order for me to actually beat the Elite Four, I had to go back, fight all these trainers, get Pokeballs, wander around catching 50 Pokemon, and then go find the guy to get the items so that I can go to the island and fight people for hours just so I can get everybody to level 50. And I wasn't using the EXP share because that shit was going to take forever. I would rather have the one Pokemon up front getting all the experience instead of halved. I thought they both got experience, So I was like, no, I'm not going to do this because then I have to fight. I don't know, maybe like mathematically it's the same amount of fighting, but it was just easier to just throw one Pokemon out there and make him fight everything, and then throw another Pokemon and make him fight everything, and then just kind of do that until I was like, all right, I'm ready. And it's just like the reapproach to them, the Elite Four, and then saving my game with thousands and thousands of dollars, and just walking in there and being like, all right, shut up, bitch. I'm going to kill everybody here. And then, so like, I felt like when I got to the Elite Four in the beginning, I think I was at like 26 hours. And then I ended up beating the game at like damn near 40. Because that's how long I had to fucking grind. So it's like the game is making me play this now. And like an unconventional way. I was just playing Pokemon to just fight Pokemon and not get through the story because I have already done that part.
Well, it's the fucking Elite Four is a major vibe check, especially in this game, to basically stop people like you who are like, I'm gonna use like 2 Pokemon, and they're like, no, you're not.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair too, like, I'm kind of glad it was like that because, well, not the RNG nonsense, because that to me was literally like frustrating. I was getting really pissed because I was like, why? Why have you put me to sleep that many times in a row? Also, I was talking to a friend of ours, and she had mentioned that a way to get around this is the Pokemon will not do a status on you if you already have one inflicted. So the thing would be to go get poisoned and then go into the fight.
I almost told you that because I'm just like this. It's like there's another option that's super big brain is just inflicting status ailments on yourself from the get go, but either like paralysis usually, or you can do poison, I suppose, if you're going to plan on using items to heal in battle. Yeah.
The problem with the paralysis though was like it always worked on me, but never on them, and I was like, what the fuck? I literally, they were like, oh, Slowbro became paralyzed, attacks you anyways, and it's like, what? And then and because of the weird status effect of confusion, because you can't really stack statuses, but confusion can also be like with stuff. So I would not only be confused, and then I'm also paralyzed. So it's like, oh, you were going to attack, but also you're confused, and then you hurt yourself. So like, I did ignore my paralysis, but instead of attacking them, I punched myself in the face, and it's like, I was just getting so mad at it because it's just like, come on, you son of a bitch.
Yeah, because it's sleep. You just can't act, and then when you wake up, you only have a 25% chance you might punch yourself in the face. And
but I'm already awake.
Yeah. And keep in mind, this entire time, we've only been privy to part of this, because in our perspective, Corey just starts bitching in our group chat for our podcast, being like, man, I don't know about this. I keep fucking doing this shit. It's not working. And I'm sitting here telling him, like, listen, man, if you're like actually getting angry, you can just fucking relax. Then I feel like 2 days pass, and he just fucking posts the picture of his Pokemon in the Hall of Fame, just being like, I did it.
Yeah.
I really thought you were done. I really thought you were done.
I did too, and then I was sitting there. I'm like, I'm gonna beat this damn game. So I was just carrying my SP around, slamming A because I was fighting those trainers and just doing other stuff. But it was, I'm like, I've beaten all the damn Souls games. Like, I have to be able to beat this, and it was. And even though this part was like super difficult for me, though, like I really did enjoy playing the game as a whole. Also, I did look up Giovanni did have a Persian, but it was in yellow and the Let's Go games. But no, I did enjoy like playing this. It was really fun because it was very nostalgic for me. And like, I like RPGs in general. And it kind of showed us that like as long as the playtime is about 40 hours, I think we can get through like an RPG game. Definitely 80 hours is not, so we'll have to avoid those in the future, but
unless it's some kind of special circumstances, we'll be able to do it. But
yeah, and so like going from Halo to Zelda to this, like it's pretty. We're covering a pretty good like array of games here, and I liked picking up Pokemon again, even though I was going to fucking kill my neighbors because of how hard this was.
Just your neighbors specifically.
Like,
All right.
why are you here? Like, I'm not doing so hard.
Yeah. So
I guess this killed me 3 times.
you beat the Elite Four and you beat your bitch ass champion rival, and you become the champion. Your Pokemon enter the Hall of Fame, and basically it's credits time. And I am aware that there is a significant amount of post game content, not only dealing with Islands 4 through 6 and a bunch of other stuff. Not only does Entei, Suicune, or Raikou apparently start roaming the map at this point, and you can also go catch Mewtwo, obviously, in Cerulean Cave. Based on how we described the premise of the monthly game, if we decided to do that, we could, but I think everyone here stopped because we all have other shit to do. So we did not do any post-game content, so we won't be covering that. And like I said, of the other optional things like the legendary birds, unless they were otherwise mentioned by someone doing to do them, we're not going to go into that either. But yeah, overall, Pokemon FireRed and LeafGreen, I really hope one day we'll be able to go back and play the original Red and Blue, and y'all can see how fucking broken though that shit is, and get like a perspective on how it changed into this.
Yep.
But for now, I guess we'll move into final thoughts about everything, and then again you guys can give it a score if you'd like. So Jordan, overall after everything, how did you feel about FireRed? Excuse me.
I'd probably give it a 7 out of 10. Just because, again, it was getting me. I was getting a lot of love towards it until the fucking Elite Four kind of screwed me. And maybe that's just me, but again, it was just you were feeling like you had a lot of confidence built up, and then it just kind of shit on you, and then you're just having to work around that for endless grinding. But you know, the music, it got kind of tiring, so I shut that off. That's kind of where I kind of dwindled down the score a little bit more on there. Graphics and such, environment wise, it was really nice. It definitely had bright, vibrant colors. It was definitely bringing me back the better version of what it was. I remember I said it was black and white, you know, basically all bad pixels and everything. It was a lot more cleaner. But again, it had its ups and downs, and so that's kind of why I'd give it a 7 out of 10.
Alrighty. Corey, I know you kind of went into a little bit of final thoughts already, but go ahead. If you want to expound on that, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the game itself is pretty expansive for what it is. Like, because, I mean, I'm looking at this solely on the fact that it's a mobile, or not a mobile, but a handheld game, you know, because it was Game Boy Advance. There's a lot of locations. There's a lot of content. That's like extra content. So that was kind of surprising because of, like I said before, I thought it was just like gyms and then the Elite Four. Like I didn't realize there was, you know, more quests and more to it. So it kind of takes itself, you know, seriously when it comes to like the genre of game that it falls under, which is like RPG, you know, turn-based RPG. And it's really surprising how many people play Pokemon but don't play like other RPGs, because it's like they're like, oh, I don't like those, and it's like you're literally playing one. But you know, visually it's really cool. The combat is, you know, fairly balanced outside of the RNG nightmare. I think that the gym leaders probably could be a little more like diverse in their like Pokemon. So that the battles are a little more like intricate, because a lot of them I felt like I was just smoking them, and I guess that's why I had the false sense to like approach the Elite Four that same way. I mean, I know they're not going to make them like impossible, but you know, I think Brock having only 2 Pokemon and Misty having only 2 Pokemon, you know, it's like why wouldn't they have more than that? You know, and it's kind of. There's a lot of things that I wish I had, but that's from like, you know, modern gaming. So like having to go back and really kind of only grade it off of what it has like in this game. Like I would say, yeah, like a 7.5, you know, about there's a good enough number for it, because it's good. It's not really compelling story wise, because it is just Pokemon. But it is a fun adventure that is pretty lengthy for it being on a handheld. So you definitely get your money's worth on this one.
the lengthening of time due to grinding is a whole conversation in and of itself. But I think when you were saying about why people play Pokemon instead of like another RPG, despite like technically speaking being the same thing, I feel like it's the same reason why like a lot of people like Dark Souls games almost, if I could like put in a weird analogy, because like I feel like a lot of people like Dark Souls because it's like, oh, I'm gonna sit down and beat Dark Souls real quick. It's like because I don't have to like sit through like 100 hours of story to play the game or anything. You just go in, you get gear, and you beat the bosses. In this game, it's you go in, you catch Pokemon, you beat the gym leaders, you win. It's like I don't have to contemplate the meaning of life and the universe and the power of friendship and all that. I just got to go use Pikachu against fucking just use Thunderbolt.
Yeah, it's very like,
it's like
cut and dry on like what you're supposed to do.
So I think that's why a lot of people would probably have that mindset. Well, I don't mind RPGs. I definitely am going to be way more inclined to pick up Pokemon again for the 100th time than go play Final Fantasy. That has, obviously a similar battle system. But Edwin, what do you think?
I'm kind of with Corey on it. I feel, well, I'll put mine a little bit higher just because I like Pokemon. I didn't have as much trouble. So maybe like an 8 out of 10 specifically because it's like it's a remake of an old one, yet there's a lot of questionable things that they do with it. A lot of it was like, yeah, it's a remake, so some of it can't be like changed. But I feel like it still could have been improved considering that like a lot of the Pokemon are like mostly available in post games, but I just find it weird and kind of pointless that it's just like you added dragons or the dragon typing to the game, but you only have 3 dragon types. They're all on the same evolution line, and then 2 dragon moves. And it's just like, what was even the point really? Was like there's I guess 3. I don't know if Outrage is a dragon move. I forgot.
It is.
Okay, so it's 3 dragon Pokemon and then 3 dragon moves. It seems kind of pointless. That there's like they're the only ones that can really learn it. And then like the issue that I had with Venusaur is like, yes, it's grass poison, but it's like the only poison moves are just status ailments. It was like you have Sludge Bomb. It was like, but it's only available in the post game. So it's just like it was like cool. So you'll be hopefully useful after I already beaten the game. And it's just like I know
you don't need poison type in this game.
Well, it's like it's. I mean, it was like, but what's the point really? It was like cool. It was like you get a good poison move, but it's like after I've already beaten the game. But it's just like it was like it's not just Venusaur. It's just like a bunch of other Pokemon that probably have the exact same issue. But it's just like also it was like I looked at when I got Jolteon, I looked at it as like a lot of the electric types I was considering of keeping. They only learn a Thunder Shock, which is the weaker version of Thunderbolt, and then Thunder, which is the more powerful yet less accurate one. But it's like not Thunderbolt, it's like Thunder itself was like stronger but less accuracy. But it's like the only way those electric Pokemon can learn Thunderbolt, or at least most of them can, is if you buy it. And then all the TMs are only one-time use. So it's like that's a very expensive thing to invest. So it's like really you would only want to invest it on the Pokemon you most definitely are going to use. So it's like questionable things like that. They're like really annoying. And it's like even more annoying. It's like, cool, this is the improved one. Yet there's still like a lot of issues with it. But like depending on how you want to look at it, it just either makes it more challenging or it's like not that much of an issue by a different perspective because you either don't really see it as much of a problem or it's like you don't really care about it. But besides, I was like, I get it like an 8 out of 10. Like, obviously, I played this multiple times, mostly like the fan made ones because I played the original already too many times. So it's like I'd still go back and play the original, and like try something different.
Yeah, I can see what you mean because it's like it's almost a faithful remaster to a fault at certain points because I agree with you like dragon typing being so exclusive despite the fact we have access to a lot more dragon stuff now, but they just didn't want to add like newer Pokemon because they wanted to be really faithful to being a remake. So, and for the record, Kangaskhan can learn Outrage if you wanted to have someone that can have a Dragon type move that's not them.
Yeah, it was well, I've never actually ran into a wild Kangaskhan ever. Anytime I've ever played this game, so it's like that's how rare it is to me. It was like I never even knew where to find this thing. So when you said you could find a Safari Zone, I'm like, really?
Yep, it's the only place and only in a certain spot of the Safari Zone, not like all over the place. Okay. And they're really low encounter rate. But yeah, and I also agree with you that like all the really best TMs being locked behind the slot machine system the lottery system is like really fucked up. It sucks. So it necessitates grinding. I wish the difficulty curve was a bit more smooth rather than just being like a 90-degree fucking upturn at the Elite Four. And while I like it being difficult for sure, I mean, I honestly can't even remember the last time I beat the Elite Four in this game, like legit, or at least without using a bunch of items in battle, like I usually don't play Pokemon. But I had a lot of nostalgic feelings about coming back and playing this. Never mind, it's fucking cat or something. Anyways, goddamn ghosts. So I had a lot of nostalgic feelings playing this game, and especially coming off the back of playing fucking Scarlet and Violet makes me want to fucking beat my head against a wall. And I was just sitting there, bouncy, having fun. And I there's an argument to be made about the necessity of the grinding and the difficulty of the grinding and what it adds. I don't know. I feel like it adds like the sense of accomplishment at the end of the day. It's like I grinded and I won because I sat there and put my nose to the grindstone instead of just like using my fucking one Pokemon to level up my entire team throughout the entire playthrough. I never had to even think about levels ever.
Until you get the fossil Pokemon, which, well, by the time you can actually get them, all your team is like around 50, and then it was like, cool, here's a Pokemon at level 5. That's unique, and this is the only time you're going to get it. Have fun grinding that.
Yeah, catching up Pokemon is incredibly difficult, but again, I get like a sense of accomplishment when I get finished doing it, despite the thing itself being monotonous and technically speaking not difficult, just tedious. And yeah, I don't know. While I do like Kanto, it is honest to God, hand race the air, one of my least favorite regions, just because I like other ones so much more. I would probably stick more closer to like a 7 on a personal scale, 8 more on an objective scale of terms of point value. Because while I love these games, it's like I would rather go back to play Ruby and Sapphire. I'd rather go back to play even the OG Gold and Silver. I'd rather go play Heart Gold, Source Silver. I'd rather go play Black and White. But at the end of the day, it's like one of the first. If actually, come to think of it, yeah, it's the first of the Pokemon remakes that was created, I believe. So this was their first round, and then just kind of became tradition for them to like remake one of the previous generation's games alongside like a new iteration of Pokemon with like new engine, new graphics, all this other crap. And Pokemon's very near and dear to my heart, and I'm really glad that everyone had a chance to play it, especially Jordan and Corey, who, well, even though they are aware of Pokemon, don't have nearly as much experience in it. And maybe, like I said, later down the road, we can either like somehow get everyone to play the original Red and Blue, or we're gonna jump into something way more modern, like Sword and Shield or Black and White or Sun and Moon and stuff. And then that way, I can really see Jordan's like fucking head leak out of his brain leak out of his ears, trying to understand what the fuck's going on. But I think that kind of wraps it up because there's not a whole lot left to talk about. We covered the entire game, covered the superficial parts of it. I mean, there's no story to talk about, so there's not really anything there. It's like a 10-year-old that just rocked the nation in the course of like a week. So, yeah, that was really fun. And I guess I'll pass it off to Jordan because I don't really have any other final thoughts than that because we've been going on for quite a long time now. So Jordan, you want to take us out?
Yes. So, yes, I guess we will be wrapping it up. I want to thank Udon for hosting today's special. It definitely brought back my memories of playing Pokemon, the bad, and the good. Either way, it was a fun experience to say nonetheless. Be sure to follow us on Spotify, Twitter, and our new YouTube channel to be notified of new episodes. Give us a comment to show us how we're doing. And for all you gamers out there, just remember to keep exploring, keep playing, keep listening. Until next time, this is the Mediocre Rumble Brothers podcast signing off. Thanks for listening.
Go catch
Super effective.
Pokemon.
Hey, this is Corey, and thanks for checking out Mediocre Rumble Brothers. If you liked the video, please drop a like, and if you didn't, that's fine too. If you'd like us to talk about any specific games, drop a comment below, or feel free to discuss your experience with the games that we've mentioned in the episode. You can also listen to our episodes prior to YouTube on our Spotify. Thanks for watching, and hope to see you again soon.